Start with the jam, right? Start with the jam. That's right, Clippy. That's right. Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome in. Hi, Quack. Hey, hey, hey. Two Hands is dancing. Smooth is here. Mr. Schneely has a new name, everyone. I don't even want to... I'm going to completely get it wrong. I'm going to assume this also means our king, a.k.a. Old Man. Old Man Schneely, what's up? Razzle the Red, hello. Sneakers with the 10 bomb. Guys, Sneakers with the 10 promotions. He's a modest dude, that Sneaker Beaster, right? Sneaking in before everyone's here and just rolling out the red carpet for 10 new people, including fan favorite Fecal Eruption, guys. Fecal Eruption and others, welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Clippy saying thanks. Luke Nay, I saw Moss. It's got another meeting, guys. It's always a sad day when we lose Moss to another meeting, but I understand. Sneakers is one of the goats. DT is one of the goats, dare I say. Dare I say? Mr. Despicable Taylor, how are you, sir? Happy Monday. Guys, we're on time, right? We're on time. It's Monday. It's 1 p.m. Eastern. Log go boom. Yes. Oh, it's hot in Toronto, guys. It's like 28, 29 degrees Celsius. And Burger's in the sunbeam yelling at me. Can you see? I wonder. There she is. You can't see because of the camera settings. You can also see how I sit cross-legged in tiny non-pants. Uh-oh. I'm revealing too much, guys. I'm revealing too much. Legging stream when? Right now. Just so you know, it's always been a legging stream. What's going on, dudes? Good afternoon, Arkar. Good to see you. It's a workday Monday, but I'm happy to catch what I can on the work computer. DT, respect, man. Always. Surprisingly close to Swedish and Old Norse. I was gonna say Gamal Man or Gamal Mander. He's literally Old Man Schneely. I thought it might have been Old Norse. Yeah, working too. Thanks for tuning in, Arkar, at work. Well, he actually has Raid Shadow leggings. I do. You want to stand up and say hi? No, you're just gonna yap at me from the ground. You can't see her, but she's yapping from the ground. I don't have my camera is not set to auto. It's not set to auto. Come here, you. Let's say hi. Come here, let's say hi. Come on. You have to come to me though. You have to move your body a little bit. She's not moving her body. Newport is here. How are you, Newport? Come on, get out of the sunbeam. You know how like cats are completely incapacitated by sunbeams? Oh, I got you. She's a puddle. She's so warm. You want to say hi? Say hi. Let's say hello. Oh, yes. Yes, how are you? How are you, my hairy snake? Cats look like hairy snakes, if you think about it. Oh, hello, baby. Hello, baby. She's all sun drunk. How are you? Cats are solar powered. It's true. Fun fact, the squiggle D is the letter for the th sound. It's like a runic sound. Mather. Okay. Gamal Mather. Old man. Old Norse. Old Norse Sneely. So cute. Cat snake. Thank you, Clippy. Hello. How are you, cat snake? How are you? Oh, yeah. Guys, are you settled in? It's going to be a long stream today. I mean, maybe not like much longer than it normally is, but it's going to feel long, okay? Just going to say it now. This is going to feel like a long stream. Why? Because we're going to be... There's a lot of yapping to do. We've got a lot of yapping to do. Before we do that, though, should I Big skin. Big skin catches? No, that's not what that says. My mouse is in the way. Chin scratches. Totally. We have a lot to talk about. As promised, today, we have prepared for you a fun exercise where we're going to be ranking classes in Dark and Darker. We've got all these classes. We're going to rank them. According to what? I'll tell you later. That's coming up. That's going to be... I don't think I'm going to lose any friends, but I might. Okay? I put in the stream description trigger warning because I promised myself I would be honest about some things, and so that's coming up. A lot of yapping. Red 5. What are you, Soapy? No, I wish. I couldn't fill his hat. Red. Couldn't fill his hat. Rank them alphabetically. I'll tell you what. Yes, Clippy knows. The next roast, guys, if you don't know, if you were one of the people who were generously gifted at the onset of stream, you are now part of an exclusive executive club, and one of the perks of said club is that you are invited to a monthly media share event. We call it the Roast, Community Roast, where we invite you to save up embarrassing clips related to the game Dark and Darker. We've got a little channel on the Discord. You submit your clips and we collect them, and we watch them all together, and we laugh and we cry. And this month, it's a surf and turf, obviously, because water map. So, just a little reminder, a little housekeeping. Also, where's the cap and the what's going on YouTube? I was excited by the new boy blin. No! Honestly, it took me like, I don't know, 8 or 9 tries to get that stupid intro. And as I was recording it, my wife came out to use the washroom. It was like kind of early in the morning when I do a lot of my voiceover stuff. Also, did you start wearing IEMs, or have I just not been paying attention? IEMs. Oh, in-ear, music pods, without laughing. And so I'm doing the intro, and it's like, what's up, YouTube? We're checking out the PvP, let's go. And I just kept monitors, in-ear monitors. Now, it's hot. When it's so hot, I don't like the cans. So I got these IEMs in a little box, just in case. Anyway, I'm doing the stupid intro, right? I'm doing the what's up YouTube intro, and I'm doing it again and again. And my wife comes out to use the washroom, and I felt so embarrassed. Hi, Chien. What's going on? I felt so embarrassed that another human heard me do that in real life. And then, of course, you put it live, right? And whatever. It feels different. But the fact that that my wife maybe heard me rattling that off made me rather embarrassed. Why she listens to you all day. It was a moment of vulnerability, though. Moment of vulnerability. Guys, what is it? What's the time? What is the merchant here? What's the trade? The market opens in 6 hours and 50 minutes. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. Yeah. It's not my style, right? It's just not my... It's not my cup of tea, Mosquito Road goes crazy right now. You're telling me... Akoni Richter, you're telling me... I think a lot of people... There's always that one class, right? There's always that one class that... the kind of like... the least scrupulous people kind of migrate to, right? And there's the kind of like a lump of player base that don't care what it is as long as it's stupidly broken, and they just play that thing. And, whether that's like Hatchet Barbarian, right? Or it's Druid, or it's Rogue, or it's whatever it is, Warlock, right? YouTube hates wives. No, Star, no. At least she heard it when she's already your wife. That's true, Red. I have no idea why that was filtered. I'm sorry, brother. Timmy, Johnny, Spike, Discourse. What does that mean? What does that mean, I wonder? I took a dip into Wizard, but I've been playing it last wipe 2, the missile build. What is the missile build? Like knowledge? Stacking knowledge? Get those fast missiles going? I was getting enraged on Fighter. It's funny. It's funny how much psychic damage, right? This game almost uniquely has the ability to inflict on all of us, right? The amount of psychic damage, the amount of mental damage possible, it goes to show the importance of design, right? When things are well designed and they work in balance and harmony as intended, you know, people just use the thing and go about their day. But when a thing is poorly designed and you have to engage with that thing again and again, I say have to, right? But, you know, of course I could walk away. I just don't want to. I almost got a thief today on the water map. Almost. Oh, he got away, did he? Will the tier list come with gameplay? That's a good question, Star. Let's talk about the list. I'm debating it. It's the I Love Mondays pre-ranking list, okay? The pre-list list. I'm a little mad at Ironmace. They buffed Slayer right when I decided to try out a new class. Were you a Slayer main, Red? Brave of you to stick with Slayer. Through thick and thin, because there's a while there where Slayer was really underserviced, right? I was. Well, hats off to you, sir. A list for the list. I like to throw hands. Totally. What are we doing today? So, I was gonna show off a little bit. Not really show off. I was gonna ask you guys how was solo self-found going for you? I love solo self-found. I love it. I don't even like. How do I say? I just find it so motivating. It's mostly boof, right? But I don't care. Every time I find like a piece, like a blue thing that fits with one of my builds, I'm excited. And I'm like, ooh, I hope I get it with this blue thing. It just adds so much meaning to the game. So I love SSF, right? I don't know. I wanted to just ask you guys how you felt about it. I wanted to ask. I want to say hello. We want to do a little warm up yet before we get into the main thrust of the stream, right? I'm a rogue main, but yeah, I've seen so many rogues with a crap ton of throwing knives running around endlessly kiting. When rogues, we have another resident rogue, Newport, right? Is our kind of resident rogue here. And when the rogues start complaining about the rogues, that's a problem, right? You know something is up. something is not right when the rogues start complaining about other rogues. Timmy plays for his own enjoyment and typically enjoys the raw experience of the game as presented. No helmet default fighter. I love that. Maybe we should we just do a Timmy run for old time's sake? That could be fun. I really don't feel like trying today, because especially since I'm going to be kind of shitting on other classes. Or at least that's my intention. My intention is to not hold back and share how I actually feel about things. And that will include shitting on other classes. So that's what we're gonna do. And so, do quest runs. OG Timmy with the flappy feet. Yes, totally. Excellent choice. This is excellent. Okay, although I do, you know, I'm loving my heavy boots, and I'll show you why recently. I'm loving my heavy boots. This one? No, we're gonna have to go full squire here. Oh goodness, this one. And good. Flappy feet. Okay. Set the gear. Okay, cool. We're taking it back. List covering. Thank you. Thank you. Just quest runs. Rogue took Druid's spot as Wipes Kiter. List covering. 1, 2, buckle my boots. No boots. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. It's a classic issue. Classic issue. Let me just wrap up the list. We'll talk about solo self-found. I can see this. Yes. Thank you, Clippy. And then we're gonna rank classes, guys. I've got a ton of stuff prepared. We're gonna talk about classes in the game. We're gonna rank them. It's gonna make some people smile. It's gonna piss some people off, I'm sure. But who doesn't want a little bit of enragement, right? Just to feel alive, okay? And then there's also, at the end of the ranking exercise, we're gonna do a little bit of sociology, okay? We're gonna think about how we think about games. We're gonna think about how we think about games. A little sociology exercise that's coming up. And then also, later in the stream, you can tell me if you want to see me play Dark and Darker, if you want to watch me play Mega Bonk, if you want to watch me play Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I have no preference. You can decide. You can decide. Ranking a solo. Yes, ranking as solo. Yes. I'll explain everything. There's a ton of disclaimer. There's a ton of disclaimer text. But we'll take care of that before we get into the list, okay? Streamer skill issue, wholly professional design. We're blessed. Thank you, Two Hands. I take it seriously. Uh-oh, my camera. The sun is moving. Let me just get on top of this here. I take it seriously. Configuring the video. And then I'm going to put on my auto exposure. That helps a little bit. Yes, good. When the sun comes back, though, it might look a lot different. Guys, listen. Okay, here's the thing. Heavy boots, okay? I used to hate them because they didn't sound like the boots I was used to. I never wore heavy boots. In fact, I feel like almost every pair of boots in the game sounds like the Lightfoot boots, right? Heavy boots are unique as far as I can tell. Does anyone know, do any other boots sound like heavy boots? If so, tell me, okay? Listen, here's regular walking. Okay, this is the regular heavy boot walking sound, right? For some reason, I'm not sure when it happened. The crouch walking got so quiet, I feel like. It got so quiet, the crouch walking. I think I prefer the lowest camera that had more stable lighting. It's okay, Clippy. I like the fussiness. I like the fussiness. I think it keeps the stream modest. Right? We're not trying to win any awards. And I don't know, there's something mentally it does where it, like, it's kind of like playing chairman, where it forces me to, like, not care too much, which I think, you know, as a designer of sorts, right? I have the capacity to care ad nauseum about things. And what I don't need is, like, an excuse to, like, over care about stuff. Get out of my face. Clippy cares too much. I mean, it's good. It's a good thing to care. It's good. But also, meh, right? Okay, I'm taking my boots off. No boots. Timmy shield. We're just playing a single game. We're playing a single game with no shoes on, no helmet. Okay? And then we'll get to the main event. Is it fuzzy? It's not fuzzy, is it? It's just... the lighting is just weird. Is the camera fuzzy? Should be fine. Yeah! Yeah! Okay. Like a true Timmy, we're taking damage from regular skeletons. I have not played... Oh, okay. No worries, two hands. I've not played a single game of High Roller. Oh! This man scared me. Shouldn't have attacked. Shouldn't have attacked. Let's see if I can make a bit of space. Block the drum. Oh! Okay. He went for the drum kill. Respect. He went for the drum kill. Respect. Timmy claims one. Respect for the drum hook. Let's see if I can just close this door and get a little cheeky campfire going, shall we? There's someone else here. They have a hand crossbow. Hi, Luke. That was kind of clean. It was not clean. That was not clean. Can I get away with this? I hear a prot pot. Uh-oh. He thinks I'm in that corner. Oh, even with the, I don't have the action speed. And the double jump makes it so you hit the legs. That was kind of fun. That was fun. I did okay. I could have used a little more time at the campfire. You know what I mean? A little more time at the campfire. That was fun. Should we do one more? Just to welcome people in. Just to warm it up. I have not played a single round, of High Roller in a while. I have lost interest in High Roller. I think the circle is a big part of it. I'm not a circle enjoyer. You know what I mean? Not a circle enjoyer. So I've just been enjoying normals. We're gonna go one more Timmy style. Not even gonna bring any range damage, okay? No range damage. We didn't even have a chance to loot the cleric. Oh, dang it. It's okay. I probably wouldn't have put on a helmet or shoes anyways. Is there a single player who enjoys the circle? Well, according to One Peg's survey, there was, 15% of people, were okay with it. It was not 0. SDF, he really likes the circle. It's true. A ring of quickness, guys. Okay, I'll take a potion of... I'll take some invisibility here. A phoenix choker? Doesn't really help me. Oh, here come the rest of the mobs now. We're moving through. I'm gonna clear this one. Just to give us a cleaner look at PvP. Should it appear. You know what I mean? Oh. Okay, we both missed. Some people like CBT, so there must be... What does CBT mean? What does CBT mean? Moving through. I don't know the meme song. Oh. It is a ranger. The ranger is being pursued by skeletons. Let's see if we can sneak it through. Can we sneak through? Thank you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A lot of activity in there. Cognitive behavioral therapy, I see. Cock and ball torture. Great. Ugh. There's one thing I'm definitely not into. It's anyone messing with my testicles. I am very not disinterested. I think I've had like a very real fear of testicular torsion my whole life. A friend of mine was hospitalized in high school because of that. And then weirdly, like the breathing tube they put him on, like the respirator or whatever, like got messed up and he almost died. Oh, here we go. Here we go. A lantern. Shouldn't have done the shield slam. And a longsword enjoyer. Is it clear that I'm not a Timmy because I'm going... Let's see. Well done. Well done. And then he assumes the parry position. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And it's hard for him to parry when I hit him with the shield slam, right? Hit him with the old shield slam. Uh-oh. 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 I hit that guy a lot of times, it felt like. I felt like I hit that guy a lot of times. Timmy 96. I guess I had 0 stats. I got a little overconfident there. Got a little over... Maybe I was hitting sour spot? Maybe I didn't hit him that many times. Maybe if I look back at it, it actually wasn't that many times. Okay. Speaking of, I think this is good. We're here now, we're warmed up, we've played the game, right? We're reminded of what it's like to look at the game and play the game. Okay? We're off the ground. Let me just do one more. Is the camera okay? It's probably okay. If I keep my head over here, right? The problem is the camera is fine. The problem is there is just horrendous backlighting, right? What photographer was like, you know what you need? You need a very, very bright light directly behind the subject, right? That shoots into the camera. Underestimating second wind. Did he pop it early? Oh, hi, Charlie. How are you? Really good role play here. Anyway, okay. We've played the game, right? You know what it's like. So, let's get to the main event, shall we? The main event is this. What are we doing today? We're ranking classes. Okay, disclaimer time. disclaimer time. I don't want to offend anybody, but I also want to share my kind of unvarnished opinions, okay? For people like me who have been playing this game for a long time, you develop a lot of opinions about the game, about people who play the game, about different classes in the game. And so I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but I also want to say what I really think, which is kind of dangerous because, you know, normally people don't say what they really think all the time, but I'm gonna do that a little bit today. So if you are not in the mood, I feel like my opinion is similar, LOL. Excellent. Now I'm definitely here for confirmation bias, right? I'm not in a position where, you know, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. Confirmation bias is welcome, okay? This list that I'm gonna make, I'm gonna be ranking classes in the game according to this criteria, according to how impressive I personally believe that class is playing in solo. How impressive are these classes to me when I see clips or streamers or people playing these classes? How impressive is it to me in solos? Okay? Is it harder for those classes to win? That's S tier. If it's harder for the class to win, if I believe that that class has to overcome more handicaps, more headwinds to achieve victory, I believe it's more impressive. That's S tier, okay? Or is it easier for that class to win? If they have too many advantages, if there's broken mechanics, whatever it is, if it's too easy for the class to win, then it's D tier, right? We go right down to the bottom. The stream description, ranking classes, trigger warning, swear words, not objective truth. Okay, yes. So, trigger warning, if you don't want to hear my opinions, if you don't want to hear my opinions about a class that you maybe enjoy, maybe take a pause from the stream. Maybe I will not be offended if you have another work meeting and you've got to check out, right? And you don't want to hear it. That's fine. I am today not going to be presenting objective facts, okay? It's just my opinion. Today is just my opinion. It's not facts. So keep that in mind. Again, it's just a measure of how impressive I think gameplay is in solo. How am I ranking these things? When we go through the classes, we're asking ourselves, on the pro side, on the positive side, what about any given class is impressive? What's impressive about that class? What do they have to overcome to win on the pro side? On the con side, are there any what I consider to be unbalanced advantages? Are there any unbalanced advantages, according to my opinion, that I can see? Are there any crutches that people who play that class rely on, that if a certain feature of a class was missing, would cause those players to lose? Okay? My opinion on Blinn is entirely dependent on the landmine placement. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. There's going to be hot takes here. This is my opinion. People are not going to agree, and that's okay. Let's start with a baseline. Okay? We'll start with something in the middle. And then maybe we'll get you guys to pick where I go next, because that's kind of fun. For example, what do I mean? Let's do one. How about this? How about for longsword fighter? How about for longsword fighter? I've got some idea of a perk, a skill that is kind of characteristic of an archetype for the class. I might get these wrong, so apologies if I do in advance. I don't play every class, okay? I'm sorry if I missed a build or missed some build nuance. I don't play every class, and so there'll be a little bit of grace you'll need to extend me. Where do I think longsword fighter goes on this list? Is it harder to win as a longsword? Is it easier to win in solo, playing in solo? The last thing I'll say, keep in mind, this is from my own POV. I am a shield fighter main, okay? I have a strong melee bias with blocking ability. I usually run around 300 move speed. This is my bias. So when I'm giving a ranking, when I'm placing these classes in the chart, it's according to my bias. I kind of know what it's like to play other classes, but not really. So just keep that in mind. Longsword, is it harder to win? is it easier to win? I picked longsword first because I'm putting it right here, B tier. And let's talk about why, okay? Let's talk about why. On the plus side, on the pro side, what are things that longsword has to overcome? In my opinion, longsword fighters, the longsword as a weapon is situational based melee. Okay? It's bad versus daggers. It's bad versus range damage. Highly situational, which means that there are advantages and big disadvantages to using the longsword. So I respect that. It's not particularly easy, and there are some classes, there are some weapons, some other playstyles that are hard counters for longsword. So I respect that as an obstacle to overcome. There's also, I'm not exactly sure where this is because I know there's been a lot of changes recently, but from what I can remember, the hit slow on longsword is also basically non-existent, right? It's a horrible weapon to use for chasing. You need to have somebody want to engage you in melee for the longsword to work. In fact, you need someone to kind of attack into you for the power of the longsword to be unleashed, right? So because there's no hit slow, because you can't chase, this is another massive headwind, in my opinion. It makes playing the longsword harder, and therefore makes me respect it more. What else? There's one more thing I'll add in here. I actually have a third row. This kind of breaks the mold, but that's okay. The last thing I'll say that makes me respect the longsword is that because it's melee fighters, melee enjoyers, people who play melee have to engage with the full combat system and need full combat system awareness. Okay, it's not just about shooting from a distance where if you miss your shots, you can kind of just shoot again. If you're in melee range and you swing and you miss, you often pay for it. You also need to be able to read and anticipate the melee attacks of your opponents. Melee players play the full combat system, spacing, aiming, blocking. As a result of longsword needing to block, desync is a huge issue, and desync in Dark and Darker is horrendous. It's another horrible aspect of the game that longsword users have to overcome. So again, that's on the plus side. I respect that. That's why we're here in the kind of B zone. On the negative side, what are the unfair advantages? What are the crutches? These are both kind of the same thing here. Let me just paste this in. Obviously, riposte is a crutch. Riposte is a crutch. Longsword players don't want to hear this because it's kind of the only, like, it's a sensitive topic for longsword enjoyers. I understand it, but from my perspective, my personal bias, the riposte is a crutch. It's a one-shot mechanic. It's a very fast TTK mechanic, and in my opinion, one-shot things require less skill. Riposte is a crutch, which is why you see people fishing. It's almost the only way, like it's one of the fastest ways to victory, right? You can left click longsword and win, and that it's actually like a very viable high level way to play longsword is barely ever riposting or going for the parry. But because these exist, I feel like the longsword has an easier time than a lot of other classes to get the victory. If they are in melee and if their opponent attacks and if they get the parry, a lot of ifs, but if that happens, a one-shot mechanic, in my opinion, requires less skill and is therefore less impressive. I'm not impressed by one-shot builds, and so therefore I am not that impressed by longsword users that rely on the riposte and that rely on these one-shots to win fights. That's just my opinion. PDR stacking in Second Wind, the fighter's survivability is also an advantage that fighter enjoys. So for these reasons, we're putting longsword fighter in particular right here in the middle at B. Okay, neutral B. Fishing longsword is low skill. You want to mix in left click. Absolutely, Hellcat. Absolutely. From my limited time, my limited tutelage and understanding of longsword, I know that that is the way of the high level people. Where are we going next, guys? Where are we going next? Should I give an example of S tier before we move on? And the viewership plummeted after that. That's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with people clicking off. I'm okay with people saying, you know, this isn't for me. I don't want to hear what this guy thinks about the class that I like. Bard S. People know. People know. Let's see. Is it S? Let's find out. Where is Bard, in my opinion? Bard. Again, the question is, what is impressive? What do they have to overcome? On the positive side, are there any unbalanced advantages? Any crutches on the negative side that makes it easier for them to win? Is this class, in my opinion, is it more impressive or less impressive in solos? In solos. Arcars is on fire. Yes. In my opinion, Bard goes in the A tier. Why? Why? I think that the Bard, to play Bard, I don't play Bard, but I understand playing Bard. And I gotta say, there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot to manage. There's a constant assessment of what to do. A lot of fiddly stuff, right? There's a lot of fiddly stuff. There's a lot to keep in mind, and that impresses me. As a shield fighter who doesn't have that much to really keep track of, we have a similar look on the game, yes. Nicholas Karabaka. Bard kind of between A and S, in my opinion. Yes, totally. Bard is hard to play, but I love it. Yes. There's a lot to manage. Big respect. Also, because there's a lot of swapping, there's a lot of weapon swapping, there's a lot of, like, you know, utility swapping. It's very active, requires a lot of manual dexterity, which means there's big room for error. And I'm impressed by that. People that are able to manage to hold in their mind, first and foremost, all the things that they need to do, and then actually be able to execute, switching to those things and knowing the timing of those things and managing their spacing, it's all very impressive to me. So that's on the positive side. On the negative side, what makes Bard too easy, unbalanced, unfair? I think the move speed and action speed advantage is a big one here for me. This game, I'm going to say this a lot today. This game in solos, move speed is probably the most important stat. So any class that can take more advantage of move speed than others is going to have a bigger unfair advantage. Bard is almost B tier, but because they can only get their move speed and action speed advantages with their buffs, I'm putting this in A tier. The action speed is important because switching weapons, switching between instruments and crossbow and sword and shield and crossbow, if you can do that quickly, there's big advantage in chasing situations, in taking advantage of desync to surprise your opponent. There's a lot of stuff that move speed and action speed does for Bard, and those are not unfair advantages, but I think that they're a significant advantage that Bard has, and is a negative side for me. It makes me less impressed with them. Also, the big one here for me, obviously, is Shriek makes things too easy. Shriek of Weakness is kind of the dumbest thing that Bard does, right? Shriek of Weakness, not only does it kind of completely trivialize PvE and boss fights and mobs, but it just makes the Bard so strong in a melee engagement where they shriek, okay? This is a massive crutch. Bard gets flute, Bard is OP. It's true. It's a massive crutch. If Bards didn't have Shriek, I don't think nearly as many people would play it. I think there's like a huge advantage that comes from Shriek. And because that exists, you know, this is not ultimately S tier. And also because the Shriek has to be executed. You need to pull at the flute, play the song, switch back to your weapons. It still is, there's agency, right? There's skill expression. The Bard doesn't get it for free. And there's been a bunch of Bard fights where I was able to catch the Bard with the flute, or they kind of fumbled some of the switching around, and that gave me an advantage. So even though I think Shriek is a broken part of the game and is a dumb part of the game, because the Bard actually has to be responsible for executing it, I'm less annoyed by it, and that allows me to preserve an overall feeling of Bard being an impressive class to play in solo, in my opinion. Can we not talk about food? Breadsticks? It's very, very hard to play Bard without using it. Yes, totally. So, we're off the ground. Not so bad, right? Not so bad. Okay. Where are we going next? Choose your own adventure, guys. Choose your own adventure. I'm gonna grab a smug. Wizard. An excellent choice, Arkar. An excellent choice. Where's Wizard, guys? Again, we are asking ourselves, how impressive is the class playing in solo? Is it harder to win as this class? Is it easier to win as this class? What do we think? Caster Wizard. What do we think? Zed. Obviously, in my opinion, there is no more impressive class to play in solo than Caster Wizard. A Caster Wizard is, I think, the creme de la creme, the very top of the list. This is the most impressive class to play well in a solo context. That's coming from my biases, whatever, but this is top of the list. S tier. Let's talk about it. Why? Because, I mean, first and foremost, the Wizard is vulnerable alone, okay? The Wizard needs to rest to recover spells. That means that the Wizard is not running around. That means the Wizard has to sit, has to rest. They are vulnerable, okay? Wizard needs more power. I think you're underrating Wiz. In base gear, you need huge balls to play Caster. Definitely an S, hard disagree. It's quite literally the epitome of S. Confirmation bias, I love you guys. Excellent. What else is very impressive about this class? What is impressive about this class? Limited spells and situational assessment. Not only do you have to constantly be assessing your positioning, your spacing, your opponent's build, what your opponent is likely to do, and choose the right spell to cast in that situation, you also have to keep track of how many of those spells you have left in your memory before you have to break away and sit down. Okay? These two things make this the most challenging class to play. It's why you barely ever see it. Okay? As we go through the list, think about this. How often do you see these classes playing in solo? That's part of the indication of how difficult and therefore how impressive I believe it is to play this class in a solo lobby. Limited spells, situational assessment, situational magic. The last thing I'll say, this is another pro, because I think this class deserves another pro. Let's talk about it. Wizard magic, for the most part, in terms of the offensive magic, it's mostly projectiles. Explosion, sure. Zap, sure. Lightning strike, sure. But I feel like those spells aren't kind of like the bread and butter, right? It's Ice Bolt, it's Fireball, it's Magic Missiles. Projectile spells from the Wizard are slow and cumbersome, are very difficult to aim, and you see someone like Ken Kenobi hit Ice Bolts from halfway across a module, it's peak. It is the epitome of casting skill, and it's very difficult to do. Tracking your opponent and hitting headshots with projectiles, very, very difficult, very, very impressive. On the downside, on the side of any unbalanced advantages, I think there are a couple. So let's be honest about this, in my opinion. And again, dudes, it's just my opinion, okay? This is just my opinion. There is a high ranged DPS potential for Caster Wizard and mobility. So anytime a class gets to take advantage of ranged damage, in solos, they have an advantage. Anytime a class gets to take advantage of higher move speed, better mobility, in solos, is an advantage. So Wizard has those advantages, I won't lie. These advantages, though, are easily eclipsed by all the aforementioned challenges. So even though they're doing a ton of DPS at the safety of range, and also they have the comfort of higher move speeds, they need to sit, they need to rest, they have to count their spells, they have to hit their projectiles, etc., etc. Also, the other advantage that the Wizard gets, in my opinion, is they get to break doors easily with Fireball and Explosion, and they get to drop aggro with Invisibility. Those things in solos are also having tremendous utility, a tremendous value. And if I wasn't so impressed by the Wizard's requirement to manage these things at the top, I would put this at a lower tier. But even though they can break doors, even though they can drop aggro, even though they can take advantage of range, DPS, and good move speed, I think that there's way too much for them to overcome. It is not easy, and that's why you don't see it very often, and that's why I think it is the most impressive class to play in solo, in my opinion. It's a hugely valuable, especially in HR, yeah. A top-tier wizard is going to dish out insane damage, but that doesn't matter if they die in 2 hits and move at 295 in Squire gear. Well said, Newport. Well said. Okay. Hooray, right? This isn't so bad. This isn't so bad. Where are we going next? Where are we going next? You tell me, dudes. Can you see this okay? Again, we're asking the question... Barb, LOL. Maybe from here we'll go Sorcerer. Because we're kind of talking casters, right? We're talking casters. Where is Sorcerer? Where is Sorcerer? Where do you think? Again, we're asking the question, what's impressive about this class? What do they have to overcome? And are there any unbalanced advantages or crutches that Sorcerer has? How impressive, ultimately, is Sorcerer in a solos context? Yes, Iron Rivier? I'm putting this in C tier. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's talk about it. How should I pronounce your name, friend? Iron. That second part of your name, could you spell it out phonetically for me, just so I don't make you feel embarrassed or make my... Rivy. Iron Rivy. Excellent. Yes, totally. I think C tier. Why? Why? On the impressive side, it is impressive that a sorcerer, like Wizard, has to manage situational magic and a constant active assessment of what the situation is and what spell to cast given a very fluid and dynamic combat situation, right? This to me is impressive. I don't have a mind for this, per se. I don't have a lot of practice with it, but it would take me a long time to develop the situational awareness and assessment skills that casters, in particular Sorcerer, require to be effective in solos. Also, what else is impressive about this class? In my opinion, there are some pretty conspicuous wind-ups. Now that I've been faced off against Sorks for half a year, whatever it's been, like 8 months, 9 months, I can recognize the spells they're casting. I know what they have like up their sleeves, so to speak. I know their bag of tricks. And when I see them casting things, the color of that cast, or I can also read the situation we're in, I can anticipate what they're going to cast. They have a very conspicuous wind-up that makes it easy for me to kind of adjust my play on the fly based on what I see them doing. They have to telegraph their moves, right? As much as I see players play Sork, I'd think it'd be higher, but yeah, he sucks. We're not talking about how good or bad it is, Greg. We're talking about how impressive do I think the class is to play in solo. It's not how strong the class is, it's how impressed am I personally when I see someone play Sorcerer. And I'm putting it down here because this means when I see a Sorcerer, I'm not very impressed. If I see a Wizard playing well in solos, I'm very impressed because a Wizard, I believe, it's harder for the Wizard to win. They start up here with more disadvantages than advantages. So the Wizard, because it's harder to win, it's therefore more impressive. Okay? A Sorcerer I put down here in C tier because I think for them in solos, it's easier to win. It's easier for a Sorcerer to win in solos than a Wizard, and therefore it is less impressive. I am not impressed when I see YouTube videos, when I see streamers playing Sorcerer and doing well in a solos environment. I'm not impressed. Why? Because the advantages they have, the unfair advantages they have, in a lot of cases, the damage that they can output is unblockable, right? Air Blast, Lightning Storm, AoE stuff. You can't block that damage. They just kind of get to hit you for free if you're close enough to them or if you're in a certain kind of area. In my opinion, it's way too easy to hit people with AoE that's unblockable. I don't like that. I think it's it's a bit of an unfair advantage, right? It just takes less skill, in my opinion. It takes less skill. Also, the sorcerer has access to the most toxic magic combo that exists in the game, and that's their Frost Bolt and Elemental Bolt combo. They have a hit scan root spell, and then they have a projectile spell that does 80% of your HP, right? It's just stupid easy. Okay, you have to aim it, sure, but hit scan root for 2 seconds followed by 80% of your HP is too easy. Plus, their unblockable damage, right? It just makes it less impressive, in my opinion, than playing Wizard, playing other classes, which is why it's down here in C tier. I'll also say it doesn't make any sense that a sorcerer's control magic, right? Air Blast also damages players. Sorcerer magic, if it's control, it shouldn't hurt you. And if it hurts you, it shouldn't control. So Air Blast should not do damage, it should just knock people away. Rooting spells, a spell like the Frost Bolt that does a huge amount of damage shouldn't also root you, right? The wind spells are crazy. I don't know that much about it. I've never actually played as a sorcerer. I've never actually made a build, right? So you have to, again, forgive any ignorance to a lot of the class nuances. I don't play every class. I don't play sorcerer, mostly because I don't respect it. I don't respect it. It's got too much control. In a game that is so mobility dependent, especially in solos, any class that has access to kind of game-breaking or like truly unique mobility options. Like I've seen sorcerers down in the zombie pit in crypts, just like electric dash up away. I've seen sorcerers humping around in the rafters in the ice map, right? Sorcerers can access parts of the map that other people can't. There's a bunch of mobility that the class has access to that I think is short-sighted and stupid. And players that take advantage of that kind of stuff also aren't deserving of my respect, and therefore I'm not impressed with them, is what I have to say about that. I remember triple headshot one-shotting a team on Ruins Bridge before all the nerfs. I remember the first 2 days of Sork, and the lightning storm was just absolutely nuking teams. One sorcerer with a giant lightning strike pad was just absolutely 100 to zeroing like a full squad, right? It didn't make any sense. Anyway, I think damage has been brought into line. What still is a big standout for me is the mobility escape. In solos, mobility is the most important thing. It's almost what dictates the outcome of every fight. How fast are you? How able are you to disengage? How able are you to re-engage at a time that is most opportunistic for you, at an ideal time, right? It's those things, I think, above all else, that dictate the efficacy or the outcome of fights in solos. And Sorcerer has too many of those things. Plus, they have a bloody summon, right? There's just like, whatever. I've said enough. Sorcerer C tier, it's not that impressive. I don't care how ostensibly impressive it is to watch a streamer or YouTuber do something, you know, it doesn't impress me. I'm not interested in it. Okay. I'm not too much against its spells, but the cooldown-based aspect of it, yeah. I guess I didn't even talk about that. There's a lot to talk about with this class, right? There's a lot to talk about. Cooldowns versus resource-dependent. Well, okay, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that topic, okay? Unlimited resources. Zio's here. I'm caught up to live just in time to be offended. Excellent. Sorry, Zio. Sorry, Zio. The Lightning Storm one tap, to be fair, when they released Bard in the playtest, you could get killed in like 2 seconds to Din. Yikes. Druid. I'm going to save my least favorite for the end, because I feel like it's going to be, once I get on the rant against the worst classes kind of train, I'm not going to want to get off that train, right? Let's do Ranger. Where do we think Ranger is? Let me call it my cheat sheet here. Where do we think Ranger is? Given what we've been saying, right, in my opinion, where do you think I'm going to put Ranger in terms of how impressive is the class to play in solos. How impressive. CBBs. Correct. I'm putting Ranger in the C tier. It's not the D tier. It's not the worst. But let me just say that I'm not impressed by Ranger gameplay. This is kind of a hot take. I know there are a lot of skilled Rangers. And I know that Ranger can take some skill. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What are some of the things that a Ranger has to overcome? What makes this class impressive, in my opinion? Well, certainly spatial awareness, spacing awareness, their position in the modules. As someone who struggles with this a bit myself, whenever I see a good Ranger exercise an excellent degree of spacing awareness in terms of their position in the module, anticipating their opponent's movement in the module, this to me is impressive, and a Ranger must do this if a Ranger wants to survive. Okay? 99 Scar, welcome in. Have to hit shots and move very fast. Yes. Another thing that is impressive about Ranger gameplay is they have to aim their shots and they have to kind of manage different projectile speeds. Okay? Aiming in this game is not necessarily intuitive, right? This isn't like there's a weird delay, let's just say. Firing projectiles in this game doesn't feel great. It's never felt great. And so a Ranger player who has kind of mastered that, as a fighter, as someone who does use a bow and understands how challenging it can be to hit projectile shots against especially an opponent who knows how to move to counter that ranged attack, right, is impressive. Also, if the Ranger is swapping between crossbows, different sizes of bows, right, different abilities that change their rate of fire or their projectile speed, that is impressive because you have to adjust your aim on the fly. So these things are definitely impressive. But what are the unfair advantages, or what are the aspects of this class I don't find impressive? Well, for one, if you're playing as a ranged class, in any of these games, in any game that offers a melee and a ranged option, if you're playing as a ranged damage class, you're not playing with the whole combat system. You're taking less risk. If a melee player is in melee range and swings and misses their melee shot, they pay for it. They pay for it because they're probably going to get hit. If a Ranger fires an arrow from across the module and misses, you just get to shoot again. You get some more shots. It's less risky. If it's less risky, in my opinion, it's less impressive. And this chart is all about how impressive do I think the class is playing in solo. Because Rangers don't engage with the full combat system, because they get to take advantage of the safety of damage from a distance, I'm less impressed by Ranger gameplay. Okay? Also, what else? What else is not impressive about Ranger gameplay? I believe that there's a huge move speed advantage that Rangers enjoy. Okay? Anything in solos that gives you more move speeds allows you to dictate the terms of combat. If you are faster than your opponent, you have tremendous advantages. Okay? It's the most important stat in solo. There's also a ton of really crappy aspects of the module designs, of the map designs. There's places that you can get to that maybe other classes can also get to, but it's cumbersome. So the fact that the Ranger can take advantage of move speed to avoid taking melee damage, can enjoy the safety of ranged attacks, and can take advantage of parts of the map that allow you to block other people from jumping, that allow you to mitigate other forms of melee damage, make this class unimpressive. It's not impressive if you're using map cheese and using move speed in addition to range damage, which is low risk, to win fights. I don't think that's impressive. Who cares? So you can run and you can jump and you can shoot from a distance. Like that isn't as impressive to me as other forms of doing damage, other forms of winning fights in this game. Ladder block glitch is so bad they gotta fix it. I don't even know what that is. Thank goodness I don't know what that is. but particularly the map design. The map design in Dark and Darker, now that like it's been the same bloody maps for so long, right? The maps are solved, and people that play these classes that do damage from range know how to take advantage of bad map design and use it to their advantage to win fights. What else? There's one other thing. There's one other thing to add to what I think makes Ranger not impressive. And that is their ability to do burst damage in melee range. So in addition to the move speed advantage, to the safety of range damage, to all the crappy map design that they get to take advantage of, right? If you manage to close the gap as a melee, again, my bias here, my personal bias, let me just remind everybody here, this is fighter melee bias, right? This is my bias. But if I do the work and take the risk to close the gap, what is my reward for doing that versus the Ranger? I overcome the move speed. I overcome the range damage. I overcome the map crutches. I get into melee range. And what is my reward? Bloody shotgun and backstep spears, right? More advantages for this crappy class. And that doesn't make me feel good. That's not a reward for taking the risk of closing the gap to do melee damage. I should not be rewarded with a shotgun in my face and then a backstep spear. Did Blinn talk about Slayer? Let's do Slayer next. Excellent. Hi, Notakai. Welcome in. That's Ranger. C tier. Not impressive. I don't care what the clip is. I don't care who the streamer is. I personally am not impressed by Ranger gameplay. Now, that said, the one exception to this is for all the classes here in the bottom end of this how impressive is the class playing in solo. My fighter bias says I'm not impressed by Ranger gameplay, but the exception is if it's Ranger versus Ranger, if it's Sorcerer versus Sorcerer, okay? If it's some other shitty class versus some other shitty class, right? Then I'm interested because the playing field is level. If both players have the same advantages and disadvantages, then it's interesting, actually, right? It's only from my fighter melee bias, right? My shield fighter POV. My preferred style of play, right, is how I'm classifying these things. But if I'm just watching, if I'm spectating, and it's a Ranger versus a Ranger, if it's a Sork versus a Sork, you know what? Then I can see the redeeming aspects. The impressive bits kind of overwrite or outweigh what I think are unimpressive. Anyway, just a small note there. Every class has good and bad matchups, to be fair. Absolutely. And I am presenting this. I'm not saying the class is good or bad, right? Another reminder, there's so many caveats here. This doesn't mean, my classification here does not mean that the class is good or bad. I'm not trying to, I'm not stating, this is not objective truth, okay? Not objective truth. This is just my subjective opinion. It's just my opinion. It's just a measure of how impressive I think the gameplay is from my POV. Let's do Slayer. Where is Slayer, guys? Where do you think I'm going to put Slayer on this list? Again, S tier is it is hard to win in solos and therefore more impressive. D tier is it's super easy to win in solos and therefore less impressive. B is neutral, where it can be easy, it can be difficult. Where do we think Slayer is? Let me check my cheat sheet and reboot my recording here. Yes, you guys know. You guys, you know what? Maybe I'm not so off base here. Maybe I'm not so off base. I'm putting this in A tier. I'm putting Slayer in the A tier. And let's talk about it. Let's explain why. Let's go up to the A tier. And we'll talk about why I think Slayer is more impressive than not in a solos context. Here we go. What is impressive? What does this class have to overcome? Slayers are very vulnerable to range damage and to magic damage. Okay, for the most part, they do not block. And for the most part, they are pretty squishy. No plate, no PDR. They have to rely on juking and spacing and some cunning to mitigate or avoid taking range damage and magic damage. If they're trying to close an open space, if they're trying to close a gap in the open without cover, very difficult, they are vulnerable. If a class is more vulnerable, then I think it's more impressive. That's kind of my metric here, okay? What else is impressive about Slayer? Again, because they usually don't rely on blocking, spacing and juking dependent. So you have to be really keyed in. If there's an extended melee fight, the Slayer has to be totally locked in on their character spacing, their opponent's character spacing. And that to me is really impressive because there's all sorts of different timing requirements. Melee combat that is entirely spacing and juking dependent is, in my opinion, more challenging than, can be more challenging than melee combat that relies on blocking, I think. What else is very, very impressive about Slayer? There's one more to add here. One more impressive thing I believe about Slayer, and this is true for a lot of the melee classes, the Slayer can't drop aggro. So as a fighter, as a Slayer fighter, fighters do not enjoy the privilege of being able to roar mobs away or go invisible and drop aggro. Invisibility pots are trash for dropping mob aggro. It just doesn't work, right? So the fact that the Slayer can't hide, right? Can't block, is vulnerable to range and magic damage, and then also has to deal with mob aggro, right? Can't drop mob aggro, in my opinion, makes this a very impressive class to play. It's difficult to do that. You don't have the same privileges and advantages as other similar classes that play a similar way. And so I think that's what makes Slayer here on the A tier. What are the cons? What are the unbalanced advantages or the crutches that Slayer has? Because there's a couple, I think, in my opinion. I think the Slayer is geared towards big melee DPS, and we are in an attacking meta. I mean, it's always been an attacking meta. In this game, the combat system in Dark and Darker is dumb. It's a big, dumb, stat-checking DPS race, right? Despite how much I want it to be a nuanced melee combat game, right? Despite how, optimistic the addition of like a cutlass parry and a rapier parry is, and quarterstaff blocking, and there's all this it doesn't matter because the game sucks for blocking. Blocking in this game is hard, okay? Because hitboxes are weird, because players can have full control of their mouse sensitivity mid-swing. There's no turn capping, so the ability for players to manipulate their swing after they've clicked attack, right? After they've clicked attack means that blocking is very difficult. Any class that takes advantage of that DPS race stat check, I believe, is advantageous, right? So the only reason Slayer is not S tier is because it's still, at core, is kind of a dumb DPS damage output style of build. There's a little more juking, there's more vulnerability, but at bottom, this game favors any class that can do as much damage as quickly as possible, right? Also, I will say, another crutch and or advantage to this class is the fighter survivability. Second wind for fighter. You can stack HP. Fighter stats can be okay. The Slayer, even though it doesn't look like it, can take advantage of some of the fighter survivability bonuses that this class gets, which makes it less impressive, which makes the Slayer a little bit tankier, especially at higher gear scores, right? Ultimately factors in. I want to give the most balanced take I can, or at least be honest with how I'm forming my opinion. And because of these reasons, Slayer does have a couple of crutches. Slayer does have access to a couple of unbalanced advantages, and therefore Slayer is A tier and not S tier. Cool. The framework of that nuanced melee gameplay is there. You can see it just out of reach. Iron, that is excellently said. And optimistically, maybe we get there, right? This is a very good question. What would it take? What would it take to get there? Iron. Anybody else? What would it take to get there? Probably, like, what is preventing the game from allowing more of that nuanced... I mean, maybe Notakai has an idea here. Is it the timing related? Is it the stagger on blocks? I think a big part of it is there's just no ability to counterattack from a regular block. There's no way to make a regular block anything other than a life-saving play for time. So regular blocking is almost entirely defensive, right? It's very difficult to use it offensively in a PvP context. And then the weapons that actually have a block and a parry riposte are subject to the game's horrendous desync issues, right? Whoa, did I miss one? Did I miss one? This is a freshie. There it is, scary guy. I gotta know where you would put the demon lock. Okay, we'll do that next. Number 1 stat check, but then loses kiting 99% of the time. Yes, thank you, scary guy. I appreciate it. I wonder what this list would have looked like last season, considering there's like half a dozen throughout the dungeon. It's true. The Slayers were an endangered species. They were. Feel like more blocking options and getting your turn back. Yes. Game should be blocking focused, counterattack should be permanent passive, and speed should be closer to 300 for everybody. Oh, excellent. Imagine what the game would look like. Let us do a test build for like a week and just see how it feels, right? Feels like Fighter is the only class that has kind of blocking-oriented like perks, right? That make blocking not just a defensive play for time, but a viable offensive strategy. Better block registering, yes. Better feedback on block, yes. Probably some kind of stamina or sprint system to prevent endless chases, sure. I guess one big problem is that classes can swing a war maul, can swing a rondel dagger, can swing a rapier, ad infinitum, right? There's just, you can just swing a war maul for 8 hours straight if you want to. I know they said that a stamina system is not their interest, but I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can come at it. It's interesting to hear your thoughts. Yes, Slayer last season, this list would have been very different last season. But Slayer, I think finally got some love, finally got a different hat to wear, right? And I'm happy to say, I'm impressed. When I see Slayers, as annoying as it is for me, a shield fighter, someone who wants to block first and counterattack, to play against the attacking meta, right? It's annoying for me as a shield fighter to play against Slayers. But I also understand that it's very difficult to make this work in a solo context, and so it has my respect. Croc skins are Slayer Biss. Yes. That desync, though. It's true. That's true. Okay, let's do plate lock, shall we? Demon lock, plate lock. Guys, I'm not... The Warlock in particular, there's a few classes on the list today. That have... I'm kind of like splitting hairs, right? I have a finer understanding of the nuances between different builds in certain classes. And so I'm breaking them out. I'm saying longsword fighter. I'm saying slayer fighter, right? Other classes I don't really have the same understanding for, so I'm just saying bard. There might be more than one way to play bard, I'm not sure, okay? But warlock is one, I'm happy to say, right, that warlock, as much as I can't stand the class, and we'll get there, it actually has a pretty wide spectrum, right? A wide gradient of different ways to play, different ways to combine the perks and skills, the gear, to access different playstyles. And that to me is interesting. I have to give respect to the game when it deserves it. And in my opinion, Warlock does offer a kind of like a wider buffet of options in terms of how you can combine things to play the Warlock. The classifications I've made today for Warlock are this. Let's just get oriented. I'm not going to do them all now, but just so we know what we're talking about. There are 3 different styles of Warlock that I understand, that I recognize personally. They are, let me just think of the layout here so we can fit as much on screen as possible. Save your file. Okay, thanks. Once I'm going to tavern this, it's going to save. Thank you, Clippy. Clippy the goat, guys. Got it. Thank you, Clippy. Got it. Okay, so here we go. Plate lock, hybrid lock, curse lock. Maybe it's easiest to understand this kind of as two ends of the spectrum here. Plate lock on one end is a melee focused, blow of corruption focused, like dark plate, demon form, right? End of things. Plate lock is one interesting and viable way to play warlock, okay? On the opposite end, you've got curse lock, aka kite lock, aka high move speed, torture mastery, curse slinging MFer, right? Curse lock. And then you've got some people in between. I see sometimes it's not plate, right? But they're still using melee. They're still casting curses. They're still using phantomize. They're still stacking agility. It's a hybrid lock, right? There are three different ways in terms of today's discussion that we're looking at warlock, okay? Just so we're oriented. We're going to do plate lock first. Plate lock is first. Where is plate lock? If the question is, how impressive is the class playing in solo? What's impressive? What do they have to overcome? Are there any unbalanced advantages? Are there any crutches? What are these things? Therefore, how impressive is the class playing in solo? Where do we think? Plate lock. Where do we think plate lock? For me personally, I'm putting plate lock in the B tier. So, it is not the most impressive. It is not the least impressive. In my opinion, in some ways, plate lock, it is very difficult. It is very hard for a plate lock in solo to win. Okay? In some ways. In other ways, it is very easy for a plate lock to win in solos. Okay? It's B tier. It's right in the middle. Why? Let's talk about it. Plate lock. What are some of the challenges, the headwinds that plate lock has to overcome? First and foremost, in terms of solo, as we've mentioned, move speed is king, okay? The plate lock is slow moving, and a lot of the times is slow swinging. They are vulnerable to range damage. In a game mode that is dominated by people who run away, by people who stack move speed as the most important stat, the plate lock's inability to chase down and close the gap on faster opponents is a tremendous headwind, is a big disadvantage. The more disadvantages a class has, the more impressed I am with that class in solo. That's why Caster Wizard is S tier, because I feel like Caster Wizard has to overcome the most disadvantages to win in solo, and therefore they are the most impressive. Plate lock is B tier. They have to, yes, overcome their slow move speed, their slow swing speed, and their vulnerability to range damage. What else does the plate lock have to overcome in solos? Similar to Slayer Fighter, similar to Longsword Fighter, the plate lock can't drop aggro. If you are chasing or moving through a module and there's a bunch of mobs that wake up, other classes get to go invisible, right? Get to shout the mobs away, whatever it is. That's easy. It's easy for classes to drop mob aggro and not have to worry about mobs, okay? Plate lock is part of this melee gang that has to clean up the bullshit, the mob aggro that is left by other classes. That is a disadvantage and a reason I'm impressed by plate lock players, okay? What are some of the unfair advantages this class has? What makes this class not impressive? Blow of Corruption is one-shot damage. One-shot damage is not impressive to me. For the same reason why Longsword is B tier, is because the riposte on the Longsword is effectively one-shot damage, and anytime a player relies on one-shot on super low TTK, I think there's less skill involved. It takes more skill to do more damage over time than it is to spec into one-shot builds, and Blow of Corruption is one-shot damage. Also, Chris DPS. Warlocks got back Chris Dagger. I think it makes sense. For as much as I don't like the Chris Dagger, I think it's like It's a very difficult weapon. It's a formidable weapon to fight against. I thought thematically it made sense for Warlocks to be able to use it. I'm happy they got it back. I know a lot of Warlock players enjoy the Chris Dagger. I like that there's more versatility, right? Any time there's more versatility for class, that's a win. But the Chris DPS, in addition to other ways you can spec a plate lock or demon lock build, give it an advantage that is less impressive. Wizard should have Chris. Wizard shouldn't be doing melee damage. Also, the other thing that makes this build less impressive to me is that the stats you get from Demon Form stats can be a crutch. Okay, you just kind of instantly get 50 HP, something like that, a whole bunch of stats, and it is difficult to kind of fight with nuance against such a radical and dramatic instant stat increase. I think that Demon Form stats can be a crutch. For sure, Blow of Corruption, one-shot builds are a crutch. The Chris is formidable, and for this reason, Plate Lock is here in the middle. They have to overcome some of the worst aspects of solo, so they deserve respect. I give them respect because they move slowly, they are vulnerable to range damage, they can't drop aggro, they get respect. One-shot builds, Chris Dagger, Demon Form stats make it easy for them to win, too easy to win in some situations, which makes me lose respect for this class. So they are in B tier. Okay? Cool. To be fair, it's a 3-second channel. Yes, you are losing. Yes, totally. And I agree with those things. There's nuance, and there's nuance to it, and the situations are different, and there are ways to play against it. But from my POV, it's just my opinion, from my fighter melee bias, right? My fighter melee bias. If I'm trying to play against that guy, it's all of a sudden he just gets the stats, and the work I have to do in melee combat is there's more, right? So this is my bias, friends. Spiffer Mummy next. S tier easy. Thank you, Maddie. Maddie O. Yes, Demon Form has a clear weakness in that they need to end the fight quickly because of the health drain. Yes, agreed. And if I was smarter, if I was a better player and was more able to play more of a kiting, fallback kind of game, I would enjoy more victories because I wouldn't be engaging in melee fights at my significant disadvantage, right? So that is a shortcoming on my end. But again, this is all my opinion. This is just my opinion on how I think how impressive the class is playing in solo based on my shield fighter POV, my melee bias, my desire to block first, and my move speed of around 300. Okay? What's next? Smite Cleric. An excellent recommendation. Smite Cleric. Guys, where is Smite Cleric? Where are we putting Smite Cleric? Based on all the things we've said today, where do you think? I had a sip of water here. Honestly, I missed the moral judgment part of the title, but I'm not complaining. We haven't even. Well, I'm saving my jets, right? I'm holding my horses for the bottom of the tier list. Okay, so just hang in there. We have respect for some of these classes still. There are other classes I have much less respect for, right? Lots of upsides, lots of downsides. Same as Plate Lock, melee OP, but you get demolished on range. Smite Cleric has 2 builds now. One is fast, one is slow. Again, there are some classes where I'm not doing a nuanced kind of bifurcation, right? Based on gear, based on perk allocation. I have to decide. I'm not for sure yet, but I'm putting Smite Cleric somewhere around B or C. Okay, I'm on the line here. I had it in B, but I was playing this morning and I ran into a couple of these guys and let's just say I didn't leave the fight with a lot of respect as I had yesterday when I had not recently just fought them. Smite Cleric somewhere in B or C. I think it is easier for this class to win than not. and therefore it is less impressive. It still has some respect from me, but it is net negative. On the whole, I think that this is a less impressive class in solo, although there are things it has to overcome. Let's talk about it. Smite Cleric. What are some of the things the Cleric has to overcome? What are some of the disadvantages that Cleric has to fight through to win? Well, similar to the Plate Lock, similar to the Slayer Fighter, the Smite Cleric is melee only, basically, right? And can't drop aggro. I have a respect for any class that has to actually factor in or try to take PvP combat with PvE in the mix, right? Clerics cannot drop mob aggro and therefore have more of a lift and therefore get more respect from my POV, right? They're also melee only, which makes them very vulnerable to range damage. It makes them very vulnerable to faster classes that can walk away and reset or do chip damage, right? I've seen my share of end boss playing in dungeon, playing in the arena, just losing his mind because his opponent is just walking slightly faster than he is walking, right? And I have respect for that aspect of the game. I have respect for predominantly melee-only classes that have to navigate a solo environment where everyone else is basically faster than you, okay? What else is impressive about solo Smite Cleric gameplay? They have limited ranged options, okay? You really have to adjust your playstyle. Limited movement speed, limited also resourcefulness. So not only do they move slowly, right, on foot, but also they have to open doors, right? Having a lower resourcefulness, having generally like a lower action speed, right? It just means that everything about the melee play of this class is clunkier. It's slower to pull your weapons out. It's slower to open doors. And those things I empathize with. I connect with these things as a shield fighter, okay? Smite is good for catching, to be fair. Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Because if you notice here, we've put Smite Cleric closer to the bottom, right? I am overall less impressed with this class than I am impressed by them. Why? What are the unfair advantages of Smite Cleric? Huge damage and hit slow. I think, I mean, how do I say? There's a bunch of things to say here. Huge damage, divine protection, and hit slow. Once you're in melee, if you're in a melee combat with Smite Clerics, it's very, very difficult. You almost have to run away. Like it is a very difficult thing. For my shield fighter biased POV, there are so many stupid advantages that melee clerics get actually in the melee fight, right? Clerics will get run around, clerics will get shot to pieces, but as a shield fighter, someone who wants to engage in melee, I feel like they have huge damage. I feel like if they have divine protection, then they are ostensibly invulnerable, right? And for other classes that are trying to escape the hit slow, especially with faithfulness and smite, if you're hit once, you're dead. And that is almost equivalent to a one-shot build. If the cleric hits a rogue, hits a ranger, hits a caster, hits anyone trying to make space, okay? And they have faithfulness and they're doing divine damage, that player is dead, basically. And I think that's dumb. I think that's basically a one-shot build. It's inescapable, almost. The cleric has to throw. Like, the cleric has to troll super hard. If they hit you once, they slow you up, and then they somehow, like, let you get away, that's a big mistake. It's too easy for the melee cleric, the smite cleric, to win a melee fight once the melee fight has started and you're in melee range. It's too easy, and therefore I do not respect it. Also, the Morning Star as a weapon is... I'm just gonna make a little more space. The Morning Star as a weapon, combined with the terrible server performance in this game, the desync in this game, is pure jank. as a shield fighter, someone who wants to, again, block first, play with nuance, have a combat dialogue, fighting against the Morningstar it's tied for my least favorite one-handed weapon to go against. It's the Falchion or it's the Morningstar. The Morningstar has just got ridiculous reach. It has a very bulky kind of handle hitbox that I find, like, it has tremendous reach, okay? It swings, it actually has a very fast release animation, and that makes it really difficult to react to anticipate because of desync. The Morningstar winds up and then it attacks very quickly. And so by the time you see the wind up on your screen, the next part of the attack animation has already been executed by your opponent's client. So it's almost impossible to react properly to the wind up of the Morningstar because the release is so quick. And the way that desync works in this game is it makes trying to block the Morningstar reliably very, very difficult. Factor in player skill, a player's ability to jump and hit over the shield. It's almost impossible to react to the swing of the Morningstar using a shield. Anyone who's ever tried to block, right? Try to take a blocking first play style, I'm sure feels the same way about the Morningstar. It is, we're not even talking about some of like the weird janky hitbox issues, but also, in addition to the reach and the damage does, there's a weird handle hitbox where it almost is like the weapon attacks extra fast because the handle, if you're up close, if you're trying to go for a handle block and you're not fully in defensive stance, that handle can hit you before the head of the weapon hits you. The hand of the cleric, I'm getting in the weeds, but there's many aspects to fighting against the Morningstar that I feel are super janky and advantage the Smite Cleric, not just in addition to the damage output potential, but in the kind of like jankiness and unreliability of trying to play a nuanced blocking first style of play against it. There's just too many advantages to the Morningstar for me to have any respect for it. So despite the fact that the Smite Cleric has to only do melee damage, can't drop aggro, gets shot to pieces, gets run around, the fact that once they're in melee range, it's way too easy for them to win and survive, and therefore I do not respect them. I have majority disrespect. I'm not impressed by Smite Clerics playing in solo. I'm not impressed on the majority, on the whole. I think we need a nice smooth hybrid to get out of here. Blocking Morningstar with quarterstaff was just too hard. Yeah, yes. A part of being good at the game is realizing you don't have to engage and commit every PvP. And you don't need to let these rogues and rangers kite you and chase them. Yes. Yes, that's kind of another topic, and I'm tempted to go down that road, but I'm gonna not for now. Bring back multi-class. Thank you, Gonzo. Hi, how are you? I appreciate how passionate you are on everything blocking. Thanks, Charlie. I mean, it's my bag, right? It's my jam. It's the thing that I like most about this game. It's probably the most interesting part of the melee side of the equation of combat in this game, to me. It's the hardest thing to overcome. Let's do it. Let's talk about Shield Fighter. Let's talk about Shield Fighter. Shield main, guys. Okay? Where does Shield main go? Where does Shield main go on the list? On this list. How impressed am I at Shield Fighter playing in solos, right? Based on the notes we've heard today. Spoiler alert, it's S tier. I'm gonna put Caster back. I think Caster's more impressive, but confirmation bias, guys. My bias is showing. How impressive is the class playing in solo? Shield Fighter, in my opinion, S tier. It is hard to win in solo playing as a Shield Fighter than the majority of other classes. How do I know this? Anecdotally, case in point, guys. How many other Shield Fighters, not plate-wearing Shield Fighters, do you see running around in solos? it's probably less than 5% of the whole player base. That tells me that it's difficult. That tells me that people try, people get their asses kicked, okay? If it was easy to do this, more idiot fucks would play the class, okay? Idiots like to play easy classes. The fact that you see a ton of rogues and a ton of warlocks tells you that these classes are easy to play, okay? Some of these classes are easy to play. Other classes are very difficult to play. How do we know this? How many shield fighters do you see in solos? How many? How many do you see? Me. Maybe 3 other people, right? Why? Because it's hard. Because people don't like to lose. And therefore people stay away from classes that are hard. Why is it hard? Why is Shield Fighter S tier? What are the things that Shield Fighter has to overcome to win in solos? Let's talk about it. First and foremost, if you're playing a Shield Fighter and you're taking a blocking first playstyle, you have to aim to block. You have to aim your shield. You have to anticipate your opponent. You have to put your shield in the right place at the right time to block the attack and prevent damage. This means you have to have an encyclopedic understanding of the attack pattern of every weapon in the game. This has been my area of study for almost 2 years, okay? You could name a weapon and I can tell you how it attacks. Thankfully, it's pretty basic, right? There aren't that many different things that weapons can do, thankfully. There's no feinting, there's no fake outs. The weapons just attack how they attack. Most opponents do regular attacks or do jumping attacks, so it's not that big of a deal, but still, if you want to try to block first and counterattack, you have to be able to anticipate the attack pattern of every weapon in the game. On top of that, you also have to overcome the atrocious amount of server desync in this game. These Temu servers, these basement budget, crappy ass Ironmace servers, right, where they hide our pings because they don't want us to know that we actually have a ping of like 240 milliseconds, right, playing in our home region. Not only do you have to anticipate the attack pattern of your opponent, you have to put your shield there ahead of time. That is very difficult to do. That is something that I still struggle with because you cannot believe your eyes. You cannot react with your eyes. You have to always be thinking 300 milliseconds ahead in time, okay? Because of that, it makes playing Shield Fighter in solos very difficult. It's why you don't see anyone doing it really. Also, what's another headwind? What's another thing Shield Fighters have to overcome? When you have your weapons out, you are slow. Especially if you're holding a sword and a shield. If you have 2 weapons in your hands, you are slow. What is the most important stat in solos? Move speed. If you're trying to catch someone and do melee damage, and you have your weapons out, you are moving slower than they are. If you take a swing, you're moving even slower, okay? So almost the only way to overcome the move speed differential, to get the move speed boost you need, is to run counterattack and then use the extra move speed bonus from that successful block. You need to block first, even if you want to catch up to your opponent. That's hard. That's hard to do. There's one more thing I'll say here. One more thing I'll say, and that is the Shield Fighter, unlike other melee builds we've seen, I think, in my opinion, takes on more risk for no reward. A blocking first playstyle where you have to put yourself in harm's way to use your shield to block to prevent damage. What is your reward? Not one-shot damage. This is not a longsword riposte, okay? If I get a successful block, my reward is I get to do a mid-level of damage. I get to hit my opponent once, and then we're back to resetting and I have to block again. There's no one-shot potential here. I have to earn all of my melee damage. Shield Fighters have to overcome the fact that they are taking incredible risk in melee range for minimal reward. And that's another reason why this is a very, very difficult, very risky, very challenging class to play. And when I see other people playing it, I respect them. I have the highest amount of respect for these classes in solo because of the move speed differential, because this class lacks a one-shot potential. What are some of the unfair advantages that fighters get access to? There are a couple, right? We're not saints. Fighter survivability. The fighter gets access to fighter skills and fighter perks that make them more survivable, including second wind. So I'm not blind to the fact that the fighter does have advantages to recover health mid-fight, and that in some instances can be very unfair or very demoralizing, right? That can be an advantage that other classes are annoyed by. I understand that. I also believe that a shield fighter, in the use of the shield, there's an unfair advantage in the shield fighter's ability to prevent damage from PvE. If we're talking on the con side, what makes shield fighter less impressive as a class in solo? The fact that shield fighters, including myself, crutch on the shield to prevent damage from PvE. I have not had to learn a big part of the game, a spacing and juking part of the game that rogues, that slayers, that casters have to learn, because I just get to block mob damage, right? I get to rely on my shield to take damage off the table. It's easy for me to walk through Inferno. It's easy for me to navigate certain PvE situations because my shield can block. When I'm playing without a shield, I feel like I've got a lot of things to learn about this game still. So the classes that have to rely on spacing and juking and understanding how mobs move and move their body to prevent damage is impressive to me. The shield versus PvE is a crutch, and is one reason I think that you could look on a shield fighter and be like less impressed by. But overall, I think that there is a vast majority of things that the shield fighter has to overcome to play in solo. That's the reason why you don't see many people doing it, because it's difficult, and it's the reason why shield fighter is in the S tier. Okay, sip of water. I feel naked killing PvE without a shield, definitely a crutch. Yes, absolutely. Slayer arc when? I tried it for like 2 nights, and I was carrying a buckler the whole time. Even my Slayer build smooth. I'm using a buckler. I can't let it go. I can't. I'm not that good. This is looking good, right? This is cool. This is fun. Thanks, guys, for coming along. It's gonna get nasty, okay? It's gonna get nastier. Where are we going next? Let's talk about... We haven't talked about a rogue yet, have we? Let's do landmine. Let's do landmine. Okay? We're getting into it now. We're getting into it now. Where does landmine go? How am I going to rank this one? Again, we're talking about fighter melee bias. We're talking about... It's just my opinion. Okay? Where am I going to put landmine rogue on the chart of how impressed or unimpressed am I with landmine playstyle in solos? How impressed am I with this? I'm putting landmine in B tier. This is a hot take. This might be the hottest take of the day. I'm putting landmine in B tier. This means that I have an equal amount of respect and disrespect. I have an equal amount of I am impressed with landmines, and I am not impressed with landmines. Big 14 months, time has flown, and still impressed with the attitude and demeanor of Blinn and Clippy, with cultivating an awesome community. W, respect you. Thank you, Gonzo. We had a good run, Blinn. Spicy take, I love it. Most annoying class to fight against as a fighter. Is it? Is it? I disagree. I'm putting landmine in the B tier. I am equally impressed and unimpressed by landmine rogues. Let's talk about it. Why? Why? Well, on the plus side, what makes it impressive to me... Oh, thank you, Gonzo. And I'm sorry I missed... Was it a Joey Calabrese? Thanks, Joey, if you're still here. I appreciate this, man. I appreciate it very much. Sorry, I was kind of mid-rant. Thank you, Gonzo. Appreciate it. Okay. On the positive side, on the impressive side, for the landmine rogue, at least the landmine rogue is dealing melee damage, is in melee range, is taking melee risk. Okay? For as shitty and stupid as full invisibility is, and let me not mince words, I want to be very clear. Full invisibility is a dumb thing to have in a full loot PvP video game. Other games have very interesting and creative solutions to this. Little outlines, little distortions, a heartbeat sound, something to tell you that there is a player there who is invisible, right? I understand that a lot of people are frustrated by Landmine Rogue primarily because full invisibility is stupid, is a dumb part of the game. But at least the Landmine Rogue has to deal their damage face to face as a melee fighter, okay? As a melee fighter bonus. I respect classes that deal damage face to face, okay? At least it's melee risk. Also, I believe that the Landmine Rogue has to anticipate players, right? There is a degree of like being able to get in the head of your opponent and position yourself in the map, have kind of map or module awareness to lay an ambush, even though that ambush has the tremendous advantage of full and perfect invisibility, which is stupid, okay? At least the rogue has to kind of plan that, and there's a certain amount of time, and I respect that. As personally, this is my personal opinion. It's my personal opinion. I respect that. Also, when the Landmine Rogue comes out of invisibility, maybe I have a higher tolerance for Landmine because I'm able to react and to block, okay? If I was a caster main, if I was a slayer main, if I had no ability to block and prevent damage, then I would have a different opinion on the Landmine Rogue. But because I don't struggle so much, because my shield allows me to react and block and prevent the full force of the Landmine Rogue's melee onslaught, the ambush, I'm able to fight out of ambushes most of the time. So I'm less perturbed by this class, which is why, for me, I have a higher tolerance and a higher level of respect for it, okay? It's a melee class. It has to get into melee range. The players that play Landmine have to anticipate their opponents, and they have to work with a lower HP pool, generally speaking. And those things I respect. Those things are impressive to me. What is not impressive about Landmine Rogues? Well, full invisibility, as we mentioned, sucks, right? Full invisibility is stupid. Full invisibility is a crutch. Other games have better solutions for this, and I'm surprised that all this time Ironmace has been impervious to the feedback on how to improve this aspect of the Landmine Rogue gameplay, right? Also, what else is not impressive? I do feel like the burst damage that comes from daggers is too high, right? It's almost like it's de facto one shot. If you can do 120 damage in like 1.2 seconds, right? Even though it's taking 3 shots, it's still basically one shot, right? I in general do not have an affinity for, do not have a respect for very fast time to kill, very low time to kill. Any class that accesses that, whether it's a Smite Cleric, or it's a Longsword Riposte, or it's a fucking Bardiche, or it's a Landmine Stiletto 3-shot combo, a Castellan Dagger 3-shot combo, I don't respect it. It's not impressive. I think low TTK just isn't that interesting, okay? On top of that, Cutthroat feels bad. And I'm saying this for the people that don't play, that don't main a shield fighter. If you play a class that relies on having access to your skills and Cutthroat takes that off the table, what can you do? That's another unimpressive advantage that I think Landmine Rogues have, okay? They can very easily mob dump too. Very good point. Let's add that in. Very good point. Mob dump aggro. 2 Gs or 1 G in aggro? Any class that relies so much on invisibility, right, doesn't have to deal with a lot of the same issues. Mob dumping is the most annoying thing, yes. Yeah, and there is a club, right? Clerics and plate locks and bards? Maybe. Fighters, right? The classes that can't go invisible have to deal with the mobs. And let's be also honest, the mobs in Dark and Darker like are very annoying to deal with, especially in a high roller environment, right? Cutthroat canceling my 4-second demon transformation does always feel bad. Yes, I can only imagine. Anyway, all in all though, I think it's harder. I do think in some ways it's harder for a landmine to win than a cleric to win, a smite cleric. And so I'm comfortable with this. Again, this is just my opinion. It's just my opinion. But in my opinion, right, for my personal bias, I have a little more respect. I'm a little more impressed with people who can play a landmine than people who can play a kind of like divine version of Club Barbarian, right? Smite Cleric. Cool. Where are we going next, guys? We're getting down to it now, right? Oh, we're getting down to it now. Should we do the other side of the rogue equation? Let's stay on the rogue train, shall we? That's definitely a hot take to me. Yeah, we're not gonna, again, like, it's just, I'm not taking it too seriously. I just, like, I have more contempt for smite clerics than I do for rogues. Maybe it's because I'm actually a rogue at heart, right? If we think about it, in my heart of hearts, I'm a darkness enjoyer, right? I play shield fighter like a rogue, right? And so I've just got a little more affinity with rogue brothers, right? Than I do idiot dum-dum melee, right? You were a rogue on Legacy. Yeah, I was a rogue to start. Mosquito Rogue. Where are we going with Mosquito Rogue, guys? Where are we going with this one? This is a hot one. I feel like I've been influenced. I've been influenced by like kind of the budding contemporary sentiment about this class. So I'm not sure where I want to put this. We're going to move these guys over. Oh. I'm not sure, but we're putting Mosquito Rogue somewhere here. Again, we're asking how impressive is the class playing in solo? Okay, and I'm asking, what do these classes have to overcome? What is impressive about any given class? And do they have access to any unbalanced advantages, any crutches? And this is the calculus that gives me my determination of how impressive I believe these classes are playing in solo. Again, I have a shield fighter perspective, a strong fighter main bias. And so that's where I'm coming from. Mosquito Rogue, I'm putting somewhere at the bottom of the barrel. Somewhere in C or D. This is, in my opinion, in solo, it is easier for them to win than not. Okay? I am not impressed by seeing Mosquito Rogue gameplay. Doesn't matter if it's a YouTube video, it's a streamer. I don't care how sick the gameplay is. I don't give a shit about your Mosquito clips. Okay? I do not care about it. What are some of the things the Mosquito Rogue has to fight through? What makes it difficult for the Mosquito Rogue to win? I don't know. Lower HP, I guess. Okay? I guess lower HP. On paper, you'd think a rogue is squishier than other classes. But you can build Vigor, right? You can build Tank Rogue, for sure. Also, you've got double jump. And if you make it easier for your opponents to hit your legs, then that is a huge nerf to damage. You're basically giving yourself a massive HP pool, right? Geared Rogue can build HP, yes. Double Jump Rogue can make you hit the legs instead of the head, which reduces the amount of damage coming in, which effectively increases their HP pool, right? Double Jump should slow move speed again to be H. Yeah. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on this. Let me just... I think this is goodbye song. We're saying no. We're just getting started, guys. It's going to be a long stream. Settle in, dudes. It's a long stream. Lower HP, I guess, is a thing that mosquito rogues have to work through. Okay? What else? What else does a mosquito rogue have to overcome to win? I guess you could say they are vulnerable to melee if they are slowed. So if a smite cleric catches them with a morning star, if a mosquito rogue is trapped in a module where they can't easily navigate or run, like kite in, they are vulnerable, I suppose. They are vulnerable to melee if slowed. So these are the things that make it harder for this class to win. Okay? On the other end, are there any unbalanced advantages that this class has access to? What are the unbalanced advantages here? Well, move speed, kite, damage over time is kind of the perma meta. We think about solos. We think about a style of solo build that has always been strong in a solos context. It's move speed, it's kiting, it's damage over time. It's the perma solos meta. And Mosquito Rogue is kind of the archetypal embodiment, is the quintessential example of move speed, kite, damage over time. Okay? Very difficult to compete against as another solo player if you can't catch them. Very difficult. So this is, in my opinion, an incredibly strong, unbalanced advantage that goes to this class. What else? What else? What's another crutch or unbalanced advantage? This is a big one. This is kind of my pet peeve right now. I'm surprised that it took this long for this to kind of become a thing in the game, but double jump for rogues. Allow them to get to spots in the map that other melee classes can't access. If a mosquito rogue can double jump to a spot that another class can't access, that rogue effectively has invulnerability from other melee damage. And that's bullshit. That's a horrendous blind spot. It's a terrible part of the game design to allow one class the mobility advantage, the ability to access a part of the map that other melee classes can't get to. It makes them invulnerable. They are not at risk from melee damage. They can retreat to those spots to reload. They can retreat to those spots to heal and reset. Because there's nothing you can do as another... If you're a smite cleric and a rogue is in one of those modules, what can you do other than throw one drum, right? It's a get out of jail free card, just like Phantomize. Crosshairs, how are you? It is in ways, it is worse than Phantomize, I believe, because there's no cooldown, and there are so many of these modules, right? A big part of the issue with Dark and Darker as the game, as early access kind of matures into its third, fourth year of being in existence, right? The fact that the maps have not been really tuned up, right? The maps are solved, and there are so many modules in the game that have these spots that can be abused by mosquito rogues for them to get on a rooftop, on a wall, on a fence, up somewhere in the rafters where other classes can't touch them, okay? It's worse than Phantomize because there's no cooldown. There's no moment of vulnerability. If the rogue just stays in those modules, the rogue always has access to that invulnerability. And it's horrible, right? It's tremendously unfair. It's tremendously unfun. And the fact that it's persisted, I'm thankful that it didn't catch on earlier. It's always been kind of an issue, but I think now it's really hitting its stride as that portion of the player base that are always looking for that next kind of meta class kind of settle again on rogue and double jump rogue in particular. I remember back in the day when Ruins first came out, there was a lot of like double jump spots, but a lot of them were patched out, and then crows help. But there's kind of like, it's a bit of like whack-a-mole, right? Like you tamp down some places, but then players learn about other places. Phantomize sucks, but double jump is much worse. You can chase Phantomize. Well said. Well said. Double jump. Didn't double jump used to have a -10 move speed, so it was more fair? That's true. So less people were using it because there was a move speed disadvantage? Right, yes. So there was a thing. And then perplexingly, right, was there any justification for why that move speed penalty was removed? Or did they just kind of do it on a whim, right? Very, very strange. Anyway, completely unfair, completely unfun. People that crutch on the Mosquito Rogue's double jump map spots are basically exploiting, I think. It is not a fair way to play the game. And those people are shitheads, right? They're shithead map abusers that are relying on this to gain advantage. We'll get to that later. But Mosquito Rogue, I am not impressed. I don't care what kind of play they make. It is so easy to win as a Mosquito Rogue or to retreat to safety. It is so easy to not die. It's so easy to break the game that I have no respect. The only reason it's not firmly in D tier is because there's lower HP, I guess, right? Like I don't know. I for some reason have not developed the same degree of loathing for this class as others, so I was kind of like on the fence of where to put this. Anyway, moving on. Lowest blend tier equals top tier. Yes, dope clips. It's true. It's true. The lowest on my list of respect is the class you should probably play because it's probably the strongest in solos, right? Where are we going next? Let's just do a quick Bonk Wizard, okay? Where does Bonk Wizard go? I included this because even though it's not the most prolific, it's not the most popular, you know, I do recognize it as a kind of, you know, a significant enough, like a mainstream enough way to play the class that I wanted to call it out specifically. Where do you think the Bonk Wizard goes? How impressive is playing Bonk Wizard, in my opinion, in solos? You guys were on the same wavelength. In my opinion, Bonk Wizard is in the A tier. I am very impressed with Bonk Wizards in solos. Why? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Bonk Wiz. The first thing, what is a major hurdle it has to overcome? The Bonk Wizard has to overcome long windups, right? Telegraphing. The Bonk Wizard has to cast their Ignite spell, has to kind of like, or cast their other like magic, their fire damage spells, whatever it is. It's very obvious what the Bonk Wizard is doing. And it also, when they have Ignite up, they are very conspicuous, right? I watch YouTube until footsteps, then I landmine. No squishy, no armor. Yes, you guys know. You guys know. What else is impressive about the Bonk Wizard? I'm not going to spend too long here because I don't think a lot of people play it, but I just wanted to give it respect because I do have respect for people that play this way. Slow, limited range options, can squish. Not always. They can be surprisingly tanky, which is really curious. But, you know, I do have a respect for a class that cannot block, that is slower, that has limited or very conspicuous range damage options, that are ostensibly squishy, that telegraph their moves and have very long time-based wind-up requirements. These are all impressive things about the Bonk Wizard. What are some unfair advantages that the Bonk Wizard has access to? In my opinion, huge damage. Huge damage. Surprising amount of melee damage output from the Bonk Wizard. From my shield fighter perspective, right? I'm always surprised at just how much bloody damage these guys can do. It blows my mind, right? In general, I do not have respect for low TTK, for fast TTK, for things that approximate one-shot builds. Grandpa works out, yeah. And the Bonk Wizard, 1-2 taps and you're dead, right? And that doesn't make sense to me, really. They also have good perks, right? Some of the instant casts, some of the arcane shield, the fire mastery. It is a very interesting and I think viable way to play Wizard. And I have a respect for that. I think it does too much damage. What's the other thing that pisses me off about the Bonk Wizard? In particular, as a melee fighter, right? And again, remember that I've got a strong melee fighter bias, right? Trying to block the dang magic staff. The staff swing of it is so janky and weird, right? It's just, it took me like a year. It took me 1 calendar year of exposure therapy and like quiet reflection and like note taking and VOD review to finally understand what I have to do to block this fucking weapon, right? It is ridiculous. So my bias is showing here, but I think it's just too easy to do melee damage. It's too easy to kind of like fight against a shield as you're with a magic staff, whatever it is. Janky staff animation, too much damage. But overall, respect. I think it's impressive. People that have the balls to play, the courage to play Bonk Wizard in solo, you have my respect. Certainly more respect than other classes on the list, right? Staff is the definition of jank. Yes, Doclitz, I'm glad you understand. I feel like the huge damage is fair considering there's a compromise. I agree. And I would agree. I wish that overall there was slower time to kill, more hits to kill for everyone, okay? And I wish I had an easier time blocking the janky staff animation. That's my bias, okay? Hold up, is Blinn using us for therapy? Sure, right? Why not? I got to get something out of this too. I got to keep drinking water here because there's the whole other, after this, guys, settle in, because there's the whole other aspect of this. We're going to do a bit of a sociology exercise after this class ranking. So stay tuned, okay? We're not anywhere near done yet. What's next? Now we're getting into it, right? Now we're getting into it. I'm probably not going to talk about the hybrid lock today. Let's do Caster Cleric, and then I'm going to do Caster Cleric, and there's a reason why. Because after Caster Cleric, it's going to get dark for like 20 minutes, okay? There's storm clouds on the horizon. All the swear words that I never use on stream are all queuing up nicely, right? They're lining up nicely, and they're going to come out, okay? Is it hard to block all stabs or just my flailing? The ceremonial staff has a weird thrust. I struggle with that one too. It's because I've never really seen a lot of ceremonial staff used in melee. Where is this one going? Where does the Caster Cleric go? How impressive do I think Caster Cleric is in a solo context is the exercise. How impressive is Caster Cleric, in my opinion, playing in solo? Guess what? Similar to Caster Wiz, I'm putting Caster Cleric in the S tier for many of the same reasons. And I will say that these three things, these three classes, Wizard, Cleric, and Fighter, in my opinion, these classes are kind of the last remaining soul of the original playtest. A resource dependent, intentional, everything has a cost, you have to rest to regain your abilities. These three classes, to me, represent the core of the original Dark and Darker. And ever since the addition of new classes, we've moved further and further away from this vision. But I have a deep respect. I am very impressed. You don't see it very often, but anytime I see a Caster Cleric playing in solo, I'm impressed. I didn't do Pickpocket Rogue. There's a bunch of different kind of small, you know, more class kind of, what do you call it? Class nuances I didn't pick up on. I didn't do them all. And you don't see a lot of Pickpocket Rogues. I'm configuring my video here. You don't see a lot of Pickpocket Rogues. So I'm kind of like, I kind of left them. I'm saving my breath where I can. Caster Cleric, I have a high amount of respect for. Why? Similar to Wizard, this class has limited spells, and those spells are very situational, okay? It is very hard to play a Caster Cleric in solos. And for that reason, I am impressed. And for that reason, I'm putting them in the S tier. They have limited spells. Their magic is situational. They have to assess the situation and choose the right spell for the job. In addition, the cleric spells kind of suck, right? The offensive cleric spells aren't great. There aren't that many of them. A lot of them require you to kind of anticipate your opponent's movement, right? It can be very difficult to actually deal damage using caster cleric magic offensively, okay? And so because of that, the spells are not easy to wield. The spells are situational. You have a limited number. You don't have that many spells as a caster cleric, and you need to sit your ass down and rest. That makes this a very impressive class. You barely ever see these guys, right? They are on the endangered species list in terms of solo. So whenever I see one, if I die to a caster cleric, I'm never mad. I'm never mad because I respect them. I think it's impressive and I respect them. On the negative side, any crutches, any unbalanced advantages this class has access to? Yes. I believe that they can heal quickly. Any class that can heal quickly in this game, I think has an advantage because for the most part, it takes other classes, normally it takes time to heal up, and the caster cleric has the ability to heal quickly. Also, the caster cleric, both in terms of its spells and judgment as a skill, deals unblockable damage. It's a lot of AoE magic, right? And judgment is unblockable. Mr. Miagton has granted the community 5 executive promotions. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. W. Lily, who's holding her caster cleric line. My mate is a caster cleric main. It's so funny to play with. Totally. I mean, we're not talking about trios, right? I have an even deeper respect for people that play support in a trios or team-based context, right? But in the solo context, they have certain advantages, right? Judgment is unblockable. Some of the caster cleric magic is unblockable. Can be difficult to deal with. They can heal quickly. They are typically very speedy also, right? They can be speedy. I'm going to say good move speed. We know that move speed is important, is all important in solos. And caster clerics, if they're building correctly, will build for good move speed, similar to caster wizards, right? But I think the headwinds, the hurdles they face in terms of their limited spells, in terms of the skill required to assess the situation and choose the right spell for the job, to actually hit and do damage with their inferior cleric magic, and that they need to rest in solo without the protection of a team, makes it very impressive. Okay? Skeletor of Eternia is my support cleric in trios, and we love him very much. LOL. Awesome. If cleric lost judgment's auto lock but got new tools to fight back that are fair, would be healthier. Totally. Totally. I treat them like demon form, run away when they are buffed up. Yes. Okay. Guys, we have reached we have reached the end of the positivity stream. Okay? For a moment here, we're going to go dark. We're going to get into some real opinion. I'm going to use some bad words. Okay? If you don't want to hear me swear or talk shit about a class that maybe you enjoy, now is a good time to pause the stream, take a break, get a snack, come back in like 20 minutes because I've got nothing else good to say. Okay? Here we go. I'm going to do Druid first. Spoiler alert, all these classes are D tier. And by D tier, I mean I'm not impressed with them in solo. This is a ranking that goes from how hard is it to win in solo, and therefore how impressive is that gameplay to me, according to my personal opinion, versus how easy is it to win in solo, and therefore how unimpressed am I of that class in particular. And where this class falls on the chart, right, gives it the S, A, B, C, D tier ranking. Druid is in D tier, the bottom of the list, okay? But of the D tier, I would almost say that these days, I'm gonna move it up next to Mosquito in this kind of it's not the absolute basement. And I never thought I'd say that about Druid, but I feel like finally Ironmace has been kicked in the face enough by the community to say, you gotta change how this fucking class works or else we're gonna quit the game forever. They're like, okay, finally we'll make some changes. So there have been positive changes to Druid, which takes it out of the absolute bottom tier here. Okay, let's talk about it. What are the things that are impressive about Druid playstyle? What are the things the Druid has to do? What are the things the Druid has to overcome that make me impressed with their style of play? There are a couple of things. Let's be fair. The Druid does have to maintain a kind of map awareness. The Druid has to learn the modules and know where they can and can't transform. Let me also be clear. I'm talking about... I just have Druid on the list. I don't have Healer Druid versus Animal Form Druid. And I know there is a division these days, right? I know Druid has now become... There is more of a kind of a binary within the Druid class build space, right? You can now build Healer Druid and you no longer get access to the instant transformation animal form, okay? That's such a good move. That is a rare Ironmace win related to Druid class design, okay? You can spec into Healing Druid, you can spec into Animal Form Druid, and that is a relatively recent emergence, and that's a big step forward. But I lack a bit of nuanced understanding of Druid, so again, I'm sorry if I miss a bit of build nuance. I don't play Druid, I don't play all classes, so I just have Druid, but what I do mean here is Animal Druid. I do mean Animal Druid. I don't have that big of an issue with a support class Healer Druid in trios, and I basically never see like a pure, like bonk Healer Druid in solos. The Druids I see in solos do rely on animal forms, so we're talking about Animal Druid. To play a good Animal Druid, you have to have map awareness. You have to know where you can and can't transform. You have to know what situation, what position is good or bad for you. And that takes time to learn, and I respect that. You also have to have manual dexterity. There is a bit of fiddliness, similar to Bard, where you're always switching between forms, and that is not easy to do just from like a manual dexterity POV, right? So I respect that as well about the Druid playstyle. Also, what else? What else does the Animal Druid need to overcome in order to win? There are limited options for ranged damage. So as much as I hate the animal forms, and like almost everything to do with the animal forms, at least they have to do melee damage until Penguin, right? Historically, all the animal forms have been a form of melee damage, and that meant at least they had to get in your face, and they had to engage with more of the whole combat system to deal and respond to melee damage, right? To anyone just tuning in, this is how impressive is the class to me playing in solo. How impressed am I? And right now we're talking about the things that actually I am impressed by. When I think about a Druid player playing Druid, the things they have to overcome are these things. They need map awareness, they need manual dexterity. They have limited options for range damage. For the most part, they need to get in your face and deal melee damage. And on the whole, I have a greater respect for a class that needs to rely on melee damage instead of range damage. I have a fighter melee bias, okay? That's how I'm forming my opinion, but this is just my opinion. Okay, those are the things that I respect about Druid. What are the things I think are unfair advantages? I think an unfair advantage of Animal Druid is that it actually has the fewest downsides of any class in solo. You might have a different opinion, and maybe my opinion here is like, maybe I don't fully understand the advantages of other classes, but from my POV, from my experience, in solo, I think there's almost no better class to play, right? Druid, Animal Druid, since its inception, has dominated solos. Why? Because it has the best mobility in the game. And in solos, mobility and move speed and your ability to traverse the map is the most important aspect of the game. Having better mobility than your opponent is the cause of winning or losing more fights than any other factor in solo. And I think that the animal form druid has the best mobility and therefore the fewest downsides of any class in solo. They can get in your face and tank as a bear. They can stay at the edge of your melee range and harass as a panther. They can punish as a panther. If they get in trouble, they can chicken jump away, which is just one of the most annoying things to experience, right? You fight a druid, you do the work to get them to half HP, and then they panther chicken jump away to reset. They have access to rat form, and rat form lets them access parts of the map that other classes can't access. It's the same issue as double jump rogue, right? It's the same issue as sorcerer's electric dash. Anything that gives a class the ability to hide and prevent taking melee damage from other classes that cannot access those places is fundamentally broken. Grants that class a kind of de facto invulnerability. We're getting to Penguin, okay? The combination of these things, I'm actually a lot less angry going through because there's a rationality to it, right? There's a rationality here. I think there's so many things I could say. There's so many things that have already been said. Maybe I feel like all these things have been said, so I don't need to like beat the dead horse, right? I think Druid should have a dead horse animal form where they just lay there. They just lay there and bask in the fact that this class has been so poorly designed that it's led to more player attrition and a smaller player base since it came out 14, 15 months ago than any other factor in the game. Druid has been the biggest business mistake, has been the biggest factor in chasing away an otherwise healthy and engaged player base than any other factor in the game. And that makes me sad because Dark and Darker was my favorite game. And if I think about what's the one thing above all else that caused the downfall of this game, that caused the attrition, that slowly choked off the player base and chased people away and made this game worse and worse and discouraged new players the most, right? It's Druid. It's Druid for that reason. I think I've got my personal bias is gonna make other classes lower on the list, right? I think 69 Scary Guy, yes. Anyway, I think it has the fewest downsides of any class in solo. I think it's probably the worst class design in the game because of its game-breaking mobility, right? You give the class the ability to break away from any PvP engagement, to traverse the map, to move through mobs, to jump through doors, to reset at will. The class is basically unkillable, right? In many ways. And there are lots of other examples of classes being unkillable that we talked about. The double jump mosquito rogue is unkillable in some instances. Smite cleric with divine protection is unkillable in some instances. The sorcerer is unkillable in some instances, right? But I think the animal druid is probably the most unkillable of all, and that's really annoying. On top of that, as if the mobility and other advantages of the class weren't enough, when you are actually in a melee fight, in a PvP situation with an animal druid, you are face to face with some of the worst character model design, character implementation I've ever seen in like a contemporary online PvP multiplayer game. The bears, the panthers, they look like they're in, you know, like the old like Victorian carousels, like horses that have like the pole that goes through them. The bears turn so stupidly. The panthers turn so stupidly. I remember my wife, this was like a year ago, right? She saw me playing Dark and Darker, and I was fighting a druid, and it was a panther. And she was like, "What the fuck is that?" And I was like, "This is a panther." She's like, "Is this like, is this like the beta?" Like she thought that looking at the panther, it was so stupid looking, right? This is a lay person. This is like not a dad fan. This is not like someone who, my wife is not like a power gamer, right? My wife is like a cozy gamer, right? Doesn't see a lot of games. Looked at this thing and was like, "What the hell is that piece of shit?" And I was like, "This is the panther." And like, is that the best they could do? Basically was what it was. Everyone, even just the visuals of their long bodies spinning around as the player looks around, and it's so bad. Yes. Okay, the bear form movement is just messed up. It's supposed to be slow, but man, if you turn, you just win. It's true. It's true. It's so poorly implemented. So, I mean, it'd be a different story. They could almost have the escape mobility. I would almost tolerate that. Almost. If fighting them in melee was more satisfying, right? But instead, on top of the broken class design, the broken mobility, all the advantages that they get in a solo context, still, when you're fighting them face to face, they just turn their stupid asses and you miss your swing because they're like, it's a shitty carousel, and you can see that y-axis, that y-axis where they just rotate. It's just there aren't many more examples of just how shitty the game is, right? Dad is a shitty game. It is. We all fell in love with it. We've got rose-tinted glasses for this game because it ticked a lot of boxes for us. But dudes, we're being honest. This is a shitty video game, okay? It looks shitty, it acts shitty, it feels shitty. It's a shitty game. And there are fewer instances of where this is more apparent than when you're trying to fight an animal form druid in melee, and they're just turning and twisting away from you, right? And roaring up and then turning into a chicken and jumping away. The collision box of the bear doesn't mesh with the bear's hurt box at all, and it goes down in 1.5 hits. It's true. Now, like, no shade, right? We all love the game for various reasons, but animal form druid is one of the shittiest forms of the game. Okay, moving on. The last two, and definitely D tier. We've got Barb, and we have Curse Lock. We're doing Barb first. Barb goes into the D tier. Barb is like quintessential D tier. If the question we're asking, if the question we're asking today is, how impressive is the class playing in solo? And to answer that question, we ask, is it hard to win or is it easy to win? I want to say no other class has it easier. Barbarian is the easiest class to win in solos, in my opinion. It is so easy. Let's talk about it. What are some of the things that Barb has to overcome to win in solos? What are some of the things that Barbarian has to push through to win? The Barbarian has to be smart enough to put on clothes. Okay? You have to remember to bring a weapon into the dungeon. Not all Barbs are this smart. Some Barbs don't wear all the clothes, okay? But when we ask the question, what's impressive? What does the barb have to overcome to win? The barbarian has to put on clothes. Okay? What else? What else does the barbarian have to overcome? We're back here. The barbarian, they have to actually click M1. Okay? Once they're in the dungeon, the barbarian has to click M1, and that can be difficult sometimes. Okay? This is my opinion, and right now, I'm not playing in High Roller. I'm just saying in general, right? This is my opinion. This is a fighter melee bias. This is just my opinion. Okay? How impressive is the class playing in solo? I am the least impressed by Barbarian. I think this is the easiest, dumbest way to play the game. And there have been times where Barb has been weak, or people haven't really been focused on it so much, but there's been times where to play as a Barb, and unlike Druid, unlike Mosquito Rogue, unlike Bonk Wizard, I don't have experience playing these classes, okay? I do not. I do not have experience playing as a caster wizard. I have experience playing as a Barb in solo, and when I do, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke. This class, it's so easy. The question is, am I impressed? How impressive is the class? Not at all. I don't care about any streamer, any clip, any YouTube video. If they have a club in their hand, if they have a Bardiche in their hand, who cares? Who cares? Why even bother making the content, right? It doesn't... What are the advantages that Barb has? Let's talk about it. I think they have the best stats. They have the best base stats. They have the most DPS potential. They have the most HP, and they're fast. What is it that gamers often talk about? That triangle, right? That triangle of, let's do this. And we'll say tank, DPS, and speed. Okay? Normally, in a normally designed game, you have 2 of these things at maximum. Okay? Skinny Pete is nasty though. Is he nasty, or is he playing the easiest class in the game? Ask yourself that. Sure, he knows the modules. Sure, he knows how to anticipate other classes. But would Skinny Pete be as successful playing another class? I've seen him play Rogue a little bit, okay? But I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see Skinny Pete. I guarantee you, maybe not guarantee, that's maybe a strong word, but I strongly believe that it would be easier and faster for me to get to enjoy the same amount of success as Skinny Pete. It would take me way less time to play Barbarian and enjoy success than it would for him to pick up Shield Fighter and play Shield Fighter in solo. Okay? Let's see Skinny Pete play Caster Wiz. How long would it take? I think he's a good gamer, and I'm sure he could do it. In time, he would learn how to play these classes. He could learn how to play Caster Cleric. Okay? But it would take anyone who's currently playing... Take Ken Kenobi, right? Who plays a Caster Wiz. How long would it take Ken Kenobi to pick up Barbarian and do well? I don't know, 45 minutes. It's the dumbest, easiest class to play. So when you say Skinny Pete is good at the game, yeah, he's good at playing the easiest class in the game. Okay? That's not impressive. I don't care about his clips. I don't care about his content. I think it's dumb. I think it's on a platter. I've played it myself. I have to stop myself from playing it because it's too dumb. It's too easy. You get sick of winning. And how someone doesn't get sick of winning, right? And move on and try something harder is beyond me. I think that in addition to the best stats, the most DPS, the most HP, and a fast and being quick on their feet, right? They also have control. right? There are shouts. They can drop aggro. They have access to one-shot builds. What don't they have? They are vulnerable to melee-ish. They are vulnerable to melee-ish. I will add that as a headwind, but I don't care. The advantages they have in other instances vastly outweigh that. Because they also have knockback resistance, and they have high impact power, right? So both in terms of versus casters and versus shield fighters, there's just an option for everything. I think this is the easiest, dumbest way to play the game, and Ironmace has never found a way to rein this class in, especially in a solo environment. And you can tell this is the case because in some of the most disastrous patches of the game, what is the class that all of the unscrupulous, the people that are looking for easy wins, right? That subset of the population that are always looking for the easiest wins. When the patch favors Barbarian, they're right there, right? Barb and Barber. There's unscrupulous, thank you, unscrupulous. High healing, in-fight sustain, it's true. The meta chasers, it's true. I've probably seen less than 100 barbs to swipe and over 100 rogues. Yes, that's true. That's true. Maybe because they got bored. Maybe because, like, there's been a few changes to make rogue a little more attractive. But certainly, at the end of the semi-wipe, and throughout the there's been more instances of Barb and Barber, right, than there have been for many other classes. Only people able to survive a 10v1. Anyway, Club Barb. The last thing on the list. This is personal bias, okay? This is personal vendetta. This is me, like, Barb is probably easier. Barb is less impressive than Curse Lock, but I'm still doing Curse Lock last because there's a special place in my heart for this class. I hate this fucking class. I think the Curse Lock is the last thing I'll say. Then we're going to move on to a little bit of sociology, okay? Don't you do it to my beloved Warlock. I'm sorry. You can pause the stream. You can pause the stream. Curse Lock feels more brain-led to me. I also hate Curse Lock. It really counters Demon. You enter Demon form, they can just run for 1,000 years. Let's talk about the Curse Lock. Okay. Before we get into the negative side, let's talk about what does the Curse Lock have to overcome. Because there's a couple things. To play a good Kite Lock or Curse Lock, I feel like you can't just queue up your Squire gear. There actually is kind of a specific build and some specific stats you need to be effective. It does take a bit of skill in, you know, in understanding how the build works. This is Blinn trying to catch fast classes. It's true. It's true. This is, guess what? It's just my opinion. Also, it's a fighter melee bias. So of course I take issue with the faster classes that have an easier time escaping and dictating terms in a solos context. Curse Lock is so frustrating. So it does require a specific build and specific stats to be effective, I believe. And that does take a bit of player skill. You have to learn that about the class. Also, it does require some map and mob awareness. If you want to play a good Curse Lock, you need to know how to move through the map, if you're going to play a kiting style of play, you have to have a route that you can retreat back through, right? And that does take skill. It does take skill and map awareness to plan those routes and know where you can go and how you have to move as you kite, as you permanently fall back in the map, right? It takes mob awareness if you want to have a mob blood bag or heal off of mobs. This is also a thing that requires some skill, some knowledge. So I do have respect for that, okay? what I have no respect for is a build that uses as much move speed as possible, plus life steal at range, and then if somehow you're able to close the gap on the curse lock, they have their amazingly fair and balanced, amazingly satisfying skill to play against Phantomize, right? Move speed in and of itself is the biggest advantage you can have in solos, okay? And again, we're talking about a solo environment, and I'm talking from a slower shield fighter perspective. You need to have the move speed, and the move speed advantage is enough, full stop. But on top of that, they have hit scan, lifesteal. Hit scan spells that steal life and heal the Warlock. On top of that, if you manage to close the gap and corner them, they have Phantomize and the whole process starts again. Why does Phantom give move speed is the real question. What this does, this combination of stuff, okay, is the biggest indication that SDF is a horrible class designer. Has no idea, like, how other people like to have fun, right? Just part of being a good designer is being able to make a thing, is to design a solution that that a large number of people will enjoy. And you don't have to enjoy fighting against it, but this whole approach of tremendously effective for a small minority of the population at the expense of the mental health of the rest of the population is short-sighted at best and is sheer idiocy at worst, right? SDF thinks of fun in a singular perspective. It's true. Back in DT. We're still going, buddy. We got even more after this. I think it's the biggest indication that SDF is just an idiot class designer who has no idea, right? Like how to make a class that is both fun to play and also tolerable to play against, right? And that's kind of like the issue with a lot of these bottom of the tier classes, I feel, is that they're maybe fun to play for the minority of players that play them, but they're horrendous to play against, which is such a problem, right? Move speed, lifesteal, Phantomize means that it's so easy for this class to kite, which means that it's not impressive. This is not an impressive style of play, okay? Also, if that wasn't enough, they still get access to... There's melee options. There's melee options including Book, Blow of Corruption, including Longsword. Like, it doesn't even stop here with the kiting and the move speed advantages. They also have, I don't know, a perplexing degree of melee options and melee damage output, one-shot potential, including a very quick, like the Book Bonk, which is kind of like a recent addition to the game. Like the Book Bonk wasn't always there, wasn't there last summer, for example. Makes it even harder. If you're a shield fighter in pursuit, if you're a melee class in pursuit and you have your weapons away, right? For them to switch to their book and bonk you takes way less time than switching to some sort of defensive position and preventing that damage, right? Dark Reflection is cracked. Heater Shield, Falk as well for serious threat. Yeah, totally. In my opinion, that this was the beginning of the end for the game, like for the game's success, for like our ability to look at SDF's work and think that he knew what he was doing. Curse Lock was the beginning of the end. Before the release of Warlock, it was the original 6 classes, and the game was more about resource management, was more about exploration, was a slower and intentional style of play where the things that you did would be used up, and then you'd have to kind of replenish those assets. Warlock was the first time, I think, in the game that a class was introduced that was entirely like that didn't need to sit down to recover, right? What's up, Wetbeak? How's it going? You know what I mean? I feel like when Warlock came out, it was the beginning of the end in that it was the biggest break from the original 6. And also, it was the first time that the player base, because I was really keyed in to Dad, the player base had a deep and real rejection of many of these design decisions, right? The player base took serious issue with the kind of perma-kiting style, with Phantom Eyes. There was a lot of outcry, right? Where before that, there was a lot of, like, it was hold the line, right? There was a lot of, like, it was one of the first times that, it was the first major switch I noticed where people went, you know, they started to break away from Ironmace and said, hey, this is kind of dumb, right? Okay. I didn't get, I kept it in my pants. I kept it in my pants. That's the list. Now, what I want to do next is, are there any questions? Are there any questions about this? I think that, like, let me wrap this up. I feel like SDF doesn't really know what's going on. And I feel like Curse Lock was the first indication of that. And SDF's refusal to respond to the passionate community feedback and the articulated feedback about how to revise this class, or even just asking questions about this class. Like, it was the indication that he actually doesn't have like a great command over game design, class design, that he got lucky with Original 6. He got lucky with an initial class design, you know, kind of configuration, but every new addition that he made, Curse Lock, and then Druid, and then Sorcerer, in many ways have made the game worse, right? Have not made the game better per se. And if that's a kind of a look at like what he's capable of, then there's a, you know, that doesn't give me hope for the future, pretty much. I play almost every class, but I main Wizard. I'll have to double check and see what was said. Didn't SDF admit that he almost exclusively played trios? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I'm honestly surprised that Swerk did not get put lower. Do you just outbow them as a fighter? Yes. And I also have respect for how difficult it is. I think it's more difficult to play that class. Like, I do have a shred of respect for Sorcerer. I do have a shred. Where is Sorcerer? It's here on the C tier. It's almost at the bottom. I do not have a great amount of respect for Sorcerers, but I respect them more than Barbarians and Curse Locks, to be honest. I'll throw Mosquito down here just to make it cleaner. But this is the list. Oh, behind the cam. My bad. Okay. To this day, I don't understand why Sword can use infinite spells. And that was kind of like the question, right? That was kind of like the question about Warlocks. Because before this class came around, right, the game was spell charge dependent, right? Sork is hard to play. Okay. The next thing I want to do is I want to talk about the people that play these classes, because every time there is a shift in the meta, I feel like there is a portion of the player base that kind of swap over and they play what is strongest, right? There's been moments in time, where almost every one of these classes in the bottom rungs here have been crutched on by meta players, right? I think part of the problem is game design, but part of the problem also are shithead gamers. Are gamers who are just looking for easy wins, right? And will play whatever is strongest no matter what. Sometimes that is animal druid. Sometimes that is barbarian. Currently, it's kind of mosquito rogue. It has been sorcerer. It has been dagger fighter, right? There have been instances of all sorts of different kinds of class configurations that have been crutched on by gamers seeking advantages, right? It's like 92% of players, even if they are schmucks. If you look at 1v1 scenarios without third parties, Wiz will beat Sork most of the time. They can cast all their fireballs in the time it takes. One elemental bolt on cooldown. Yes, I think I agree with that. I think that there is a common saying, and this is where we're going to get into the sociology portion of this. We're going to talk about gamers. We're not going to talk about the game per se. We're going to talk about gamers. And here's where it's a little... We're done ranking classes. Thank you for that. Now we're going to get into a bit of a sociology exercise. There's a common expression that says, don't hate the player, hate the game. What does this mean? I'm ready for sociology class. Again, trigger warning here, guys. We're going to talk, this is kind of where the moral judgment comes in. I kind of abstained from it because we were talking a little more academically about the class design here, but now we're going to talk about players. This game breeds toxicity. It's true. Abuse early, abuse often. What does this mean? When someone says, don't hate the player, hate the game. In other words, I think it means that the game designer has more responsibility to make the game fair than the player has to play the game in a fair way. The game designer has more responsibility to make the game fair than the player has to play the game in a fair way. Is one way to kind of, in other words, look at this don't hate the player, hate the game statement. Another way you could say this is players will always look for advantages to win. You can't blame them. You can't blame a player for playing a curse lock, right? Or crutching on an animal druid, or playing the easiest class in the game every game because they don't want to play something else, right? Because, oh, you can't blame them. Players will always look for an advantage to win. Don't hate the player, hate the game. In my opinion, this phrase is a crutch for someone who knows they are doing something lazy but wants to feel better about themselves. Okay, let's dissect this. Nah, I hate the abuser, LOL. Let's dissect this. Is this true? Is this true? Must we never blame players for playing in any way the game allows? Okay? Must we never blame players for playing in any way the game allows? I'm curious. This has been in the back of my head for many months. I would say even over a year. Dad is such an interesting case study in kind of gamer psychology. And so infrequently is there a game that is so broken fundamentally, that has so many broken ways to play the game, and has so much, in my opinion, inherent unfairness, that we don't get access to this that often. But I've been very interested to question this and reflect on this, and this is the sociology portion of the stream today. Must we never blame players for playing in any way the game allows? I'm not sure. At what point does a player's actions become their fault and not the game's fault? Right? There are ways the game is unfair. There are also ways that players play unfairly. And my interest is figuring out where on the spectrum, in the scale, that thing is. Okay? Take notes, chat. There'll be a test at the end of the stream. Not really. But I wanted to get your thoughts because we never talk about this. And this is the thing I think about all the time. At what point in these following situations is it the player's fault instead of the game's fault? Okay? Let's ask that question. On one side, we've got the player is doing something wrong, so the player is held accountable. Okay? On the other side, the player isn't doing anything wrong, so the game is held accountable. So we've got this kind of sliding scale, where on the left-hand side, we've got the player is to blame, okay? Where the person is not playing fairly, or this person is breaking the rules. And on this side, we've got the player is not to blame. The game should be better designed, or that sucks, but the game allows it. Okay? Let me call up the first example. One sec, I'm just gonna hide my screen. I'm gonna call up the first example. Let's do... Okay, let's do this one. I've got various examples, but we'll start with this one, okay? How about this? Turns off lights. This is a thing that I experience, right? As a darkness enjoyer, as someone who likes to set ambushes in the game, I turn off lights. But in doing so, in the past, when people realize that I'm indeed a person hiding in the dark, hiding in the corner, I've gotten chirped, right? I've gotten chewed out for this. But where do you think this falls on the spectrum here, where the player is doing something wrong, so the player is held accountable, or the player isn't doing anything wrong, it's the game that should be held accountable? Lights off is an option anyone can use. Where do we think this goes? I'd say it depends if you use all the metas on purpose to gain advantage versus Ranger that just so happens to get a headshot buff, so we can't really help that. Bro, just use a torch if it's dark. Moss says blue. I agree, right? I agree. I don't think the player is really to blame. I think if someone disagrees, like, it sucks, but the game allows it, right? The player isn't really doing anything wrong in this instance. Let's try another example. What about installs hacks? What if I go to a third-party website and I find a hack and I install it? Is this the player doing something wrong? Or should the game itself do a better job of preventing hackers from playing the game? Game's fault for having rogues. Dev's fault. This is probably safe to say it's on the further side here, right? Further side. Okay. What about stream sniper? What about someone who watches the stream and then queues in when the streamer joins a map and then goes to the place where the streamer is and fights the streamer? Installs hacks is 100% player's fault. Player's fault. Stream sniper, player's fault. Player blame, right? It's actually very difficult to think what the game can do to prevent this from happening. I guess there are streamer modes, right? It's almost like these two are similar, because I think there is something that the game can do, but very little. Okay. What about using a map exploit? What if there's a little hole in the map that is just the perfect size of a rat, and the rat can go through, and then through that hole, the rat gets access to the boss loot and gets to loot the boss loot without killing the boss, and then makes it out of the game alive? Middle. 70% player's fault. These are the things I think about. It's not gonna be groundbreaking, but like, whose fault is this? Is the player to blame? Is the game to blame? I think my gut says that the game has responsibility, but also the player has responsibility, and it's tough, right? Game or middle, a reddish hue. That's what my gut says too. That, like, it's unrealistic for the game to be able to protect every instance of an exploitable map spot, especially when you're an idiot game designer who introduces a rat-sized character model, right? That it's up to the player it's up to the game to do its best, okay? But it's also up to the player to not exploit the map, right? I'm gonna put it here. What's next? What about bug abuse? So, for example, like duping things. Is this more the player's responsibility or the game's responsibility than exploiting the map? What do you think? What do you think? Bug abuse. Like duping. Highly read. 90% player. Interesting. 100% player. Person. Game can't help bugs. Interesting. Is it worse than hacks? Is it the same as hacks? Player again. Is it here? Depends on how long the bug remains in the game. Aha, you see? Nuance, right? maybe there's something the game can do. If they discover, then they should report and not use it. If they use the bug 10 times, it's the player's fault. LOL. Yeah. Interesting, right? An interesting nuance. Starts very red, goes blue almost instantly if not fixed. Interesting. But the devs should also punish this. Feels more blue, not fully red, right? I'd say this is more the devs' fault than the snipers are. Interesting. So more like this, maybe? Interesting. I like that. I like that configuration. Thank you guys. What about RMT? What about people that go to a website and spend $8 US to get 100,000 gold pieces in Dark and Darker? What about this? Giga Red player, 100% player. Small PP Red. I'm gonna say this is actually 50%. Can you explain why, Newport? You seem to be the outlier here. Sorry for caps. It's all good, Scar. Player for sure. Game can't really enforce this in a meaningful way. Or is the game just not trying hard enough? Because the game could make it so there is no marketplace, right? The game could make it so there is no way for the RMT dorm room to not be able to give currency. The game could be 100% solo self-found, right? They could go SSF and then the game dies rip. You think so? I love SSF. Devs aren't doing their job there enough to prevent. The short version is that the way that Marketplace is set up, there is no inherent value set to anything in particular. Trading for gold is extremely easy, and the way that it is done is by selling garbage item for the amount of gold you're buying. Yes. And knowing we can't enforce it without punishing regular players, I've seen Tarkov go way overboard with their anti-RMT measures. Interesting. Unless you never lose items in dropping, RMT would try to Q-snipe to lose the item in raid. Yes, they would find a way. I do not doubt that those shady MFers would find a way, right? Even in Legacy, where there was no marketplace, you could still, squad up with somebody, go in, drop them the gear, and then extract together. There are ways to trade, right? If there's a way to trade in the game, then there is a way to RMT, right? The question is, though, is the player to blame? Is this full player blame, like installing hacks, or is there a bit of game responsibility here? Can't buy skill. No, but you can, in games where you can buy power, you can buy advantage, right? And in a game like Dark and Darker, I don't think there isn't that much skill involved. It's 50-50. 70% player. It's interesting, right? It's interesting to see what you guys think. The only reason you would go blue is by how hard it's being cracked down on. Frog uploaded a video trading gear in-game to get around solo stuff found a day or two ago. Even games without trading at all, or bind on pickup items, people RMT doing boss runs and giving them whatever the drops are. Interesting. Or you can sell accounts, right? On games that are totally soul-bound, right? You can always just buy an account, couldn't you? I don't see how this is possible to be prevented by the dev. Arkar, 75% player. Clippy agrees with Arkar, I think. This is tough, right? This is a tough one. Who knows? Who knows? We'll put it here. We'll leave a little bit of game ambiguity, but I think I'm erring on the side of a game has to be fundamentally designed a certain way to even mitigate the issue, and even still, there are ways for people to farm up an account, a character, and then sell that character. So someone can pay $30 to just inherit a level 30, a level 100 character, whatever it is. I remember when Diablo 3 went the full other way and implemented a real money auction house for a while in the game, right? In the game, yeah. Anyway, thank you for your input there, guys. Card swipers are gonna swipe, totally. How about this one? Takes handouts. Streamers. Streamers that take handouts. Is this the player's fault or the game's fault? What do we think? What do we think about people taking handouts? Player. Players. 100%. Meh, who cares? 100% players' fault. I think it's a non-issue. Interesting. This is more player versus streamer fault. It's like RMT, but legally. I don't think it's a problem. L streamers. It's really interesting to see the different opinions here. I'm not really bothered by streamers taking handouts. The only thing that sticks in my craw, that rubs me the wrong way, is that those individuals, the streamers that have the privilege of having an audience, get to access a form of convenience that is not available to other people. It's almost as shady, as dirty, as unearned as RMT, right? What's the problem with RMT? Any schmuck with $8 can buy 100,000 gold. What's the difference with taking handouts? You have to be a streamer and have some kind of audience, and then put your hand out and you get a unique kit, right? Blinn W streamer gives dividends instead of taking handouts. Isn't the dividends technically this? Technically taking handouts? Yes, but I don't wear the handouts. It is, and I am guilty of this in the sense that I will accept donations. I used to accept donations when enough people in this community cared about this game, right? And actually played the game. I took donations, and my reward was content. I got to take advantage of my audience and inherit items, and then make content from that inheritance, right? And so that was an unfair advantage that I had as a content creator, because I could use my audience to get access to wealth and items that otherwise I did not earn from a concept standpoint. I don't think it's a good or bad thing. My issue is when the streamer uses it in raid, because then the streamer is using it to gain an advantage in addition to gaining content. So the difference here is I would never wear the stuff I would get as dividends. It would always get passed back. Oh, okay, why my other message didn't send? I never would have used like the majority of the stuff I gave you. And that was our reward. DK knows. RMT doesn't bother me. It's the effect of the gold farming that I care about. Charlie, interesting. OCE, right? To me, RMT is a non-issue, but most of my games are ruined by teamers and min-maxed by gold farming. I don't know if it's just a guy. Well, they can only use it in raids. Interesting. I think that there's nothing the game can do to prevent streamers from taking handouts if you're going to have a marketplace. I was saying from a concept standpoint, we were the ones getting the handouts. Oh, I see. So you guys were the streamers, right? Benefiting from the handouts, the dividends. That's funny, Zawzide. That's funny. Yeah, hackers, botters, and teamers are incentivized by RMT. Yes, and that's bad. Yes. As a streamer and as a content creator, and someone who plays the game and farms up, like my stash, I take pride in this. Like I played solo self-found and I farmed it up, and I've got all these really nice gems, and I've got all these really nice things. Like I've got a lot of really nice jewels, and this is all kind of worthless now that the marketplace is coming online, right? But part of me feels, weird that like I play the game and I farm that stuff and I take the risk, and so when I go into raid with that stuff, like it feels weird for me to see other streamers just put their hand out or succumb to the kind of perpetual offering of people wanting to give them things, right? I wish SSF was a permanent option. Totally. Me too. Anyway, we know that the player is to blame, but how big of an issue this is debatable, right? Is debatable. I agree. Who really cares? The amount of impact that like a streamer running a handout kit is minimal. It was just an interesting to get your take. Okay. What about this? The fake friendly squat. Player issue or game issue? Player issue or game issue for fake friendly squat? If you squat to pretend you're a friend, and then you betray, and you kill the person that you befriended. Player, of course. Player issue. What can the game do, right? How is the game... Should always kill, no matter squat. Rogue player behavior. Player issue 100%. Yeah. There's nothing the game can do to prevent this, right? Player but fun. Disable crouch. Yeah, right, eh? Disable crouch. Backstabbers suck. Player for sure. Player. If friendly, why no comms? Uh-huh. 100% player, but respect to the scumbags. Interesting. Moving on. That one is the easy one. What about this one? Spontaneous teaming in norms. Right? Spontaneous teaming in norms. Where, so you are in the cemetery in ruins, okay? You're in the cemetery and you're fighting a cleric. You're a fighter, you're fighting the cleric. You're in a melee engagement with a cleric in cemetery, and then a druid comes flying over the wall, and you both stop. You and the cleric both stop and look at the druid, and then fight and kill the druid. You team up on the druid organically. This is literally every norms game. Is there anything wrong with that? First of all, kind of, right? That's not a problem. 100% game. This is normal. The player is not to blame. This is the game that sucks maybe if you're the druid, but the game allows it, right? Gang up on the druid, always morally correct. Yeah. I spontaneously teamed with a Faustian Skelly against a bard. Red flag for me, but we both got destroyed by the bard anyway. That's funny. Okay, cool. Well, this is spontaneous teaming in normals, right? Just kind of happens, right? That's a kind of, that sucks, but the game allows it. This for me is a don't hate the player, hate the game kind of thing, I think. Okay, moving on. Exit camping. Extract camping. I saw, who is the guy who does all the AI videos? He posted one where he was also saying how he used to be like a shithead rogue, and he would camp like a rope extract in the ice abyss, and he would just stab people on the rope going up. Game 100% game issue. Is there no player agency here? Is there no player agency here? Does the player have no blame in this? The devs could change it a bit, mostly rogue issue. Do you think that the person who's camping the exit, player has no blame? People issue, check your corners. Part of the game. It's scummy, but come on, like 75% game. It's prime, don't hate the player, hate the game. This is interesting, right? This is interesting. In my opinion, okay? In my opinion, this is worse than turning off of lights. You can do better than this. If this is how you have to fight to win, right? Then that's on you a little bit. This is an easy way. I don't have a problem with it either, per se. But on the morality thing, right? I think that the player is to blame a little bit. I think. There are several solutions to this the game could implement, and they choose to do none of them. Yes, well said, Zyozide. Yes, I agree. The game is to blame. But I think this is... It's funny how it was almost like 100% for the fake friendly squat, right? People 100% put that over here in players to blame. But camping the exit it's interesting. Can we make a green area where the player is doing something good just for the fake friendly squat? Turning off lights is a game mechanic, though. It's an intended strategy. Yes. And yet, some people believe that that's an unfair way to play the game and do not like it. right? What else? There, finally. The final question here. Only plays meta. Only plays meta. Okay? Currently, they are playing Double Jump Rogue. 4 weeks ago, they were playing a 50 Dexterity Club Barbarian. And before that, they played 3 months of Druid this year, right? Nothing wrong with meta. Fix your game. Player 90%. It's divisive, right? Middle in every game. Toxic community fault. Middle. Non-issue. It's so interesting. I love to see where everyone else is. Because everyone's got a different take, right? And all we can do is share our opinions. There is no right answer here. It's a different internal map for everybody. And I think it's so interesting. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Middle, but I feel more on game. I played most Barb when Locke was the most abusive. Yes. Have you talked about the Faustian Bargain? I have not. I personally hate this addition to the game. Makes solo Goblin Caves unplayable. It makes it harder it makes it even harder for a class like a caster wizard or a caster cleric to sit down in Goblin Caves, right? I'm not a fan of the Faustian Bargain per se. I think, and here's the thing I'll say on Faustian Bargain. We'll talk about this for a second. We'll get your thoughts too. Faustian Bargain. I have an extra space here. I think I spelled that correctly. Let's talk about this for a second. What do not I like about this? I applaud them for trying something new. Okay? I applaud them for trying to make the game fun and interesting and trying something new. It's a risk. And anytime an entrepreneur takes a risk, I think it deserves respect. What I don't like about it and why I think it is a net negative for the game is that it cheapens the whole experience. This game is supposed to be a dark dungeon crawler, right? It's supposed to be a dark dungeon adventure. If you have a bunch of shitty mobs with no jumping animation, just jumping, right? And it cheapens the experience of the whole game. It makes the game feel more like a throwaway, crappy battle royale, crappy hero shooter than it does a serious dungeon crawler that deserves our respect. It also makes it's another highlight of just how shitty the mobs are and how stupid the mob design is, right? Mobs have mob Q and remove jump. It's tacky, says Charlie. I think it's kind of fun here and there. It also seems like a lot of dev time for a satisfying 5 upvote Reddit thread submission suggestion. Funny. I like the idea of running around as a little goblin, but the implementation is pretty whack. I think that it was almost a good idea, but what it does is it further underscores how much of a joke the game actually is. And we don't need other reminders of how shitty and jokey and campy and tacky this game actually is. And so that doesn't help us. Okay, of this chart, right? Of this question, don't hate the player, hate the game. Must we never blame players for playing any way the game allows? At what point does a player's action become their fault and not the game's fault? I want to consider this from one more angle, one more perspective before we close the presentation and do a whole loop on the whole thing here. I want to compare this exercise to in real life examples, okay? IRL examples. Here, the term game design means our laws, and players means people in society. I want to take this idea and I want to try it quickly in a real life context just to see how it compares. Consider this gradient between something illegal and something legal but frowned upon. Okay, it's similar to this. It's similar to something that's the player's fault, something that's the game's fault. But here we're saying the gradient is now something illegal and not allowed, actively punished, right, by our laws and by our society. In the middle, we have something illegal but not always punished by law. And then something here on the far side where it's not illegal, but it's disliked by society. I feel like there's an analogy here, right? Spontaneous teaming in norms or turning off of lights or camping an exit is not like technically illegal, right? But it's frowned upon by some people, right? So we're going through the examples here. For the illegal examples, I chose just kind of like traffic violations because I figured that was kind of something that was relatable to a vast number of people, okay? Something that is illegal, that is not allowed, and is actively punished. Speeding in a school zone. If you're going 70 in a school zone, you're doing something wrong, and I hope they catch you and I hope they punish you, right? This is your fault. If you are driving on the shoulder of the freeway, of the highway, right? If you're taking advantage of a lane for emergency vehicles just to make it easier for you to bypass traffic, that is not allowed, and there's a reason why this is actively punished. If you park in front of someone else's driveway and block a car in, right? This is illegal, it's not allowed, it is actively punished. I hope you are towed, okay? But here in the middle, we've got something that is illegal, but not always punished by the law. For example, maybe I'm enjoying a sandwich in the park on my lunch break, right? And after my sandwich is done, I pack up my container, my wrapper, my trash, and I put it in the trash can. But then I see somebody else who also just had their lunch in the park, and instead they throw their styrofoam, they throw their wrapper just on the grass. They give no fucks. They just litter it in the park, okay? That is probably technically illegal, but the likelihood of someone being punished by law for doing that is very, very low, right? It's the same thing with pirating software. It's technically illegal. They litter while pirating software. Imagine. It's the same thing with people who don't pay when they get on the subway, right? Police would be annoyed if they called for that. Yes, totally. It's illegal, but not always punished by law. We go to the far side for something that is not illegal, technically, but still disliked by society. If you have to mail something for Christmas and you're standing in line at the post office and someone cuts in line, if you're standing in line for concert tickets, you're standing in line for a job interview, or you're standing in line for some reason, ice cream, right? Like a popular Instagram ice cream place, and someone cuts the line, that's not illegal, but you are going to chew that person out, right? That is disliked by society, right? If you are really good at tax sheltering, at tax evading, right? There are multiple ways to do it. You own a private corporation, and instead of paying yourself a salary, you pay yourself via dividends, and you intentionally pay yourself. The dividends you take out keep you in a certain tax bracket, and you keep money in the company, and you do Section 40 rollovers, and you have numbered corporations offshore, and there are ways for you to, minimize or mitigate or outright avoid paying your fair share of taxes. Tax sheltering is not necessarily illegal, but I think I frown upon. I do not like people who have the money to find ways to shelter themselves from paying a fair share of tax, right? Fish overcooked, straight to jail. Minor spelling mistake, streamer fail. What did I do? Which one? Sheltering, nepotism. Nepotism. Is that right? Did I get this right? I should not be saying this, but I am very good at this part, LOL, of my job. Yeah, and there are ways to do it, right? And it's legal. And it's a whole skill set. And understanding how offshore shell corps can work and the tax law of different states, right? That's why every corporation is either in Wyoming or Delaware. It used to be Delaware, now it's Wyoming, right? Nepotism. Thank you very much. Right? Nobody likes nepotism. Nobody likes it when the boss gives a job to their son or daughter, right, that clearly aren't good enough to have that job. It's a tism. As I said earlier, if you're not using frowned upon things to take your advantage IRL, you're probably not doing as good as someone else who is. It's true. It's true. And that sucks. But what I'm trying to say is, in all these examples, in all of these examples, when it's real life, even though some of the examples are not illegal, right? We can still map ways that the person is responsible, that the person is doing something crappy, right? It's easier, in my opinion, when we have a real life context. It's harder with a game. It's harder with a game to see the ways that players still have a foothold in responsibility for their actions. But when we see it, compare it to real life, the real life examples, it's easier to see that even if something is not illegal, that someone can still be a shithead, right? Does the individual ever get a free pass to avoid blame here? In my opinion, no. IRL, it's easier to see how individuals always have responsibility. We blame people in society for doing something crappy, even if it's not illegal, right? It's a thing that we're pretty good at. Where am I going with this? Back to the original thing. So back to the statement of don't hate the player, hate the game. Ultimately, I reject this statement. I do not agree with it. One, I believe the game design should strive to anticipate issues of fairness and balance. It's the game designer's job to anticipate issues of fairness and balance, to make a balanced game, okay? But also, players are also responsible for their choices and actions, and can be judged for taking advantage of system weaknesses to gain advantage. In other words, the game can be shitty, and players of the game can be shitty, right? You can take issue with bad game design, and you can also dislike lazy, advantage-seeking players who abuse that bad design, right? That brings us back full circle. I think the people who crutch on meta, who play these easy classes in solo, are are lazy, advantage-seeking gamers, right? This is my opinion. There are ways to play this game that nearly guarantee your survival. And not only do I think that is boring, I think the people who crutch on those playstyles in a PvP game are kind of pathetic. There's no empathy for others. There's no belief in one's ability to overcome obstacles. In a game where it's versus the computer, in a PvE only game, in a single player game, do whatever. Break the game. Speed run. Look for glitches. I love that. I'll watch that. I love that content. But in a competitive, full loot PvP game where people are wagering their time effectively, they deserve a fair fight. If you're going to wager your time in a full loot PvP game, they deserve a fair fight, and crutching on metas and abusing game mechanics is powerfully lame, even if this person considers it fun. Okay? People can crutch on meta classes and bad game design to gain an advantage over others, are lacking something that is valued by our society. And I think that is courage in the face of adversity. It's a form of cowardice. And I believe that most people think being a coward is pathetic, right? And that's the issue I take with the people that insist on playing the strongest classes in solo and never kind of branch out and challenge themselves. Let me follow this up with one bit of media. One thing, just to put a bow on the whole conversation. Here. This. Are you ready? This is a blast from the past, guys. This is a snippet from the Darkest Hour podcast from July 17th, 2024. It's like 14 months ago. It's a long time ago. Soma, Jay, Spud Hunter, and Soda Poppin' are talking about the game. Okay? Back when you could see Jay's face. Remember Jay's face? Listen up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for situations where like, fuck, and there's nothing you can do. That should happen, but it shouldn't be based on simply how a class is. And they walked up to you. That shouldn't discussion. That shouldn't be a thing. That sucks. I hate them warlocks. I I think everyone. I think I'm like honestly clerics. I think you're a loser if you play warlocks or clerics in solo right now. 100%.
And if
Awesome. What did he say? He's saying basically, I think that the game should allow for situations where you are put in an unwinnable spot, right? That should happen. You should be confronted with situations that are very hard for you to survive. That's fine. But when class design is so broken that someone can just walk up to you and you're dead, basically no matter what you do, then that sucks. And the people who play those classes are losers. And that's unique. That's distinct because not many people will go that far and actually put the onus on the player. A lot of people will say, don't hate the player, hate the game. And what I love about this clip is that Soda Poppin goes that extra step and says that if you're doing that kind of thing, if you're playing this broken game in that way to take advantage, then you're a loser. You are a loser. And I love that. I don't think unwinnable is the right word. There should be bad matchups, not pointless ones. Knowing there's nothing you can do versus knowing it's hard to be... I totally agree. Static sticks. And this is the issue that I'm running into with certain classes in solo. It's amazing. This clip is from like 14 months ago, right? It's the same problem. It's the same problem, and that's remarkable to me.
More traps down. That maybe would have helped them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for situations where like, oh, fuck, you know, and there's nothing you can do. That should happen, but it shouldn't be based on simply how a class is.
Mm-hmm. Like, yes.
And they walked up to you. That shouldn't discussion. That shouldn't be a thing. That sucks. I hate the warlocks. I think everyone. I think I'm like honestly clerics. I think you're a loser if you play warlocks or clerics in solo right now.
There was a time where Smite clerics were dominating, right? Where curse locks were dominating. This is back with bunny hopping. This is back with there was a ton of differences that made those classes extra punishing, right?
100%.
And if it's my solution, you have to run to a door and break line of sight and run. That's not good either. That's bad.
Yeah. What does Soma say? And my solution is if you have to break line of sight and run for a door, and that's your only option to like try to survive the encounter, that's also bad. That's bad game design. I agree. And so when I remembered this, I got a really weird memory for things that just like I saw this in passing and it made a bookmark in my mind. And I was like, you know what? Didn't Soda Popping one time call people losers for crutching on meta classes? He did. And I dug through and I found this. And it makes you wonder too, right? Like, where are all these guys? Where are all, like, who's playing Dark and Darker? A bunch of people who are dad-pilled, right? Who love something about the game. The game, though, it's amazing how, like... I feel like the game had a chance for mainstream appeal. Thank you very much, DK. Or I should say, Old Man Schneely. The old man guys. Turbo Muffins. Welcome in. It's interesting to think, you know, that the game has not been able... It's an indictment on SDF's decisions and his class design and his approach to game design, where people... like Soda Poppin'. I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything. He has 9 million followers on Twitch. Okay, he's of a stratospheric tier of streamer. I don't know anything about the guy, but I know he played for a good couple of weeks, and he quit the game because of warlocks. Basically, he was like, I remember there's another quote where he was like, you know, I was gonna boot up Dad today, and then I remember the warlocks exist, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Right? My concern is that we're about to re-enter an era of kind of warlock dominance, right? When the marketplace opens back up, the Chris Dagger is back, warlocks are strong again for some... I just don't know what it is, but it's interesting that player base oscillations aside, right? And there's different things you could attribute to there are more or less players playing or interested in Dark and Darker. The fact that Dark and Darker has not been able to attract and retain streamers of a certain size or certain caliber is another indication of the game's shortcomings, right? It's just those of us who are kind of bitten by some aspect of the game that kind of are sticking through thick and thin, right? Playing the game no matter what. Other people that treat stream more like a business or like have a lower threshold for pain, right? Have long left the game, right? Long left the game. These are all interesting perspectives, but I cannot relate to much given that I've only been playing the game 2 months. I'm hoping Dad can pop off as it has in my household and group of friends. That's awesome. Melanith. That gives me hope, man. That gives me hope that, like, as new people discover the game, like, on the bright side, Dad is not yet in 1.0, right? Like, those of us that have been plugged in and kind of suffering along the ebbs and flows over the past, like, 18 months, like, it all could just be, you know, a prologue to an actual 1.0 release when these guys finally figure out what the heck is going on and bring the game to some sort of releasable state. My concern is if the water map is their kind of like most recent, like, ta-da, like this is what the game is going to be like going forward. The water map is janky as shit, guys. I was watching N-Boss last night trying to run some Faustian, and like he was at his wit's end. Like he was trying to play, like he was speed running Wizard, and like the map was so laggy that his like magic missiles weren't even coming out properly, right? Janky, unoptimized, unsurprisingly water combat feels like ass. Like soggy bottom, right? And so part of me wants to be optimistic. But I'm gonna be honest, my optimism like wanes, right? With each passing season, that they don't have what it takes to compete with other modern titles. SDF wants this to be a 10-year game. No fucking way, dude. Like the water map, the mob AI, like the map itself, sure, it's interesting, but the animations, like the quality, the experience of the map in totality, not just from an aesthetic perspective, but like it just can't compete, dude. Have you seen the Hunger playtest? Like, have you seen Mistfall Hunter? Have you seen other games that have proper teams that are actually doing it? You know what I mean? He meant to say 10-year-old game. Yeah, it does feel like a game from like 2015. Holy moly. Anyway, I want to be optimistic, but I don't know. I'm also completely ready. My body is ready for the next game that is good and deserves our full attention. And I hope that when that day comes, that you are all also interested. Because what I would love is for all of us to recapture the same shared interest in a title, because it unlocks so much from a community perspective. Okay? It unlocks so much. Speaking of community, one more reminder that we have our monthly roast, our community event, our surf and turf, our media share event coming up on Saturday, October the 18th, where we invite you to save and share your clips of Dark and Darker. Let's get it in, guys, before, who knows, before the next game. This could be one of the last chances we get to have a little roast, right? I just like the community here. We like having you here, Lily. Please, Ryan, 6 days a week. We believe in you. Yes, true. So keep this in mind, guys. Share your dad clips. Share your clips in the the roast submissions channel in the Discord. Druid Martian form. Oh my god. Razzle, because we're going to outer space next. Oh no. It's true. Okay. I'm going to have a quick bathroom break and we're going to have a little decompress yap, and then we'll decide what we're going to play, okay? BRB. Thanks for listening, guys. That was I was nervous about that. I think that I was nervous about that. I think it went better than I prevented myself from. I didn't want to chew individual people out too much. I think I kept it focused on game design. I've been wanting to do something like this for a long time. I really appreciated your feedback here, because this is a thing I think about all the time. When I am frustrated by certain aspects of the game, I think about these kind of questions, and this was a lot of fun to go through. Good discussion. Thank you, guys. Okay. I'll be right back, and then we'll think about what's next. Minotaur Maze, anything but space. Totally. Anything but space. High tier discussion would recommend much. Wow, thanks, Arkar. All good ideas will be ignored by devs. Oh, has there ever been... I was thinking about this too. Has there ever been a fantasy game, an instance where like an actual fantasy game kind of blended outer space? And I'm such a boomer that the only thing I could think of was Final Fantasy II. Was like a fantasy game, but you go to the moon. And I was like, okay, that's an example of a fantasy game that has space. Warhammer 40k, but is that fantasy? Is 40k? It's kind of fantasy. Thank you, Clippy. Tier list being on a criteria that manages to basically invert the scale is 10 out of 10 rage bait in a good way. Zazad? In a good way or bad way? It's not. There is Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, it's not 40k, right? Science fiction fantasy. 40k tries to mix fantasy and sci-fi. Yes. Fantasy Star. Final Fantasy does the best job at mixing olden times and futurism. I agree, Star. I agree. It's good for that. Bit of steampunk too. Final Fantasy VII was like steampunk. Man, I'm losing my voice. That was a lot of talking. How long have we been doing that? That was hours of talking, was it not? Literally no one asked for water map or space map. It's true. It's just, it's completely harebrained. It's completely harebrained, just like he doesn't know what he's doing. I feel like we're not gonna see some of the really exciting numbers we saw at the start of Wipe, right? Wasn't the space map a joke? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Water map was cool, just poorly executed. I agree, Lord Sama. There's aspects to the water map that are really nice, really interesting. I like some of the underwater vistas. I love the bottom left corner. There's like a jail. There's like a wet jail down in the bottom. I love it's so nice, but no one is ever there, right? You know what else I love? Let's give some credit here for this too. I love the fact that the handgun didn't break the game. I think that it's so easy to overlook when nothing bad happens, right? If the musket, if like the hand cannon did like, I don't know, 90 damage or like shot faster or whatever, was easier to use. Yeah, the hand cannon is actually perfect. It did not disrupt the game. It still does enough damage. Like, it is actually very well executed, surprisingly. I was so worried for a pirate gun, but so, right, we give credit where credit's due. Water map mostly met the expectations of what I thought it'd be. Cool, yet something I don't really want to play when I want to play Dark and Darker. Also, I did not expect it to be so laggy. I agree with you, Zauzad. I did not expect it to have so many performance problems. And it really does. It's like the PvP, for the style of PvP that I enjoy, which is one of nuance and counterattack, it is highly unplayable for me. I was hoping for a Glock with a switch. Guys, I can't wait for Hunger. I can't wait. It's gonna light this community up. It's gonna light this community up. We're gonna have so much fun playing that bloody game. It's like Dad Tarkov. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. What do you mean? What do you mean Arc Raiders in 3 weeks? Yeah, I'm excited for that too. But I got a big old melee bone in me, right? And from what I've seen, Arc Raiders doesn't have the same sort of melee. Escape from Dad Tov. Maddie O. Hunger isn't until 2020. We'll have fun with Arc Raiders. It could be very good. Is any idea of money for Hunger? Not sure. Arc Raiders is $40. I need to see gameplay. Yeah, it's a shooty game. I don't mind it. I'm not afraid. Vermintide and Darktide with me to satisfy the melee bone. I have faith in Midnight Walker devs. Sure. I'm just like, there's something about the modern everything building. You know, different people are, it's third person, I'm still playing it. You know, it's good. Yeah, there is, Morgenstern. Don't get Clippy started on Morgenstern. Clippy has been kind of bugging me to play. Morgenstern is in early access, guys. Okay, what are we going to do next? What are we doing next? We're engaging my audience. We're going to start a poll. What now? What now? You tell me. There's 4 things we could do. Play solo dad. It's on the list. What else could we do? We could play Mega Bonk. We could play Mega Bonk. What else could we do? We could play Heroes of Might and Magic 3. It's a game from like 1995. Or we could play Morgenstern. I'll buy it. What now? You tell me, guys. Play Solo Dark and Darker. Play Mega Bonk. Play Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Play Morgenstern. Hello Kitty's Island Adventure. I wish. What did Zao say? The everything building of Midnight Walkers is weird, but I think it's a cool way to do modules in a modern setting. I agree. I'm willing to suspend realism for that, yes. I think Zazite is also addicted to the wrench strategy that emerged, right? Zao got very rich off a wrench. Just play some Minecraft to de-intoxicate. Should play Darkest Dungeon 2. Interesting. I played a little bit of Darkest Dungeon. It's decided already. 29 votes. Hey, you have spoken. Actually, more votes for Heroes of Might and Magic 3 than I thought. Actually, Darkest Dungeon would be amazing. It's basically just the club, though. I know. It's funny how I don't carry the same biases into other games. Like, I feel like I got set on a certain path in Dad early on, and that, like, my outlook or my strategy in the game got crystallized. And it's hard for me to change how I play Dad because I have this kind of pedigree, or I have this this tale of experience. But when I play Mistfall Hunter, I have no problem playing like more of a MOBA, more of like a spacing and tactical retreat style of game. All the execs were excited for anything but Dad, lol. It's true. I think people are in a Dad mood today. Very understandable. That's fair. I'm open to it. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is on sale. I have so much experience playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3 from when I was a child. Maybe slightly older than a child. Anyway, people have spoken. As execs, we must service our company. Less than 50% want Dad. Well, how about this? We'll do an hour of Dad, right? I'll wear some of these kits that I earned. And then we'll do a little bit of Heroes of Might and Magic, because I would love to do that too. Let's put on some of this. Let's just put on some random trash. And get in there. Look at the trash we have. We have enough trash to go around. Should we put shoes on, or do we go shoeless again? Seriously, Blinn, when you have some free time, give Red Hook's Darkest Dungeon 2 a try. You really dig it. I've played Darkest Dungeon 1 for a whole night, and I really liked it. I didn't have a lot of other time to get into it, but thank you, Manolith. I will do that. I appreciate this. There's going to be some time. I don't have any interest in grinding AP in Dad. I don't really have any interest in playing when the market opens up. So next, as we wait for Arc Raiders, there's going to be a couple of weeks here. Maybe we'll try the Manor Lords update, right? Darkest Dungeon 2 sounds good. We'll have fun playing Morgenstern. Who knows what's up? Some things will be up, though. We're not playing with any shoes to start, okay? We have to find our shoes. Is how we're playing. When was the last time you got Demigod? Maybe season 5. I got the nameplate. Whenever this was. Whenever the nameplate was the, what do you call it? Was the reward. I only ever got it one time. And then I was like, I don't need to do that again. Why do you keep your pots like that? Good question. That way, see how my belt is full? I've got something on every spot. If I right click, it automatically puts the thing I right click into the top spot of my number 3. So I keep pots off my belt because I like to be in the dark. I don't want people to see where I am. But then if I want a pot, I simply right click and it populates that to the top of my slot. Gripper's out. We're doing it. We're gripping it. We're gripping it. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Single pot stack meta. It's been my thing for forever. It's because I'm a rogue at heart. I don't want to be seen. And I gain advantages. If my opponent can't easily see where I am based on a pot on my belt, we already have a player here. It's good for me. Mage is here. This is a rogue with a Chris dagger. I'm going to put on a round shield. No, I'm going to go heater and Viking sword. That's how I'm going to fight this Chris guy. More coverage, but a faster attack. Here's the BOC. Blocked his BOC. Phantomize. He doesn't know what to do. Edit Phantomize. Back attacking. Block BOC. Shield slam. Now we throw. He got nuked by the mage. He got nuked by the mage. The guy does not know how to play against someone who can block. Is how it feels. We got him. Okay, let me calm down here a little bit. We got lucky. I needed the fast swing of the Viking sword to do damage there. Get ready for Chris Dagger, guys. The instant Phantomize. It doesn't know what to do, right? Oh, okay. We were just chilling. We were talking, right? We were sharing opinions. There's a bard here. Man, this game. BDF, welcome in. Thanks, nice blocking. Appreciate that, man. Let's see if he has anything good before this bard shows up. Still have a couple of those things. Where's the mage at? His body just moved. It's weird. Thank you. Shoesies? I'll put his shoes on. I'll wear his shoes. Okay. Bone helm, long sword. Interesting. Interesting. Gripper's in. Hey, we earned it. We earned these shoes, I think. I think it's safe to say. I'm gonna switch my headphones. I want to be able to hear a bit better. And it's my AC is kicking in. 1 second. This should be a lot louder. Oh. Did I have... Was I double audio this whole time? Now that I can actually hear myself. No. Okay. Just sounds a lot different here, like this. I can hear so much clearer in the... over the ears. Player here. Hard to chase in this module. Let's see what's up. Squire to Riches is awesome until you get ice caves. I believe it. Oh, I somehow split the difference. Let me see here. Anybody? I heard steppies. Let me see. Until they do something about double jump, and as Warlock gets access to the marketplace, solos is going to be horrendous, guys. It's gonna be horrendous. Okay, got my axes. Yeah, these are fancy headphones compared to the $10 ones, yes. Tons of life but stale. Was I shouting for most of that presentation? I feel like I could have probably been talking a lot quieter. Hot take, remove Phantomize from the game. Caves wouldn't be bad except for everyone hangs out either in mid or hive and then just jumps down and things get hairy. It's true. Oh, here we go. Another warlock, I think. He's fighting mobs. Okay. Hybrid lock. If it's a halberd, we'll have to decide how we do this. Let's see how close we can get. We're listening. Dead player here. A druid. I'm not sure if I've been spotted. They can surely hear me. I think I might be still inconspicuous though. Halberd. I'm not sure how that hit me, but... Okay, let's be smart about this. Space the halberd. The curse hurts. Dark bolt could be good because I can block that. Yikes! The shrubs was a good shot. I'm gonna risk a bandage. Okay, now we got... He's kind of backed in here. Okay. Let's see if we can block the attack here. Nice. Blocked his BOC. Can't interrupt the halberd, though. You have to watch this. Be very careful. We survived the BOC. His curse is hurt. He missed that. Let's see if we can space the halberd. Nice. We're in close. But it's so hard to get in there. Oh, it's risky. Oh, I missed. That was my chance there to turn the table. I hit him. In the dark, we can heal. He can't see us. Oh, tough. He missed. He missed. Maybe a chance here to get another bandage in. He's flame walking. Darn. Blocked him. Ooh, we're close. Wow, we got him. Good fight, brother. Good fight. Yeah, right, we got him. Wow. Holy moly, dudes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That's probably the best I've ever played. In terms of like using the the things that I should have learned a long time ago, that's probably the best I've ever played. -1 dad play? No, he knows. That was a good fight. This is a guy who knows. He's not going to be. That's it. I'm playing Barb. It's cool. Wearing a dead man's shoes. Let's do it. Let's mine this up and get out of here, maybe. Take a breath, shall we? Huzzah! Let's pretend like there's some interaction required. That I have to, like, interact with this to, like, exit. Okay. There. Whew! All I'm saying is that Warlock and Sork wouldn't be as bad if Clarity Pots didn't need you to sit, but nobody wants that again. You're peeking. Thanks, Webbeak. Thanks, guys. Thoughts on Perfect Block? Not as useful as Shield Slam. Shield Slam is basically like Perfect Block. It's more generally applicable. Perfect Block is only good against the heavy impact melee, and not everyone runs that. Shield Slam is just more useful broadly. That makes sense. Cloak upgrade. We'll take our shoes off, okay? We'll go back here with no shoes on. No shoesies. We'll gem up a kit. After I die, when I die, we'll just run some gemmed kits. Because I've got all these gems, and we can make some pretty sick kits. I got all these nice jewels. We can gem them up. But that's later. I also probably don't need to pick up any more treasure, because we don't have any more space to hold the gold. And there's nothing to spend money on. Drawbridge, low-key the most interesting static. Totally. Yeah, like it's there. There are extracts that have interaction costs, right? It's there. It's just not fully implemented. Weirdly. Happy Monday, guys. Thanks. I was nervous about that rant because I didn't want it to get too negative, but I think I stayed above it. I was nervous about it. That was really cool. Been wanting to talk about that for a long time. Happy Monday. It was perfect. Thanks, man. High tier. Thank you. I hope the game pulls a Rust and comes back better. It's possible. It's cool that, like, Rust shows it's possible. Look how stupid he looks. Look. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Out of the darkness, right? You're in like a winner take all, like fight to the death dungeon combat situation, right? And out of the darkness comes this guy. Mixing red and purple and orange. Has the dumbest hat you've ever seen. He's not wearing any shoes. Amazing. Let's go. They can pull a Rust for sure. Green sash. Yeah, right. Green sash. Okay, I got a ton of space. I can just record to my heart's desire. Feetsies. Little steppies, guys. Little steppies. We gotta earn our shoes. We'll go east. We'll go east. Little feetsies. Yeah! That was weird. That almost didn't work. A rapier? Ooh, a rapier. Skiter. Does this work? Oh. Yeah, that works. But if I do that, it unloads my bow randomly. Nothing for shoes, nothing to lose, totally. It's kind of insane how different Norms is from High Roller. It's like two separate games. Yeah, I have no interest in playing High Roller. I think the game gets less interesting as the builds get more broken. Like, I've always been a normals enjoyer. I've always just liked, you know, minimal gear. I hate the mobs. Like, I don't like that the High Roller mobs are just like kind of like a faster, dumber version. It's just not a great increase. It's weird. And so I learned a long time ago that I can just not play High Roller and I'm a lot happier. Right? High Roller mob damage is absurd. Like, it's just hard for no reason. Like, there's no... Anyway. Respect for people who stick it out and actually endure that. But it's not me. It's not for me. We got some pots, guys. Let's see if I remember to do pots. Ryan Goonling. Okay, what's up? You're awake. Who woke you up? When did you wake up? Maybe I'll go round shield for a little bit. I'll just clear this out, because if I don't, it'll annoy me. What the? Oh, weird. Horrendously done. Horrendously done. High roller mobs would be more fun with less HP. Let them do more damage even. It just takes too long to kill them right now. Interesting. One-tapping mobs makes the game too easy. It's supposed to be hardcore. I agree. I don't mind difficult mobs. I just want the experience to be fun. Almost made it in. We almost made it in. I wonder if we can trap this guy. Oh, short sword action. I like it. Ooh, nice work. Let's slow him down with a shield slam, shall we? We get a block and a shield slam. Missed him. Another player in. Ooh, I overcommitted on my falchion swing. And now this cleric is in. That's a chance for us to just take 5. That was lucky. The cleric had more rage for the rogue than myself. Appreciate that. Probably a bad place to heal because I'm close to the door. Oops. Clicked weird. I clicked forward? What did I click there even? Should have maybe stuck with the... What do you call it? The heater shield. Let's do that. For the cleric, interesting. Do this. For his smite damage. Push him away. Now we kite. So wait for his smite. Nice movement. Hi, Rusty. How are you? Let's see what's up. He's probably between cooldowns here. Blocked him. Headshot. Don't trade him. Should have put away. Got my axes now. Oops. Good, wait. That was good. He waited for my melee. I could have tried harder there. Need a shield slam. Don't trade. Got a headshot there. Falchion headshot is what we needed. Excellent. He was very clever to wait until he heard the bow. And he punished my bow swap. Yikes. Thanks, guys. It feels like you're playing this so good, but the fights are so close anyways. It's just the DPS. It's the TTK, right? The shield keeps me in the fight for longer than it normally goes. Because normally fights are like 3 swings each, and then it's over, right? He's in shit gear, that's why. Headshot was clean, falchion range, that helped me a lot. Non-PDR fighter too. Yeah, there's a little bit of plate, right? A little bit of plate on the dome. Both players can play well as well. Yes, that's true. No shoesies. Yeah, this guy's, you know, I got lucky. If he had stronger gear, then I'd probably die in like 2 fewer hits. A nice round shield upgrade. Ooh, and a heater shield upgrade. Don't mind if I do. Shoes? I earned the shoesies, right? I earned the shoesies. We're all loaded up again. Okay, cool. Did they make the round shield less crappy? No, it still sucks. Drums are underused. Let's go check out cemetery. Ingvar, thank you. Drums are underused. Drums are so powerful. It's true. Oh. Hello. I want a faster shield. I'm in trouble here. There's a chicken in the mix, guys. There's a chicken in the mix. He's got chicken on him. I want to use that to my advantage. Jump the fireball. Block the zap. I'm in trouble though. I can't heal. I'm gonna kite and heal here. He's got chicken on him. It's a massive advantage for me. Chicken on him is a massive advantage for me. Oh! Oh, that's not good. Yikers, I got caught by the paralyze. That's an open door. I want to be careful of the open door here. See if we can steal one more pot. Charge him. Good turn. Very quick. He's very quick. It's hard to fight with a chicken on like that. Can you imagine? Let's queue out the spell. Very hard for him. Solo wizard, guys. We have the most respect. We have the most respect for solo wizards because I can count his fireballs. Nice. See what happens here. Good positioning on the door. Excellent work. Let's explode. That's all he has. Basically, he hit the trap. Good hit there. You have to close the gap now. We have to close the gap. Oh, I just missed there. A couple more axes, thankfully. Nice. Excellent work. Map taps live. Good fight, man. Good fight, brother. Good fight. Respect for solo wizards. Get out of here. Yikes. A couple of magic protection pots, I think, really helped with that fight. Can you imagine fighting that with a chicken on your ass? Right? Shield diffed. I think so. Came back. What have I missed? Only 3 of the best PvP, like solo PvP fights I think I've ever had in my life. He does a little thing. You see how he arranges his health pots? It's cute. Surge kit for my trouble. Great pot work. Thank you, DK. Blocks and pots? Blocks and pots. Blocks and pots. Is the chicken dead? Did the chicken die? Or no? Forget what happened. What happened to the chicken? I forget. A blue short sword. I'm not above it. I don't need more treasure. We'll take it. I think chicken got bored. Okay. Bro just left you alone for no reason. Random D aggro. Oh, he's here. Is it a player? There he goes. Right? Probably not a player. He isn't just gear diffing people, so that's a win. Let's reset. Back to the nest. purple pot emoji. Can we call you GM now instead of DK? We just call him Old Man. The Old Man? Or Schneely, I guess. Schneely. Mobs are supposed to de-aggro after 30 tiles away. A module is 32 tiles across. Doesn't seem to work this way, though. Oh! Wolf pelt, wolf pelt, wolf pelt. I don't really care about this rapier. Should probably care about the short sword. Maybe I will carry it. I'm gonna drop the Viking sword. I think is what we'll do. I have too many things, guys. Ooh, agility, action speed. It's a nice one. It's a nice one. We'll take our shoes off. Okay, like you do. Man, I've noticed so many streamers, myself included, have just internalized so many of Burnt Peanut's little, like, expressions. It's just impossible. I can't not do it. I hear it crop up all the time with different streamers. Little Burnt Peanut isms. Yep. He's just so dang compelling. Like you do. Call me what you want, but you have to loudly. All right. Burnt Peanut just gets into your head. Bless him. Love it. The devs is return character HP, return all random equipment rolls, returning, removing additional damage modifiers except for the headshot. Nerf damage on a shield slam. What a joke. Shield slam needed to come down. It did a lot of damage for no reason. It did a lot of damage. It's got the slowing effect. It can be used out of a stagger animation. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. No shoes. No more treasure. We need no more treasures. I can't get over how awesome he looks. What's your stat priority? It depends what my primary weapon is. If I'm playing with a falchion, I want the action speed, dexterity. But if I'm playing with an arming sword, then I want strength, and I want add fizz, true fizz. I've been absolutely folded by Pavis shield slam before. What's the counterplay? Good question. Like your movement, dragging around, trying to get your attack to extend past either on the side or above. It's hard to do. Just remember that they can't see you. So you can kind of edge to one side and then do your best to reach around the side of the shield and get your weapon in behind the hitbox is the best thing I recommend. Fire. Kill it with fire. You gotta fake left, go right. Yeah, it's the visibility that's the biggest thing. They can't see you, so you can edge. Thank you, Origami. Nothing like a good reach around. I regretted it as soon as it left my mouth. I was like, well, that's gonna get eaten up, right? Where's Mike Hunt, by the way, right? We haven't seen Mike in a long, long time. Bless that guy. Since I play Wiz, my spells weren't hurting him. He walked me down like a dog. I had nowhere to run. Yeah, it's tough. You can get at them from behind. Yeah. That was a wonderful string. Hey, you said it, not me. Thank you, everyone. Let's get out of this module, shall we? Just too much work. Too much work. Okay, I'm ready for my good luck to run out, guys. My good luck is gonna run out. Yeah. Round shield. I'm gonna go back heater shield for it a second here. Okay, access to a health shrine. Quick pray and move on. Yeah. Noted. I'll hit him from the back next time. Yeah. I could go further, but we'll stop there. We'll stop there. It's probably best, right? For the best. Shoesies. Moving through. Moving through the slime forest. Here we go. 2 dead slimes. Sign of life. We're listening. Cemetery, there's action. Turn this light off. Sork. Didn't see me, I don't think. Shouldn't have gone for 3. Rat. Should have anticipated that. Let's take a second here. Let's be smart. No time to be smart. There's a slayer upon us. Whoops. I'm in trouble. There it is. I got a bit crossed up there. That was a slayer using a castellan, which is very tricky. Very tricky. I think. Yeah, Slayer Castellan. Excellent work. Uh-huh. It's a great name. What's he gonna do here? Let's see how he handles the sorcerer. Well-renowned player. Yeah. Demigod, at least that, right? Who's that OG demigod? Plus 7 damage on dagger hurts. It does indeed. It does indeed. There's a root there. He narrowly avoided the old 1-2 combo. There's the true damage on the rapier. Interesting rapier combo. Dagger rapier. Respect for that, to be honest. Oh, more water. The third attack in the Castellan combo is devastating. Oh, Sork's in. Sork got trapped. There's dagger shot. No, Sork's cooked, I think. Can't get away. Yeah, that's it. Pretty quick. GG. Action speed. No true fizz. No true fizz, curiously. Not nearly as cute as the cat head, right? The crocodile head. I love the weapon mastery changes. Just being able to use anything is fun, or for fun is so nice. I agree. What a gamer. I got a bit crossed up. Oop. I always go to exit game. I always go to exit game. Let's build a kit up. We'll build an arming sword kit, and we'll build it like a dagger kit with the ad fizz. Corpsey. Corsp. Anyone else ever grab a glass of water and it tastes so good you stand at the sink and refill like 3 times? Yeah. Now, Toronto has excellent tap water. We're very, very lucky. That's right. True damage doesn't scale. True damage is good for, like, survival bow. Cold water or room temp water? I like cold water. I'll drink room temp, though. I don't mind. I don't mind. Remember when I quit the game? Because the UI is bad? Buffalo, close to there. Not surprising. Yeah, Lake Ontario, right? Lake Ontario. Ooh, what's hibachi? What's hibachi? I'm a blue water type. Well water so good? Yeah. Well water is good. I don't like the taste of my city's water is too hard. We had a bespoke water treatment plant where I grew up and the water was excellent. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Let's think. We're going to build it up. We're going to build an arming sword round shield build. Okay? And so that means a few things. Means we get rid of what we don't need. Which are these things. Okay, and we'll get rid of this too. For the arming sword round shield build, we want strength. I'm gonna go arm it. We want strength. We'll go light gauntlets. And we got true on this one already. We'll do that. We'll do our funny, fancy plunderhosen, I think, for more strength. You don't need to stack any dexterity with this because the arming sword swings fast enough on its own, if that makes sense. Agility, we'll gem this one up. We want to we want just as much power behind the arming sword as we can get. And then we were looking for true fizz on the neck. And maybe quickness. Oh, this one's already gemmed up. What's the chest piece going to be? I think maybe I will go plate. I want to do a fancy one. How about this agility one? I don't mind this. Looks kind of badass. Uh-oh, here comes Rusty. Uh-oh. Is he in? Is he in the dungeons? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is arming sword your preference, or just serves a different purpose than Falchion or Viking? That's it, Wetbeak. It's got the first two swings are so fast, and I really like that. I like how fast the first two swings are. One second, I'm just gonna wrap up the last of this here. We'll go this one. Now we'll gem. But actually, the arming sword is kind of like my least favorite because the arc is so wide. I find it's so easy for me to lose. Ooh, that's a nice roll. Track and hit the ground. So the Viking sword actually... maybe I'll go Viking sword. Should I? Maybe I'll go Viking sword. Add fizz. We're maxing it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional true and or add fizz damage is how we're playing it. With this, we have 33 strength. We have an agility of 24. That's not bad. I wonder if I could do a little more agility, actually. We'll do a ring of quickness. Add fizz, true fizz, action speed. Most of my shield fighter life, I only prioritize dexterity. And it was only recently that I realized that if you run like a light sword build, 32, 30, you know what? There's a little more damage. I'm gonna risk it. We'll go we'll go Viking sword. I like the attack pattern. It's the flanged mace of swords. And I'm less likely to hit the ground, which I like. And then let's get some decent pots. Let's get a few fancies for fun. Fun, fancy ones. Just like so. Okay. We got our arrows. Now, we're also going to carry a falchion in case we see a longsword. Cutlass. I never really messed with it. I need to spend more time. Why split the pots like that? Because I want to keep them off my belt. I don't like to have pots on my belt because I don't like to be conspicuous. They're easy to be seen. I want to switch to one pot. I want to drink this pot, and then I want it to be off my belt. So I break them out so I can just quickly, if I right click, it hot swaps the potion to my belt. I can drink it, and then I'm back to being in the darkness. We're carrying a falchion for a longsword. We're carrying a heater shield in case I feel like it. Anything else? I would put a sash on, but no. It's a little too pompous. Let's go. Got a little chill, actually. From the AC. No sash, unsubscribe. That's from some Snatch. Heavy is good. Heavy is reliable. Explain why your gun has replica written down the side of it, while my gun says Desert Eagle .50. Sashes are more incentive. Oh, a bard? Not reloaded. Rip. Panther incoming. Let's help the bard, shall we? A little organic teaming. Hey! I was trying to help you. That's fair. It's fair. .50 would precipitate your balls into shrinking, right? Is how it goes. Druid bard here. Healing up. Morningstar Club. There's a Smite Cleric running around. Very fast firing. See if he comes in for melee. What's his melee? A rapier? Interesting. Missed with that. Hit with this. Big swap. Oh. And the druid is here. That was almost a flick. Let's see if I can... No. Whoa! Interesting. Transfer pot. Bard is back. Back again. Bard is back. Guess who's back? Chicken is awake. Wait for him. I'm just gonna heal. Probably should have pressed, but don't mind. I had another axe, but my belt wasn't queued up properly. A shriek is okay. I'll take a shriek. Nice block. Oh, shield slam there. Good damage. We killed him. Got the block I needed. We're healing again, watching for the druid, listening for druid. Sometimes you have to take the disadvantage for them to actually commit to you, right? Does the Franny axe slow stack? It seemed like that second one he was going a lot slower. I agree. Maybe it does stack. That's news to me, right? You like dogs? Yeah, I like dogs. Druid is here. Got the chicken on him. Anything good? Ooh. A few things that are good. Yikes! No, I did damage to it. No, I did damage. No! Dang it. And now that I've done damage, right, it will never let me go. Sigh. I hate it, guys. I hate it. I hate it. I hate aspects of this game. New to melee, been a wizard main. What's the best time to use the shield slam? Usually after you get a successful block. And it's usually against the heaviest melee. So if you're fighting a bardiche or a halberd, and that weapon would stagger your shield, you use shield slam to cancel out of that shield stagger and do counterattack damage. And the fact that you've got +1 knowledge and +1 resourcefulness written down the side of your sword. Very funny. That's very funny. That's very funny. Oh man. I don't want to be in crypts. Ay ay ay. When When it's off cooldown, spam it. To what are you referring, sir? Where am I going here? Ooh, you know what? I still have a dang quest to go to Pyramid. Let's just do that really quick, shall we? A slight quiver in your loins. A slight quiver in your loins. He was asking when to use Shield Slam. Thank you. Whenever it's off cooldown. Yeah, thankfully, like, the devs were very kind and smart to make the cooldown very fast. If it had like a 10 or 15 second cooldown, it'd be a very difficult skill to use. But it's like a 6-second cooldown, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. Hiya! Quick trip to Pyramid, and then we're getting out of here. Whoa! Hello! Little handle block action? Oh, good damage there. A bit of lag. That was the guy who killed a bunch of guys. Good fight, man. GG. A few good blocks there, right? Oh! Ouch! I'm in trouble. You pressed the wrong button. Take advantage of the reds. Yeah, I ran. I took advantage. I got caught off guard. Really good headshot from down the hallway. I ran? I did. I ran away. I would happily take the L there if there was an interaction cost for the gate. I would happily. Because it would mean that other people couldn't do what I just did. You know what I mean? My boy getting slimed. Snatch is a great movie, is it not? Dang it, it's a good movie. Is it better than Lock, Stock? Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels was kind of the same movie, was it not? Also Guy Ritchie. It's kind of the same movie. Thank you, Clippy. Good idea. I didn't get a chance to get to Pyramid. Which one is better, Arkar? I didn't get... Like, I had so many meds, I didn't get any of them. Because I got shot in the noodle. I prefer Snatch more than Lockstock. Does Lockstock have, like, a poker... Is it, like, poker related? Forget exactly. Snatch better. Anything with Benicio del Toro. They're the same movie in my mind. We don't need any more treasures. Where are we going? Check for Skull Key? I guess? Is there a point? I don't have a thing. Yatta-da-doo. Yatta-da-dee. I ain't looking for Vegas and I ain't looking for legal. Hi-ya! Anything good? Upgrade? No. No, nothing good. Hiya! Viking sword working out, right? Hasn't been horrible. Do I hear other people's steps? I'm hearing somebody else's steps. listen. I think it was just an audio glitch. God, Inferno still creeps me out. Inferno is still a creepy place. You know what I mean? It's creepy. By design. Creepy by design in here. I love this module. When I was grinding Demigod, this is my favorite module. It's challenging, but like doable. Let's get a little bit of light in the situation, shall we? I'm gonna do this just so I can hear if someone's coming behind me. And I'll see if we can pull the big bad boy. Pretty basic jump, now that I think of it. Oh. Viking sword. The flanged mace of swords. We got his attention. The flanged mace of swords. Maddie O knows. Maddie O. Yeah. Maddie O and smooth it is. There was a time where I was very afraid of those guys. I think everyone was, right? There was a time. Remember the time when we fell in love. You remember the time. I'm still afraid. Yeah, you know that you've played the game too much when like you're completely desensitized to it. You play the game too much when that's the case. I'm afraid of the Nightmare one. The others are chill. The centaurs? Yeah. Yep. That third attack is just enough to keep you on your toes, you know? Like, you don't really know what it's gonna do. It's cool like that. I don't think I should have thrown those arrows away, but... What is... Amon... Amarth? What is that? Amon Amarth? Ooh, an arming sword? Don't mind if I do. Lovely. I needed another arming sword. I feel like it's fast, but I hit the ground when I don't want to. Often. I also have the bad habit of holding on to my attack click for too long, and it queues up that third thrust, and that's not good. Viking metal. I see. A metal band. In a previous life, I was a metal drummer. A punk metal band. That was my thing. I enjoyed it. I played pretty fast. There it is. Maddie O knows. Let's do this guy. Hiya! 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 Excited for trade to open? Not at all. We'll probably actually stop playing the game. I don't have any intentions to play the game once trade opens, to be honest. Had a great time. Had a great time with Solo Self-Found. Really enjoyed it. But no. I can safely say not a market enjoyer. When given the choice. Or at this point, like, I'm kind of over the game. I'm not, like, there was previous seasons where, like, you know, I was really working on my economy, and, like, I had a ton of, like, investments. I was really playing the whole game. And then just, like, you do it, right? And then the wipe happens. And then, like, you just do it again. You know what I mean? It just kind of, I just kind of lost it. Just kind of lost it for me. These gloves look nice. I'm gonna take those green gloves over the blue helmet. Weirdly. So now I just play the game. I don't even really wear the gear that I pick up. I just pick up the gear. Because it feels good to have a stash full of gear. And that's all I do, SSF. You know it's bad when I'm not even excited for trade to open? Sad. That's sad. These are nice. I'll take them over the chest, I guess. Another pair of gloves, I don't mind. Roger that. That's it. That's how I feel. Let's get back to some PvP action, shall we? Back to some Ruins PvP. The Tipsy Tickler. I've seen a couple of different name variations of Tickler. I'll have you guys know. I'll have the Taint Tickler know. Hiya! I've seen them. Wonder if everyone is running their SSF Bis and High Roller before trade. I wonder. I wonder. This guy has 2 long swords. This is a topless plate lock? Wow. Weird. Topless plate lock. He's just long swords akimbo, right? Do the jump. Kill the bats. Nice. Can he do it? What's the fame? 410 fame. Respectable. Respectable fame. He's got the stacks coming in. In to Phantomize, out of Phantomize. He's okay, I think. He's okay. He's got it. 2 longswords. To each their own, right? With BOC. Yeah, I've been running Fighter Kit for a couple hours. Mystical Blood-Bladed Longsword Lock. Ooh, got tagged by that one. Didn't quite hit the jump timing. Wonder what scream he's on. Knows how to... Look at the timing, right? GG! You got him. Oh, he took the plate off. That's why. That's clever. Because it's... Uh-oh. And look who it is. Come on. Come on, plate lock. Get the druid. Come on, plate lock. He's got some stinky lines coming off him. He's keeping his chest piece off. Risky. Oh, he had it too. He had it. Come on. Oh, sneaky beaky, right? Wait for the Panther swap. What's gonna happen here? Going for the door, I guess. Here comes Panther. No. Druid is looting the Ghost King. See, this I don't mind. When it's 2 classes, and let's be fair, it's not 2 classes I hate. It's 1 class I dislike, versus another class I strongly dislike. Plate lock though, in this matchup, I'm cheering for him. Come on, buddy. Aye. Uh-oh, here comes the Panther. Uh-oh. Oh, the Phantomize, right? It's really interesting when 2, like, shitty skills go head to head. How is he not riposting? I know. Poor guy. I was hoping. I was hopeful. Got the skull key. God, remember back when that would make your wipe? If you found a single skull key, your wipe was made. 50k in the bank. This guy wants it all. Slurping it up. Mostly agility. $767 fame as a druid. 767 fame as a druid. This guy loves it, right? This guy loves druid. Why people even bother with bosses on normals is beyond me. What's your thinking there, BTK? I don't mind the challenge. I'm interested to see what becomes valuable this season with no keys to sell. it's like just gear. Do you think that just gear will hold the value? People could boss in normals for the practice of bossing? The loot isn't worth it? I wish getting the killing blow on a boss would heal you. Oh, longswords. Oh. Interesting. A little exchange. Oh, here comes the Faustian. Here comes the Faustian. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rip. Okay. 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 Let's get ready. Let's get ready to PvP again, shall we? Let's get ready to PvP. Faustian skeleton versus a spear. Yeah, right. This is the video game. It's true. You could sense the rage, right? In like the shambles of the skeleton. You could sense that he was like, God damn it. You know? You could sense the rage. It's funny. Nice pair of green gloves. I love boof gear. I'll say it. I love to play in boof. I love playing in just like regular gear. I'm a boof enjoyer. Look at all the nice things I have. I found all these things. Doo-doo-doo. I found all these things. It was fun. I like it. I like playing that way. I like finding my things and then using them. Or not using them, you know? I like finding my things and then... Not even... I just like just looking at them. Knowing that I found them. It's a good feeling. Moss was right. But potentially stacking... a stacking effect on, what do you call it? The Franny axes. Moss noticed something. That's what I feel like. That's kind of like, it's what it takes to be a good gamer. You have to be a noticer, you know? How well can you notice? And then from noticing is what dictates, right? I find gear, fill my stash, and almost never run it. That's me too, Wetbeak. We are birds of a feather. Some people collect rocks. Blinn collects loot and dad, and then it gets wiped away. Right? You should do the treasure requests. It gives a chest. And it's quite easy to do. Thank you for the treasure requests. Let's see. Quest. Kill Mimic. Okay, we're on the way. Kill Wraith. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. A Wraith and a Mimic. Okay. Expressman. Don't forget your things. Back in the pile, I suppose. Right? I'm not sure if I'm going to have much use for a chest, though, to be honest. I do miss the days where I was grinding for uniques to give away on stream. It was so much fun when everyone cared about the game. You have no idea how motivated I was to, like, get the uniques, to make the games, to give them away, to have a really impressive looking dividend pile. It was so much fun for me. It was so much fun. He's a noticer. It's like those Buddhist monks that wipe out their beautiful sand paintings. Yes. Nothing lasts, right? Nothing lasts. It's a really interesting exercise to put you in touch with the impermanence of life. A painting in sand that one day you just blow away. There's a common misconception where people say there's a Buddhist phrase where they say that life is suffering. But there is reason to believe that it's kind of a mistranslation of a Sanskrit word that didn't mean suffering, but meant unsatisfactoriness. That Buddhists believed that life was inherently unsatisfactory because it was going to come to an end. And no matter what happened, the impermanence of life made life inherently unsatisfactory, because even in the best of times are themselves a temporary phenomenon. The dividend page filled me with childlike wonder. Ooh, shiny. Me too. Me too. And there'd be some things where I could never get myself, but other people would kick in, you know? I felt so honored to kind of be the steward of such wealth and the administrator of such wealth. Where do you think that this person went? I'm going to go back to the cemetery. I think we'll go this way. For dragons covet gold with a dark and furious desire. That's awesome. Call me Smaug. What a great name for a dragon, hey? Dividends was a really cool interactive thing, big fan. I loved it too. The only downside is that it requires like a critical mass of people to care about the game. There's like no point in like making a prize pool that like 30% of people actually care about. Eventually it became clear where like people were playing the trivia games just for fun, right? And like people didn't actually want the gear, or like wasn't that big of a deal, right? People weren't even playing the game. Living statue is there. Oh, there are steppies. We have a looter. Let's see who we're dealing with, shall we? There's a looter here. If it's a rogue, we'll switch to the bow. If it's somebody else, we'll try to close the gap. 100% correct. The word really means desire. It was conflated with suffering. The real saying was meant to explain that suffering comes from worldly desires. Did he hear that? Oh, I missed him. Ooh. A plate fighter. Interesting. Ooh, with a warhammer. Interesting. There's multiple rogues in here. Oh, there's 2 rogues fighting. And there's a fighter. Oh, if I could shoot this guy. I hit him. Imagine. They say that suffering is a flame that burns upon the wick of desire. And if you trim your wick, if you have a smaller wick in life, you have a smaller flame of suffering. If you desire less, you suffer less. I always thought that analogy was very clear. This guy's got a war hammer. He's also got a lot of PDR. My Viking sword isn't great versus his shield. Let's shoot the rogue, shall we? I got stuck in my draw animation. Oh, I just missed him there. Bad aim. Another example of mobility privilege. Thought he was going to keep going. That's a hit, but the PDR is going to take a lot off. He got hit by that. Let's jump over the shield. We're in with him. Missed him. Over the shield. Block. The handle block. Over the shield. No, that's not trade. There we go. He's dead. Cool. He took some mob damage. That didn't help him. He was maybe a little over-aggressive. And then headshot DPS is pretty good. We're in a module that heavily favors double jump rogues. Which is not good. I'm going to keep a heater just in case I want it. I don't need more treasure, but I'm taking it. His wick for damage was too big. Yeah, it's true. Panini Weenie. It's a funny name. I'm amused by that name. There was a rogue that died in here too, right? I need dark enchanted fabric. Enchanted dark fabric. How does it go? I will take that. Sure. Anything else that's good? Oh, a perfect diamond. A perfect diamond. Elemental bolt. I wonder if that rogue will come back. Probably not, right? Oh, I'm wrong. He's back. He's back to loot his kill. And it's almost pointless to fight this guy in this module because of his mobility, but we hit him twice. I don't think he has double jump. Maybe invis? No, he's gone. Probably pointless to chase him through here. We'll try. We'll see if he commits to me. Landmine? Oh, he's gone. He went right through. Where is that? You need 4 purple bangles for the treasure. Thank you. Keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Valgalusa, appreciate it. The inner goblin must be fed. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a compulsion. I know that feeling. Any idea if there's any other quests that require purple treasures? Been hoarding them all. It's a good question. The rogue maybe went this way. I really don't feel like he's gonna fight me though. It's probably gone. Okay. You know what? I love opening these already open chests. Look at this. Look. I love it. Is it better? Maybe. Sure. Better. I love opening already open ones. You never know what you're going to find. Right? Because maybe some Sork opened it, right? And doesn't want the shield. Doesn't want these things. It's still a perfectly good lion's head chest. Aw. Oh, Cam Soda. Streamer. Okay, reset. Okay, resetting. Treasure also asked for a purple dagger, but I believe that's it. Interesting. Interesting? Interesting. Okay. Still haven't found the cock egg yet. Yeah, I got one off of a guy, luckily. A guy had a cock egg in his backpack, and I took it. But I got lucky. So I need these purple bangies, do I? Purple ones? Look. 2 of the same ones there. Too many things, dudes. I have no interest. I think I saw like a Reddit post on like the cockatrice like quests versus what the cockatrice actually like delivers when you finish the quests. And it's totally pointless. It was like you get like a green gem every like 4 days. But it requires so much. Doesn't make any sense. What are we doing here? I have so many things that I don't need. But I can't throw away. I'm a digital hoarder. I don't need any more money either. I'm hoarding digitally. Why? Why? I'm not gonna play this game anymore. But I can't let it go. Let it go. I can't let it go. Why can't I let it go? Why can't I let go of these green boots? You know, I'm obviously never gonna wear these things. I'm never gonna do it. I guess I could spend money on another tab. Let's do it. Let's do it. Another tab. Ah. Room to dump, right? Dumping, okay. Let's just dump. Let's not worry about it, guys. Let's not worry about it. Let's just dump, you know? Huge dump. Huge dump. Huge fan of dumping. Great. That was nice. That was 3,000 gold well spent. That was a good use of 3,000 gold. Log. Hi, Ham. How are ya? Hi, Ham. How are ya? Look how rad my guy looks. Can you imagine? This is kind of like the Homer Simpson when he's allowed to design any car that he wants. He makes a ridiculous looking car, right? Pre-wipe dump. Last dump of wipe. It's so ridiculous that you look like this. This is kind of like, who played Cyberpunk 2077, right? And you got like the Daisy Dukes and like the bomber jacket and the weird like drone helmet. Like future, I think it looks dope. I'm glad you do. I'm glad. Because I think it looks a little bit silly, right? Those pants go pretty hard. It looks a little bit silly. But that's just me. What do I know about how things should or shouldn't look? Did I get another arming sword? I got another Viking sword. I have so many things that I like. Isn't it nice? I think it's nice. Still good on pots. Sell these things. We're just passing the time, guys. We actually had some pretty good fights today. Way better than I thought it was gonna go. Way better than I thought. I thought today was gonna be like fire and fury. Like I thought I was gonna say too many mean things and I was gonna upset people. But instead, we had a very reasonable and mature conversation about kind of difficult topics in the game, which is really nice. Thank you. Thanks for your time today, guys, for hanging out. It's very nice of you to spend time. Let's bring a single lockpick. And then back into the dung, okay? Do I have a falchion? I don't. Must bring a falchion for the longswords, just in case. Morningstar? No, we're good. Let's do it. So good to spend Monday with all you wonderful folks. It's so nice. Plunderhosens are for winners. Ham's a lad. Ooh, Ham's a lad. How have I missed it the whole time? That's an excellent question, Clippy. That is an excellent question. Noblin, you put Longsword Fighter in B tier. I'm mad at you. No, brother, respect. You know I have respect for my melee brothers and sisters, right? It's just the riposte. It's just the riposte. It's just the riposte. And because I don't run a lot of PDR, I do get a little bit miffed at PDR sometimes. Oh, I know, you're just kidding. Matty O. I know, buddy. I know. We'll go this way. I have only axes. I stopped carrying torches, and I carry now only axes. I've been debating just running PvE mode to have a chill time fighting mobs and helping people. That sounds like fun, Lily. Some extra heals in the dungeon. Why not? Oh, we've got someone shooting at me from across the bridge. I'm always scared of a halberd. Lily is S tier helper. Lily's come a long way. Lily has come a long way. I think in a pretty short time for a very difficult game. Arming sword. Love it. Just not taking anything. I should be taking these things. But I'm not. He aggroed on me. There's people here for sure. Let's see what's up. Thought maybe I heard a sork. We're waiting to see what we see. Lily's always hitting me with clutch res. Love to hear it. We're a bit too rusty to be helpful people in the actual game. Yeah, I know what you mean. You really do have to play the game a lot. Oh, it's that Slayer fighters in the game. Again, I'm gonna put them on my heater. Watch it for sorcerers in adventure mode. The wind effects can still move you. Really? Okay. Player incoming. What do I hear? Casting of some kind, I think. I had a warlock still curse me and do a little damage. Really? Plus people who like to lead mobs into you. Yeah, the mob griefing is real. I hear the steppies. Whoa, mama. That wasn't very well played. We'll space this guy. Here we go. We'll block him, we'll space him. Nice. Oops. Have to do a better job spacing. Very fast. That was very fast. Felling axe is scary. If you're not completely right on the ball, that thing will chop you up. I did not play that very well. That's a fast. That's one of those like slow wind up, fast release. I didn't do a good job of anticipating desync there. I think that the challenge I have of a lot of those fast release weapons is I still try to react. I should have been holding block, I think. Is what I should have been doing. Let's keep going. Let's do one more with this Viking sword build where we stack up our strength. And then we'll try a falchion build and then we'll call it a day. What do you think? We have a lot of things to use up. Blood exchange and war sacrifice. What is that? What do those things mean? Blood exchange is he gets HP back, right? When he attacks. And what does war sacrifice do? What does war sacrifice do? I'll take a heater shield. Agility, dexterity? Sure, why not? Take one of you. Keep this one. And then let's sell things we don't need. What does war sacrifice do? Plus 8 all? What? Really? Weird. That sounds weird. That sounds weird. The sound of plus 8 all. Sounds weird. We're building it up. We'll go... You know what? I'll do a little fine cuirass action. I got some strength on these padded leggings. And then we'll do strength booties. Agility, strength booties. We're going to gem those two. Magical power, we can gem you. Dexterity, I don't mind. And then for gloves, how about this one? Yeah, we'll do a little bit of vigor stacking here. How's that sound? Yeah, we got vigor on the thing. Yeah, cool. Vigor sounds good. Okay. Maybe we'll do a neck apiece, shall we? Maybe we'll gem up this nice neck apiece. And then we'll do strength, and how about a vigor as well? Another vigor. Is there a pre-gemmed one? There it is. Look at this. This is going to be quite tasty, I feel. Quite tasty. Let's try it. True magical damage. No, thank you. Additional physical damage. Yes, please. Where'd you go? This one. Thank you. Good. Maybe I can throw a little bit of extra max health on this one? Sure. Okay, equip. Nice. Add fizz. Maybe we do a little gemmy gem. Let's do... Should we do like an HP build too? Sure, why not, right? I never do this. Oops, I already had my gloves on. I just gemmed things for no reason. Magical power, we can put HP. I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Additional physical damage. Ooh, that's a tasty looking neck apiece. 3 dexterity, tasty one. Headshot damage bonus, nuh-uh. Additional physical damage, please and thank you. On. Resourcefulness and knowledge, lovely, right? Move speed, please and thank you. Love it. And... we're just flat HP. Flat HP? No, let's do the bonus. Do the boner. It's the same difference. Good sir, Sneaker Beast, don't use such foul language. Uh-oh, what did he say? Uh-oh, what did he say? I ran Rage and Achilles instead, but that's wild. Wait, take off your pants and jacket. Why added fizz over true fizz? Magic Guy, great question. Thanks to the guild leader and other people in this chat, I have learned that additional physical damage scales with headshot bonus. So add fizz damage can be good if you hit the head, because that 1 damage goes 1.75% larger, or X larger. 1 true fizz is 1 true fizz. It can be advantageous if you're hitting the arm. If you're kind of like you're just hitting any part of the body. True fizz can be good for that. If you're using like a survival bow or whatever, right? But if you have confidence, if you think that you can hit the head, add fizz damage. You'll get a little more bang for your buck if you hit the head, is why. Is the idea. Better with Viking Sword? Yeah, I mean, we're just having a good time, right? We're just trying to have a good time. See what's up. Let's get another bow. Sure, a nice blue bow. Why not? There it is. Look, we're back in business, dudes. So again, I'm using Shield Mastery, Counterattack, Weapon Mastery for the bow, Sword Mastery for the extra action speed and a little more damage on the sword. And then here we're stacking. Typically I would stack Strength, but we're also kind of stacking Vigor. I have 161 HP. Holy moly. I never had that. Lord Sama has bestowed 5 executive promotions on the community. Thank you very much. That's a good reminder, Lord Sama, because active YouTube members are able to attend our monthly community roast live stream, private live stream for executives only. Nick can come, Goblin, Zed Colin, in our Olaf, Space Cake. Ooh, I love the Nick. Look at Space Cake. I like that. Thank you, Lord Sama. Guys, W gifted indeed. Saturday, October the 18th will be the date. Save the date. If you are a YouTube executive, hop on in, right? It's a media share event. We'll be watching clips prepared by you guys. You guys drive the content for the roast, which is always nice. It's always fun. We've had a number of... Is that our 12th one? This will be our... Aw, dudes. Perfect time of year. Perfect time of year for the 12th roast, right? Goblin related to Clippy? Not sure. Shield slamming monkeys in low Earth orbit. Oh, God. Great. It's been a few. It's been a few. 12 roasts? We're getting old, dudes. We're getting old. We're gonna be... That's a trip, man. I never expected... I never wanted or expected to be a streamer. It was not something on the list. 161 HP. That's a lot of HPs. That's a lot. I think that it looks so much scarier when you're the skeleton, right? Compare the difference. Look at how much scarier it is to be a skeleton. Look at this. This scares nobody, right? This just looks... This looks like something, right? But this... Terror. Pure terror. I gotta farm some clips. Yeah, Moss. Just get really drunk and see what happens. What did you expect to be if not a streamer? I mean, I'm still not a streamer. I still am doing the thing that I expected I would be. And that is an entrepreneur and a visual designer. And a brand consultant. I have 32 reward tokens. Maybe at the end of stream. Maybe we play a couple more raids, and then to wrap up stream, we just do all 32 reward tokens and see what we get. I'm glad I stumbled on a random bling clip on Reddit and was like, ooh, cool, this guy isn't a douche nozzle. Subscribed. I think a lot of those early posts to Reddit did a lot for early audience building. There was a lot of activity on the Reddit, right, back in the day. That was popping off. I think two hands, a lot of people, maybe, I forget Moss, I've asked different people at different times, how did you find the channel? A lot of them said Reddit, which is interesting to me. Okay, let's focus up. We got a kit. Let's focus. Douche nozzle is such an old term. I didn't want to say anything, Clippy. I didn't want to say anything. But it's true. It's true. I don't even remember how I found you. It was a long time ago, Gonzo. 14 months, buddy. Maybe even longer, because you've been an executive for 14 months, but you've been hanging out for longer than that. You were at board meeting 1, I think, Gonzo. I entirely forget. I think YouTube algorithm blessed me. Just glad I did. Me too, Gonzo. You should play one class build from each tier. It's probably a good idea. If I cared about playing this game more, I would do that. But as it stands, I'm just happy playing Shield Fighter. I think if I did that, then I would be exposed to a lot of dad, and I've already been exposed to a lot of dad. You know what I mean? Taking a look here. What do we see? Do we see anything here? What do we see? I'd like to see Blinn turn off Brain and play Barb. It's not interesting. That's the thing. I kind of play it like I play Shield Fighter. I play Board Barian. And I block. But I'd use more... It's more like Achilles, you know? It's more like Rage and Achilles. It's really not interesting. And I also feel bad for just running over everybody else. Like, at least, like, the fights today were a great example. The fights today could have gone either way in a lot of the cases. This guy's got meds for days. Blue crossbow? Why am I picking these things up? I'm compelled. Why do I pick them up? Okay, we're listening. We're locking in. Wisp spotted. The bushes don't like... There's more audio glitches in the bushes, I noticed, than a lot of other places. It's weird. Audio bush. We're not looking. Okay. Soul grip on sanity. Cemetery locking in. Sorry, guys. We're locking. I'm focusing. Here are the steppies. The gate is closed, though. And the red is here. A barbarian with a battle axe? I like that. The lever for this door. We're back in the cemetery. Oh, gotta reload. These barbs are maybe in cahoots. Cahoots! Now I really need to find the... Oh. I think I got saved by a wizard. You see that? There's a barb and a fighter in cahoots. I didn't know where the lever was. Blocked him. Let's not trade. Let's not trade. Gonna need a shield slam here. Okay, I've got him. That was close. Closer than it needed to be. Logbarian. I do love a barb with a quarterstaff. I think it makes sense. Thematically, it makes sense. Logbarian. We're okay. I think I got 2 or 3 blocks. It was enough. We still have a fighter here. PDR fighter. Let's see if I can hit him. I did hit him. Got tons of axes. Let's see what happens. Closed door. We're closing the gap. Love a longsword. But let's pull back here and grab our falchion. Ooh, I gave him that one. Blocked him though. Ooh. He hit the tree. Nice. GG, brother. Nice try. Leaning back in real life is the best way to get the block you need on a longsword. It's the best way. Thanks, Moss. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. It's true. Anything good? He's got knowledge on those gloves. Dexterity on the cloak. Respect. Respect that. I don't need these things. I don't need these things. It's better than bad. It's good. Let's see if the barb had anything. Everyone loves a log. Oh, is this Faustian? Yeah. There he goes. Here, get some of your damage in. Yeah. You gotta hit your shots, brother. Weird. The game used to be scary, right? The game used to mean something. The game used to mean something. And now, look at it. It's a joke. I guess they didn't need any more damage for the quest. Oh. A wizard. I don't have a round shield. He's got the reds behind him. Woo! A bonk whiz! He's got zap! He's got invis. He wants to leave this little area. He has. He's hasted. He's not going for the exit respect. Wow, it's a wild effect, isn't it? A bonk whiz! I'll take it. He's hurt. Ooh, he's got the magic shrine, the health shrine. Love that. He stuck me with that one. Let's play in the trees. Here's the bonk. I might switch to my falchion. I shouldn't have blocked there. Oh, I shouldn't have attacked. It's close. I missed with the axes. One more axes. Missed? Oh, I missed. That was close. It was close. Let's heal it up. What a butt clencher. My hands were shaking at the end there. Hi, guild leader. We gave you a shout out earlier for teaching us that add fizz damage is better than true fizz damage if you're hitting the head. Highly useful information. Don't let him camp. That's okay. He can camp. He can get some fireballs back. I'm gonna switch to falchion. Be a bit easier to hit him if he's juking, I think. Everyone loves a log. Headshot jester pieces with bad true glass cannons have been rocking. Respect to anyone who's stuck with rogue through the dark times. Losing battle. Darkness is my friend. He stuck me with that one. Great work. Big trouble here. Bonk for the finish. Got the shield film I needed. Got the block I needed. Oh, not a lot of action speed there. Burning. Oh, burned to death. GG. Great fight. Great fight. Great resets. Could have played better. But like we said, we respect solo wizards. Only 134 fame. Pretty good. Pretty good. That was a good fight. I missed my opportunity with the axes while he was running through the door. And I could have done better, I think, to heal in the dark there, but I underestimated how the fireball would light up the area. Usually, it feels like I don't have... people don't have as many options to light up a dark space. I don't fight that many bonk wizards. I missed out on a bit of the action speed too. There's a bit of like blocking. I guess the impact power of the staff is pretty high. So there's a stagger, more of a stagger than I'm anticipating. We're gonna go one last game. We'll do a bit of send here. Play with a nice falchion. Oof. Play with a nice falchion. Another blue bow. Now we're going to stack action speed. Now it's all about action speed and move speed with the falchion. We don't really care too much about strength. Don't care too much about add fizz damage. It's just about moving fast and swinging fast. And we'll see what we can do. And then we're going to open a whole bunch of reward tokens and see what we get. And that, my friends, will be the stream. Will be the stream. Let's sell. Make some space. Respect to that wizard like he was playing in arena. How so? Just because of the way he was moving, how aggressive he was being? Do wizards typically play different outside of arena? Ooh, look at this Spangen helm. That's a fancy one. Bonk wizard for one. Oh, yeah. True, I guess. True. That makes sense. Strength, max health. Nice. Usually, when I pull out the stops like this, I'm going to fall on my ass. So forgiveness for when that ultimately happens. Okay? Forgive me for when I fall on my butt with all these nice things on. True magical. No thank you. Okay, let's gem it up. Add fizz. I don't mind magical healing. Max health bonus. We can go max health here. And we can go... What do we want? Action speed, maybe? Sure. I do like how they made it a lot easier to gem up, to like tune your build with this stuff. I think this is I'm glad they finally made their way this way. You know what I mean? The rules here aren't very good. I'm not going to waste some gems on these guys. I don't know what I'm saving my gems for, but that would be a waste. There it is. 38 dexterity. I guess, yeah, I've got a couple of epics. I've got a legendary Spangen helm. Let's do it. Get some fancy pots. Get some regular pots. Break them out like I like. Like so. We'll get some emergency bandages. Okay, we need arrows. What's your action speed? Good question. Let's find out, shall we? It is 25% only. 300 move speed with my fists. It's really not that... It's not that spectacular. But it's definitely higher dexterity than I usually run. That's good. 25% is good. Okay, great. Yeah, I got my meds. Right? How about some pots? Let's get a pot or two, shall we? I might not use them. I probably won't use them. But let's think about it. Okay, here we go. Last one of the day. Then we're going to open some reward tokens. We'll call it a Monday. He could have bailed red. Absolutely. Moss is a noticer, right? That guy could have zipped right down the red. And I was filled with a sense of respect. It's the only choice, really. What's that? I always bring some pots into the dungeon. Some pot into the dungeons. I have never once played this game high on cannabis. I can't imagine it. It already took me like a year of training myself to stay calm and not have a mini stroke every raid I get right worked up on cannabis. Oh, thank you. We'll do this and this. Sure. Lovely. Let's go. Slows reaction time. It's more like it would be life and death. I feel like I still have a high reaction time. High on cannabis for some reason. Like I still am a very sharp person. But it's the mental load of like, I would just feel like I would be in the game, and if I died in the game, I would die in real life. Like it would be my death. And that is a lot. You know what I mean? I completely forget entire parts of my kit. I mean, it took me the longest time to even remember I had a crossbow. Right? Like, today was the first day I ever used, like, protection pots well. You know what I mean? Closing doors behind me. We're locking in. I'm not good at the game. Cannabis would not help me. Listening. Pretty fast. Could be faster, but it's out of the counterattack. It's going to be really nice. Pretty fast, could be faster. Oops. Shield fighter. Also falchion enjoyer. Yeah, that's pretty fast out of the counterattack. Oops. Oops. Slammed him. Player coming. Quick bandage here. Sork. It's not ideal. I reload my bow. Let's see if we can get a shot on this guy. Masterclass shield fighting, thank you. Your sweater looks comfy. Is it also a chilly fall? It's actually because we have the AC on. It was a very hot day in Toronto, Landry. Hi, Landry, by the way. And I caught a chill. Oh. Wasn't patient enough. Is this guy gonna see me? Here comes a cleric. I'm in a weird spot here. Counter attack to run away. Let's space this. I'm a bit more concerned about the smite cleric. Reload the bow. Put a pot on my belt. Wonder what's gonna happen here. I got a pot on my belt, but it's in back of me. So they can't see me as long as I'm facing them. Cleric Sork. I'm not sure what's going on now. They don't seem to be fighting, which is kind of weird. Was in the 50s. That's nice and crisp. I'm gonna take this off for now. Let's see what the outcome of this is. Sork is playing the door. What's the cleric doing? You know what I mean? I would love to test my skill against the cleric, but I don't love the idea of the Sork getting in there. Maybe the cleric went around the backside? Oh, he's looting. It's got the book out. Okay, here we go. Here we go. See if we can fade out his cooldowns. There it is. Oh, headshot, but I should not trade the smite. Oop. Let's not trade smite. Punish. Big punish. Shield slam. Don't trade him. He's on the run now. He's got his cooldowns again. Watch the range here. Oops, that was glitchy. Big pot. Uh-oh, what do we say? What do we say? The Sork, what do we say? I would love to fight the cleric. Yikes. Yikes. It was a good clean look at the cleric fight too. Cleric did well. The cleric did well. Oh, the AoE. GG. GG. Let's see if we can Faustian him. Can I? Where's the... How do I... Can I Faustian? Doesn't matter. Whatever, man. It's the name of the game. Third parties are the name of the game. I'm never upset about third parties. And I even knew it too, right? Like, you know it's a risk. Morningstar, it was a good example of how buggy it is, right? Like, you think that you're a safe range, you think that you've got your shield up high enough, you're already in a blocking position, but it just reaches further than you expect. Had I not been clipped at the end there. I think I was trying to talk with my neck up like this. I got at the end there. It's a long day of talking, dudes. Holy moly. Okay, let us roll the dice. Too much talking today, it's true. We're almost there. We're rolling the dice on 31. How many of them are there? There's a bunch of them. 32 reward tokens. 32 reward tokens. Do I have the space? I have a bit of space. Let's see what we get, shall we? What's our reward for playing this season? A Ring of Finesse. We'll take that. Thank you. How's Madame President? Did she make an appearance before I got on? She was here in the very beginning. We pulled her up. Reward token dividends. Ooh, a padded tunic, probably? Yeah, padded tunic. Thank you. A nice one. Who has ever gotten a bag or a box from this thing? A fine cuirass? Cuirass. Here we go. Yeah. Vigilant cloak? Sure. Sure, yeah. I got a bag once. Really? That's very nice. Ooh, a nice Crusader helm. Ring of Courage. I like a Crusader helm. I'm not above it. Got a lot of rings, it feels like. The first season they existed, I see. Heavy leather legs, I guess. 26 remaining. Nice frost amulet, sure. Survival bow, nothing here really. Pastoral tunic, I guess. You can get a bag, you can. Ooh, nice dark leather leggings, lovely. Love it. What else? Ring of quickness, I guess. 22 remaining. Ooh, a flanged mace, plunderhosen, flanged mace. Not anymore? No? Did they change it? No, shut your mouth, they changed it. Tattered cloak, absolutely. Absolutely, a tattered cloak. Leather cap, I suppose. Heater shield. Love it. Padded leggings. Oh, example. Any advice on how I can stay motivated to keep streaming with a full-time job on the side? I do factory work and sometimes I don't feel like streaming every night. I'm too exhausted. My recommendation is don't play the hours game. It's, I don't know. Like I don't know Twitch. I assume you're streaming on Twitch. I wouldn't play the hours game. What I would do is save your energy. I don't think I would be in this position if I started from nothing on Twitch. Not to suggest that you're starting from nothing. I have no idea where you are in your journey, right? I think what worked well for this channel was making some thoughtful YouTube videos to build a small audience first. And then there was a demand, or like, you know, people were asking, do you stream? And we started streaming. Do it when you feel like it. That's a good one, right? I wouldn't just dump hours in. My recommendation, if you want to actually like have a shot at building an audience, and turning it into some sort of like thing that you do, asynchronous video to start to build a small audience is better than just flipping live and being at the bottom of the category. Also, you don't stream every night. I do not. I stream one day a week, right? For maybe 5 or 6 hours, one day a week. And then I save my energy for video content that I really want to make. And I have energy and I'm motivated to do those videos. And then that also saves energy for, like, you know, we did a lot of prep for stream today, right? This took a long time, but it made the stream unique, right? It made the stream distinct. I'm not just playing the game. We had things to talk about. We got a chance to ask people in chat what they thought about, you know, semi-contentious issues. It was fun. Is Thursday coming back? When there's a reason. When there's a game, when I'm motivated to do it. What I don't want is for a Thursday stream on a game that I'm like not that interested in to take me away from asynchronous content. Right now I'm really enjoying having more time, not preparing a Thursday stream, and instead reinvesting that energy in asynchronous content that does other good things for the channel. There's been a lot of good reception to some of the shorts, right? There's been like some fresh energy. There's been some channel growth because of that. Battlefield 6 is not my jam. Battlefield 6 is also not a good game for stream. It's too kinetic. It's too chaotic. There's just too much going on, too much to keep track of. There's no stakes. As a viewer, who cares? Who cares if someone, like, gets 3 kills and then dies, right? It's just not an interesting stream game, in my opinion. Your boy Balloon TikTok incoming? No, Shorts is it. I've never had TikTok on my phone. I probably never will have TikTok on my phone. I only do YouTube streams every day for 3 hours if possible. That's a long time every day, man. Like, one day and I feel like a bad person because I decide not to stream thanks to... honestly, you don't need to. Honestly, you don't need to. From both you and the chat, it was bothering me. I appreciate you. Yeah, I would say if you've got the energy for a 3-hour stream every day, take a portion of that and work on YouTube videos. Work on some, like, work on a 9-minute video. Even if it's just a recording of your gameplay. But, like, have something to say. Like, have a reason to make the video. And I think you'll probably get more traction that way early on than just having a live stream. But I don't know. I haven't really thought that much about it. We just got very lucky with... It started because I was making content I wanted to make. The YouTube content that I made a year ago, plus, like a year and a half ago, like, I was super motivated to figure this game out and make YouTube content. And that earnestness, right, that authenticity attracted people to the channel because I was doing a thing that I liked and talking about a game that I loved. And that has changed now, right? It's a different game now. But if you find something that a portion of the game that you're really, really passionate about, then make content about that and start with there, I think. Social media is brain rot. I deleted all my TikTok, Insta, and Facebook accounts. That's a really... I have not been on social media in probably 10 years. I have not opened Facebook in over 10 years. I don't have a Twitter account. I never look at Twitter. I never look at TikTok. YouTube alone is enough to make me just like, well, like I lose so much time to TikTok alone. I don't need anything else. You know what I mean? We're doing one more run, by the way. We're doing one more basic run as a Timmy. We're going Timmy mode just to give someone a nice pair of pants. Look, I'm going to wear these nice pants. We're going Timmy mode. And it'll be the last one, okay? Wanted to start doing Rust vids. My PC can't play it and record, so I'm saving for upgrades. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough to have the right hardware for some of that stuff. I know what you mean. Taylor? I need my dirty shirt, guys. I need my dirty shirt. Squire. Dirty shirt. I'll take a falchion as well. Okay. No helmet. This is it. The last raid. So I'm gonna get this neck as well. Inconspicuous. Let's see. We want... I only have the 3 perks. Okay, let's do it. We want shield mastery. We want counterattack. And we want... What? You know what? I'm gonna say no to the bow. We'll go sword mastery. I'll say no to the bow. We'll go crossbow for this one. Crossbow. It's the last raid. It's the last raid. Glenn, you're not a fan of the water map, right? No. It grew on me from day one. What the F to today? It might be my favorite map. I think I like aspects of it. I do not like the performance of it. And I play a style of this game where I need reliable performance if I'm gonna try to block and counterattack and all that stuff. And the water map just isn't there for me. It just doesn't do it. Are we ready? This is it. Last one. Last one. What an epic Monday, guys. Huge Monday. We talked a lot today. We talked a lot. First wipe I played anything more than cleric. I can imagine if you're not playing a melee on the water map, super fun. I can imagine it being super fun to run around as some other kind of class, but as a melee enjoyer, what is this? Looks like a smite. This could be a redo. Oh no, I didn't get my shield slam. I didn't change my skills, guys. It's okay. We'll have to do this the hard way. I think I heard him. Here we go. Rip shield slam. Hard way. Hit him. Got cursed. We have second wind, which is kind of nice. I tried to use my shield slam. It was a sprint. One more. Oh, we got him. We out-traded him. I had a feeling he was going for BOC. We beat the warlock. I'm also a skeleton, which is kind of scary. He's crutching on second wind. I am. I crutched. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, a druid? Will you play Arc Raiders? Absolutely. There's a tech test on the weekend of the 17th, 18th. I'm all over it. I will absolutely play Arc Raiders. I, though, am most excited for Hunger. Because Hunger is more of a melee and like single fire like gun game. Hunger is going to be absolutely bananas. Mark my words. It's going to be bigger than anyone expects. They've done such a good job of keeping a lid on it. But when word gets out of what that game is and how awesome it is, people are going to lose their minds. Anything good? Falchion upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Pots. Good fight. Oh, a campfire for me. Good fight. We're listening. Here it comes. It's a whiz! Uh-oh! Uh-oh, Wizzy! Uh-oh! Oh, I tried to shield stun again. How many hits does it take? Yikes. Respect. I've seen... Okay, now that I said I never see solo wizards in the dungeon. We've seen more solo wizards today, right? Than I have in months. Literal months. This guy is just here to have a good time. You can tell. The Squire kit dudes that are in just to jump around and have fun. Love these guys. This guy, he wasn't exactly Squire kit. We'll just take all the meds for the next person that we run into. And they'll be like, wow, this guy must be so good. He like never dies. Look at all the meds he has. You know? Someone's gonna think that about me when they see my backpack when I'm dead. And they'll be like, Blinn, he must be so good at the game. Look at all the meds he has. Right? Mind share. What we call brand building. Ladies and gentlemen, brand building. I can't believe I went for my, hey. Shield slam. Twice. I can't believe people play wizard in this rogue meta. Hey, respect to them. All we can do is clap. We give them respect. I don't want to be in this module. We give them respect. The last raid of the day. What an awesome Monday. Let's go donate all of our meds. What do we see? My theory is that last season, the highest ranking high rollers were wizards mostly, and new Timmies want in that skill expression. Interesting. Oh. There's someone looting, but there's also someone right here. This bard senses something is up. Will this druid, I assume, get wise to the bard? Let's see what happens. Bard is buffing. Ideally, we let this bard walk right on by, and then we become the third party. Let's see what happens. Here he comes. He's checking his corners. Look, he's a responsible player. Let's see what happens. Look at the action speed. The reload is so fast. I won't be able to catch him, I don't think. Got him. Today was very entertaining. I'm glad you think so, Clippy. It's always a good day when Clippy is not bored. Darkness enjoyer, right? They never expect it not in the corner. I love it. I love that part of the game. Rapier. Why no music? Yeah, let's see what's up. Oh, they're still fighting. This guy's got the schmooves. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Horrendous. I'm shrieked, but we'll fight through it. Should have closed the door behind me is what I should have done. Earlier on. I think I hit him there. He's got space. This guy's gonna jump and reset. Underscores move speed, right? We'll try to fight this guy. We'll get shrieked. We'll die. The mobs are in here. I have no shield slam, so fighting the bear is hard. It's hard to fight a bear with no shield slam. Let's see what's up. Oh, imagine. I love the rat snipes. It's some of the most satisfying things you can do in the game. Open door here. It's a hit. Turning. Oh, we're back in. We're back in on him. We blocked the panther. A little bit of damage in. I missed. Got him. He stuck around. That was his bad, right? He should have run away. Which is what his class does best. Hitting one mid-transform makes me smile. Skeleton King. Motherless Druid. Motherless. What? We'll see. Well, I'll see you at the playtest. For Arc Raiders? Oh, Hunger looks great. Yes. Dyslexic Wizrad. I love that name, by the way. Are you kidding? Dyslexic Wizrad? Where'd the bard go? He just left. I wish I could wear his hat. I would. But I can't. So I won't. Potion of protection, I guess? Wizrad. Very funny. I have all these meds. Who will take my meds? Can't stand being blocked. Funny because Blin read Wizrad correctly. Can't read anything else, right? If bear gets their right click blocked, they don't know what to do and just go panther, I guess. Yeah. What's time? Oh, there's no time here. Okay, we're gonna leave. We'll leave through the drawbridge, right? And we'll bring this fantastic Monday to a close, friends. Thank you for tolerating our reduction to a focus on Monday streams. It really has done wonders for my energy levels. And giving me more time and space to make sarcastic, asynchronous video content, which I really love doing. Always hit the ground versus panther. That's why I favor the Viking sword or the flange mace. The arming sword, when you're looking down like that, is a recipe for hitting the ground. W stream. Thanks, man. The pants remain. It's true. It's true. Let's get out of here. Truly a wonderful Monday. And now my work day is nearly over. Hooray. Imagine. Imagine. Hooray! The shorts are fun. Love when they come across unexpectedly. Nice. You guys have been so supportive. It's a new format for me. So it was a risk. I had no idea what to expect. I've never made shorts before. I don't look at any shorts. I don't know what you're supposed to do or not, whatever. But it's been fun. Jumping when fighting a panther is like a rogue double jumping against a normal person. Did I jump against the panther? Tier list in Discord soon. Interesting. I'll think about it. I might cut the VOD together today into a YouTube video. Because I don't think I went off the rails, and I would like to share my opinion in that format. I like the thin yellow borders on the shorts as thumbnails. It really makes them pop. Thanks, Moss. It took me a few to figure that out. I've been running Buckler, and it's way better than Heater. Yes, I've been experimenting as well. Dope clips. Thanks for handing it today, man. Appreciate it. No, just saying you force them to hit your feet. Yes. Yes, it's a good strategy. I agree, Zyle. I'm not a jumper, though. It's from like Counter-Strike, like 1.4 era. I'm like a crouch for safety kind of guy. I still can't override it. It's like there's a deep muscle memory in my brain for crouching for safety. GG's today as always. Brennan, good to see you, buddy. Pre-goodbye song. What a huge day. Cutlass parry hitbox feels way more consistent than longsword. Yikes. That sucks. Maybe it's because it's thicker. It's like the hand? I don't know. It's something to do with the tick rate of the server, I think. I don't know what it is. All the dudes that were here at the beginning and here at the end, thank you for hanging out. It was a long stream. All the people that were saying hello for the first time, thank thank you. Hello. Hope you had a great stream. River of Gorillas, good to see you. Thank you. Great stream. Thank you. Glad I get to spend a little bit of Monday with you all. One last housekeeping. Friends, save your dad clips. The Surf and Turf, the community roast is happening Saturday, October the 18th. There's an earlier cutoff, though, for clips. The cutoff will be Thursday because I want a little bit of extra time to process the roast clips because we're playing Arc Raiders this weekend. There will be a small Arc Raiders event after the roast. So if you've never played Arc Raiders like me and you want to play in a squad, then stick around after the roast because that's what's happening. I think it's free. I have no idea. We'll find out. But save the date, Saturday, October the 18th. Get your clips in to the roast submissions channel. I can't wait to see them. I can't wait for this. Hopefully enough people have been playing Dad to get clips. Heh, I think there'll be enough. There'll be a few. And if it's a short roast, who cares? We'll just play Arc, right? I've got maybe 3 or 4. We'll make it work. I'm sure, though, that there's some sneaky Dad enjoyers, right? Some people like playing the game. GG to everybody. Makes Mondays go by so much faster. Sneakers, thanks again for the gifted. Thanks to everyone else who gifted. Appreciate it very much, dudes. Thanks for your time. 14 months, 15 months. We've been doing this a long time, and it still feels like we're just getting started. So, thanks for bearing with us, guys. A nice long spider compilation, so get ready. I can't wait. GG Two Hands, good to see you. GG everybody. Smooth. Zio, have a great night, everyone. Okay? Have a great night. Have a great night. Oh, I'm losing it. Happy Monday, dudes. Mwah. Thanks for your time. Mwah. I'll see you next time. Bye.